You never would have imagined that just by the side of the road, you'd save a beautiful woman 3 years older than you, and to your surprise, she actually wanted to pledge herself to you afterward. At 21, she's not only incredibly understanding and tactful, but she also knows exactly how to act cute and pouty. She understands everything you don't, and she knows how to do everything you can't. Late one night, as you were just walking past a bar, a shrill cry for help suddenly pierced your ears. You looked toward the sound, only to realize it was coming from a nearby, pitch-black alleyway where you couldn't even see your own hand. You just don't know what's good for you, do you? Weren't you acting all tough just a second ago? Why are you playing dead and keeping your mouth shut now? Hearing these harsh insults, your brows instantly furrowed. Your heart skipped a beat. Was this school bullying? And it was two women, ganging up on one. Your chest tightened. You quietly crept to the mouth of the alley, held your breath, and peeked inside. Under the dim streetlights, two girls holding umbrellas were viciously kicking and punching someone on the ground. They were spewing the most vile, unbearable curses. You could hardly believe your eyes. How could women be so ruthless when fighting? The leader suddenly grabbed the victim by the hair, forcefully yanking her up. The words coming out of her mouth were so filthy that even a grown man like you couldn't stand to listen. The next second, with a heavy thud, she actually grabbed the victim's head and slammed it hard against the cold brick wall. Right after that, she picked up a rusted steel pipe from the ground, raising it high, ready to deal a lethal blow. Seeing that someone was about to get killed, you couldn't take it anymore. Blood rushed to your head, and you roared as you charged in. Stop. Your furious shout was like a sudden clap of thunder, startling the two bullies so badly they shivered. They froze for a second, then their faces twisted into an even more vicious glare. You could tell at a glance they were bad news. The leader immediately pointed her hostility at you, opening her mouth to unleash a torrent of curses right in your face. You didn't flinch at all. Pointing coldly at the two of them, you said, "I've already called the cops. If you don't want to go to jail, you better behave." This wasn't an empty bluff. Just a moment ago, you had already dialed emergency services. The police could arrive at any second. Mind your own damn business. Who are you trying to scare? Get the hell out of here. But they clearly took you for a bluffing coward. You couldn't be bothered to waste your breath. You silently raised your black umbrella, advancing on them step by step like a warrior. Who would have thought they were completely unhinged? She swung the steel pipe, aiming right for your head with a vicious swoosh. Your pupils shrank. With no time to think, you instinctively raised the umbrella to block it firmly in front of you. With a sharp crack, the fragile umbrella was instantly smashed to pieces by the steel pipe. Are you crazy? You were both shocked and furious. You never expected these two women to be so malicious. The freezing rain beat down mercilessly on everything in the alley. The atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. Meanwhile, the girl in the corner was already drenched to the bone, shivering violently in her soaking wet clothes. The agonizing pain on her body suddenly stopped. A stranger's male voice echoed in her ears. She struggled to open her eyes, only to see a broad back standing in front of her like a mountain. The biting cold and lingering terror made her whole body tremble uncontrollably. Looking at the figure before her, her throat choked up. 1,000 words were stuck in her chest. Just as the other girl raised the steel pipe again in the nick of time, a loud shout rang out, "Police, freeze!" A blinding flashlight beam instantly tore through the darkness and despair of the alley. The two bullies instantly turned pale as ghosts. With a loud clatter, the steel pipe slipped from her hand and hit the ground. "Cuff them. Take these two back to the station first." The officer's voice left no room for argument. After the culprits were taken away, the noisy alley instantly fell silent. Only you, the girl, and one police officer remained. The rain was still falling. You finally turned to look at the girl in the corner. The officer kindly held an umbrella over both of you. The officer asked gently, "Little lady, are you all right? Can you still walk on your own?" The girl's breath was weak, but she stubbornly nodded, leaning against the wall and struggling to stand up. You instinctively reached out to help her. Her body stiffened for a second, but she didn't refuse. Seeing the cold sweat on her forehead and her bleeding wounds, you felt a pang of sympathy and offered, "Let me take you to the hospital." But the girl shook her head desperately, muttering bravely, "It's fine. They're just scratches. No need to go." You instantly saw through her worries and gently reassured her, "Don't worry. They'll be paying your medical bills." Hearing this, her tense body finally relaxed, and she gave a slight nod. The moment the disinfectant swab touched her wound, the sharp pain made her instinctively grab your hand tight. Her brows were tightly knit, and she bit her lip hard, not letting out a single sound. Her stubbornness made your heart ache. You gazed at her, only to realize that this girl was breathtakingly beautiful. Her rain-soaked hair clung to her cheeks, making her look even more delicate and pitiful. After treating all her wounds, the doctor handed over a few tubes of ointment, reminding her of the daily application instructions. Leaving the clinic to cooperate with the investigation and give a statement, the two of you followed the officer back to the police station. You sat side by side on the cold bench. Her soaked clothes clung tightly to her body, and she shivered in the chilly night air. Your sense of justice surged. You hesitated for only a second before taking off your jacket and gently draping it over her shoulders. Her body gave a sudden jolt, and she looked at you in surprise. But that surprise quickly settled back into calmness. "Thank you." Only at this moment did she finally get a clear look at you. The young man before her was actually quite handsome, with clean, sharp features. You broke the dead silence. Unable to hold back any longer, you asked the question on your mind. "Why did they beat you up?" Hearing this, she let out a soft sigh. "I've always been quiet, so they think I'm acting all high and mighty. This isn't the first time. So were you drinking at that bar when you pissed them off? She froze for a moment, then shook her head vigorously. No, I just work part-time there, to earn some living expenses. You nodded thoughtfully, and tactfully didn't press any further. Coming out of the police station, without your support, she only managed a few steps, before a piercing pain shot through her ankle. Unable to hold on any longer, she collapsed onto a bench by the road. Are you okay? Seeing this, your heart tightened, and you rushed forward to catch her swaying body. She waved her hand weakly, her voice faint. I'm fine. I just need to rest for a bit. You stood silently by her side. The air was so quiet that only the sound of your breathing could be heard. Suddenly, a loud stomach rumble broke the silence. She lowered her head in embarrassment, her cheeks instantly flushing crimson. You couldn't help but smile, handing over the still warm egg fried rice in your hand. Bought this for you. Eat up. She was already starving, having worked since 8 p.m., doing heavy lifting and mopping floors. By now, she was absolutely famished. I'm fine. You're injured. How are you going to have the energy to get home if you don't eat? Seeing her hesitate, you pushed the food a little closer. Thank you. She choked up a bit, looking up with tears shimmering in her eyes. She finally reached out with trembling hands and took the fried rice. Never in her life had egg fried rice tasted so delicious. With just one bite, the tears could no longer be held back, blurring her vision. She raised her arm, wiping her tears haphazardly, her eyes red as she shoveled the rice into her mouth bite by bite. It was as if she was swallowing all the grievances she had suffered over the years. Under the dim yellow streetlights, the boy and the girl sat in silence. Yet, it felt as though they understood each other's hearts. The night sky after the rain was exceptionally peaceful. A shattered reflection of the moonlight pooled on the wet ground, hauntingly beautiful and gentle. Aren't you a student? It's so late. Why aren't you heading back to campus? She suddenly turned to look at you, her eyes full of confusion. Hearing this, you let out a helpless sigh. Looking up at the moon, you smiled bitterly. The gates are already closed. I can't go back. Hearing this, her face was instantly filled with worry. Then what are you going to do tonight? I don't know. I didn't bring my ID, so I can't get a hotel. My phone's almost dead too. Worst case, I'll just find an internet cafe and pull an all-nighter. Her expression grew complicated after hearing that. Finally, she nodded. Then. Be careful. With that, she stood up and walked away, looking back at you every few steps. You watched her retreating figure, pouting in frustration, cupping your face in your hands. You looked up at the night sky in despair. Do you want to crash at my place for the night? Right at that moment, a gentle voice suddenly rang in your ear. Holy crap. Why are you back? You were scared out of your wits, snapping your head up to look at her. She had returned at some point, arms crossed over her chest, just quietly looking at you, waiting for your answer. You were instantly torn. After all, you were just strangers who met by chance. What was this? A hero saves the beauty, and then she pledges herself to him. This melodramatic novel plot wasn't actually about to happen to you, was it? Don't misunderstand. I just want to thank you for saving me tonight. Seeing your conflicted expression, she quickly explained. You looked down, weighing the pros and cons. Going back would just mean getting yelled at anyway. Spending the night with an innocent, beautiful, older girl didn't seem like a bad deal. Thinking of this, you made up your mind and nodded. All right, mostly because you simply couldn't refuse the invitation from the beautiful girl standing in front of you. Seeing you agree, a soft smile finally bloomed on her face. The place I rent is a bit far from here. We might have to take a cab. Otherwise, we won't make it on foot. The cab drove all the way to the area near the train station. It was densely packed with old, run-down residential buildings, but the rent was incredibly cheap, making it a haven for students and working-class folks. After walking for another few minutes, you finally arrived at the building tucked away in the deepest corner. The stairwell was pitch black. You couldn't even see your hand in front of your face. There wasn't even a motion sensor light. You had to pull out your phone to light the way. I rent on the 3rd floor. It's not too high. The rent is cheap here. It's just a bit small, but it's enough for me living alone. Please don't mind it. Hearing this, you quickly waved your hands. Not at all. In this day and age, having a place to stay is already way better than sleeping on the streets. In the dead silence of the hallway, the sound of the keys sliding into the lock and turning with a creak seemed exceptionally loud. The door opened, and the inside was just as pitch black. You couldn't see a thing. She groped her way inside and flipped the switch on the wall. The whole room instantly lit up, but the sight before you made your heart ache. The apartment was probably only 400 square feet. Large patches of paint were peeling off the walls, but the floor was spotless, and everything was neatly organized, reflecting the owner's stubborn pride. It's small, so you'll have to make do. Have a seat anywhere. I'll go boil some water for you. You can take a hot shower later to warm up. It's fine. I can just stand. Don't go to any trouble. She didn't say anything else, and turned to go into the bathroom. Soon, the loud hum of the water heater starting up echoed through the tiny apartment. You looked around the shabby room, feeling a complex mix of emotions. Having grown up pampered by your family, you had never witnessed such hardship in life. After a long while, she finally came out of the bathroom, walked straight to the sofa, and sat down. She looked like a deflated balloon, slumping down exhaustedly. Suddenly, a burning, stinging pain shot from her ankle. She took off her shoe, only to realize the skin was completely rubbed raw, the wound mixed with muddy water and even blood. What's wrong? Is it bad? Seeing this, Your heart clenched, and you immediately leaned in. Let me help you apply the medicine. Staring at the shocking wound, you didn't even wait for her response, before jumping up and rushing to the bathroom. You had to clean the wound before applying the ointment. Okay. She looked at your back, replying blankly, a ripple of emotion flashing in her eyes. A dozen seconds later, you suddenly poked your head out of the bathroom, scratching your head awkwardly. Miss Yan? This strange title caught her off guard. Looking confused, she asked, "What is it? Why are you calling me that?" You chuckled. "I didn't know what else to call you. In the martial arts novels I read, that's how the heroes address girls. Bear with it. This might sting a little." You lowered your voice, using a towel, to carefully wipe the blood and dirt from her ankle. After finishing that, you picked up the ointment, dipped a cotton swab in it, and, mimicking the doctor, clumsily but earnestly applied it to her wound. "Thank you so much for today. To make it easier for you," she gently rested her foot on your knee, blushing as she quietly watched. "Your focus profile. It's nothing. Us modern, upstanding youths are always happy to help. Haha." Right after that, her gaze fell on your mud-covered clothes. "Do you want to wash your clothes? They're covered in mud. Then what am I supposed to wear?" You stepped out of the bathroom after your shower, looking at the outfit you were wearing, your expression more bitter than if you'd eaten a lemon. She was sitting on the sofa, about to ask if it fit, but after just one glance, her brows instantly knitted together, and she quickly turned her head away. "What the hell is this? I'm not wearing this. Give me my clothes back." Seeing her desperately trying to hold back her laughter, her lips trembling, you couldn't help but get annoyed. She forced down her laughter and turned back. "I think it looks great." Seeing her holding back her laughter so hard she looked like she'd burst, you pouted in grievance, turning around to storm back into the bathroom. "If you dare put those dirty clothes back on, you're sleeping on the floor tonight. Don't even think about touching my blankets," she suddenly said coolly from behind you. You took a few steps, then your body stiffened. You silently turned around and sat back down on the small stool, muttering to yourself, "I suddenly feel like this outfit is pretty retro. It's got a real vintage vibe." She finally couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. Resting her chin on her hand, she looked you up and down with great interest, staring at you until you felt goosebumps all over. "Lady, where did you even dig up these clothes? Aren't these floral shirts only worn by old ladies?" Hearing this, she pretended to be mad, keeping a straight face, and lightly kicked you with her uninjured foot. It felt like a feather brushing past, completely painless. "Who are you calling lady? That sounds even worse. My grandma made this by hand. Grandma made it too big, and I'm too skinny, so I can't fill it out at all." You muttered even more in your heart. "Big? It shouldn't be times this times big, right? Even a grown man like me feels like I'm swimming in it." But who knew that the moment her grandma was mentioned, the smile on her face instantly froze. The corners of her mouth turned down uncontrollably, her nose tingled, and her eyes quickly grew red. She couldn't even speak clearly anymore. This sudden change completely threw you off. You instinctively pulled out a tissue and handed it to her, but she suddenly looked up, her large, tear-filled eyes staring at you so helplessly, as if the dam would break at any second. Seeing the tears about to fall, you panicked. In a moment of desperation, you actually reached out and clumsily wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Once the medicine slowly started to take effect, she finally stood up and silently walked into the bathroom. Listening to the sound of running water from the bathroom, you sat alone in the empty living room, feeling for the first time that the apartment was chillingly cold. There was no heating in the room, only an ancient air conditioner and a dusty old fan. After a long time, the bathroom door clicked open. She was actually wearing a nightgown as thin as cicada wings. Water droplets slid down her skin, making her exude a fatal allure. Your gaze was instantly glued to her. Your cheeks flared up in a burning blush, and you could only awkwardly scratch your head, not daring to look anymore. Only one thought remained in your mind. She is seriously too beautiful. But after she dried her hair, she looked at you with a blushing, embarrassed expression. There's only one bedroom here. Should we just share the room tonight?" Yan Jungxi dried her beautiful hair, gazing at you with a hint of shyness. "My place only has one bedroom. How about we just squeeze in together tonight?" Hearing this, your pupils instantly dilated. You looked at her in disbelief, terrified that you had misheard. You twitched your mouth, instinctively resisting. "Wait, isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Your mind instantly went to the gutter. Yan Jungxi couldn't help but burst out laughing. "What's going on in that little head of yours? You'll catch a cold sleeping in the living room at night. I'll set up a pallet for you on the floor in my room. It's warmer." You followed closely behind Yan Jungxi, step by step, until you reached her bedroom door. This was the very first time in your life stepping into a girl's bedroom. Your heart was pounding with nervousness, mixed with an uncontrollable trace of curiosity. With a creak, the door was pushed open. A refreshing, subtle fragrance instantly enveloped you. The moonlight from outside poured in like flowing water, casting a silvery frost across the floor. You stood frozen at the door, staring at the sight before you, completely stunned. How was this a girl's room? What met your eyes wasn't the pink, girly aesthetic you had imagined, but walls plastered with explosive music posters. On the desk by the window, there were stacks of white manuscript paper covered in dense writing. The dancing musical notes seemed to be telling a story. In the corner, a lone guitar leaned quietly against the wall. "What's wrong? Is a girl's room really that mesmerizing to you?" Yan Jungxi leaned against the doorframe, a mischievous smirk playing on her lips, as she teased you. "And no, it's just completely different from what I imagined." Realizing you had lost your composure, Your face instantly turned beet red, and you hurriedly explained in a panic. Do you really like music? Yan Jungshi just gave a slight nod, a hint of complexity flashing in her eyes, but she didn't say anything more. In the dead of night, Yan Jungshi took that old bamboo mat and carefully laid it out on the empty floor next to the bed. Afraid that you wouldn't sleep comfortably, she even thoughtfully patted it with some extra layers before setting up the bedding. Then, she curled up in a corner of the bed, propping herself up with her hands behind her back, her gaze piercing through the window, staring at the distant lights of the station. After who knows how long, a voice as gentle as water suddenly snapped you out of your daze. Lie down and see if it's too hard. If it is, I'll put down another layer for you. It's fine. It's already very comfortable. Thanks. The moment the lights went out, the entire room was instantly swallowed by endless darkness. Lying flat on the floor bed, an unprecedented wave of exhaustion washed over you like a tide. Sharing a room with a girl 3 years older for the first time, you weren't as nervous as you thought you'd be. Instead, a hint of bitterness welled up in your heart. Compared to her lying on the bed, how small and powerless you felt. Little guy, are you asleep? In the darkness, a bone-meltingly charming voice suddenly rang out, tugging at your heartstrings. Not yet. Sigh. Why aren't you sleeping yet? Aren't you awake too? Yan Jungsi rolled over, facing your direction. In the dark, you could only make out a blurry silhouette. She joked, I don't dare to sleep. I'm afraid you'll try something funny. Hearing the hidden meaning in her words, you instantly felt incredibly wronged. Good heavens, I'm not that kind of person. Yan Jungsi let out a long sigh, her tone carrying an indescribable hint of loneliness. Who knows? You can never truly know what's in someone's heart. In the darkness, accompanied by the cold moonlight, the two of you chatted casually. You just felt her voice getting softer and softer, further and further away, until it completely dissipated into the air. An irresistible wave of drowsiness swept over you, and you finally closed your eyes, falling into a deep sleep. After an unknown amount of time, in your groggy state, you felt the person nearby quietly get out of bed. Then, the blanket over you seemed to be gently pulled up, carrying a trace of lingering warmth. Following that was a barely audible sound of the door closing, piercing into your dreams like a needle. The next second, you jolted awake and sat up abruptly. By the moonlight, you looked beside you. It was completely empty. Your whole body stiffened, your heart pounding wildly. You threw off the blanket and rushed into the living room. The empty living room offered no response. Burning with anxiety, you dashed to the window and looked out at the dim alleyway. Under the pale moonlight, you finally caught sight of a frail and lonely figure. She was walking step by step out of the Old Town district, and the direction she was heading. That direction was actually Longjuan Lake, the deepest lake in the area. Your heart clenched fiercely. A terrifying thought instantly flashed through your mind. Is she thinking of ending it all? With no time to think, you grabbed the freezing handrail and sprinted downstairs like a madman, desperately tailing that figure. Yan Jungshi arrived at Longyuan Lake Park and sat on a lakeside bench, looking utterly lost. She folded her hands, her hollow eyes staring at the dead silent surface of the lake. One hand gripped her arm tightly, her long hair whipping wildly in the night wind. That frail silhouette. It looked as if, in the very next second, she would be swallowed whole by the boundless night. You crouched behind a nearby flower bed, watching this scene with a heart twisting in pain. A piercingly cold wind blew past, making you shiver uncontrollably. This was the coldest time of the day, yet she just sat there quietly, like a soulless statue. Just when you thought you were overthinking things, she suddenly stood up and walked step by step toward the lake. Sure enough, your heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition instantly enveloped your entire body. You immediately held your breath and followed her, watching her cross the lawn, step onto the sand, getting closer and closer to the all-consuming lake water. Just as she was about to step into the freezing, bone-chilling water, a voice shattered the dead silence. Hey, you're gonna look really ugly if you die like that. A cold voice suddenly rang in her ears, like a clap of thunder. Yan Jungsi's body jolted violently, as if waking up from a nightmare. She whipped her head around. By the faint moonlight, she was horrified to find you sitting on the steps, resting your chin on one hand, looking at her calmly. Why are you here? She froze, but there wasn't much emotional fluctuation in her voice. She slowly turned her head away, no longer looking at you, her gaze returning to the bottomless lake. Although her expression was calm, her voice was as cold as ice, without a trace of warmth. You suddenly felt that the Yan Jungshi in front of you was a complete stranger, even though you hadn't known each other for long. The strong girl in the rental room, who could smile while recounting her bitter past, was like a completely different person from the one right now. At this moment, she exuded an aura of coldness that pushed people 1,000 miles away, chilling you to the bone. When you covered me with the blanket, you accidentally woke me up. Your movements were very gentle. But I'm naturally a light sleeper and not used to new beds. I sleep very lightly. You should hurry back. It's too cold out here. Hearing this, Yan Jungsi's heart inexplicably rippled with emotion. It then turned into a soft sigh. She slowly turned her head, and with those shimmering, watery eyes, quietly gazed at the boy on the steps. After hearing her words, you inexplicably found it a bit funny, the corners of your mouth curling up slightly. If I go back, and you actually do something stupid, wouldn't I regret it for the rest of my life? When I think about it. Yan Jungsi's lips moved, a barely audible tremor escaping her throat. As if realizing something, you didn't think I was going to jump into the lake and kill myself, did you? Huh? Wasn't that it? Hearing this, your face instantly flushed bright red. You were so embarrassed you could dig a hole in the ground with your toes. A long time later, the two of you sat side by side by Long Yuan Lake. On the freezing steps, half a meter apart, the night wind howled, rustling the leaves, and tearing the moonlight on the ground into fragmented pieces. Yan Zhengxi cupped her cheeks in her hands, her knees drawn up. She turned to look at you, and actually couldn't help but laugh, out loud. How could you run out wearing just your pajamas? Don't you feel embarrassed at all? You curled your lips, revealing a bitter smile. What other clothes do I have to wear? I couldn't exactly chase after you wrapped in a blanket, could I? So you really just came here to clear your head? But it's the middle of the night and the wind is so strong. Yan Zhengxi hesitated for a moment and finally nodded, her voice carrying a trace of exhaustion. Usually, when I really can't handle things anymore, I come here and sit for a long time. Feeling the wind and looking at the city's night view makes me feel just a little bit better. Your heart trembled slightly. I always thought you were a girl who was always optimistic and positive, but thinking about it carefully, who isn't made of flesh and blood? The human heart isn't made of concrete. After a heavy downpour, how could it instantly dry up without a trace? There will always be moments when you just can't hold on. Can you imagine a girl, all alone and helpless, sitting by a freezing lake by herself, surrounded by the knife-like winter wind, sitting from the dead of night until dawn, watching the thousands of lit windows, knowing not a single one is lit for her? How despairing must she feel inside? She suddenly furrowed her brows, gently biting her lip, her expression incredibly conflicted. You're a college student. You're much more educated than me. Tell me, is someone like me completely hopeless in this life? Hearing this, you shook your head vigorously, like a rattle drum. Sis, you absolutely cannot think like that. Don't you love music? Isn't it for this very dream that you came to Liancheng all by yourself? After hearing this, Yan Zhengxi actually leaned over and gently bumped your shoulder with hers, saying through teary eyes, "You're addicted to calling me sis, aren't you? It sounds awful. You might as well call me Mrs. or something." You suddenly felt a bit embarrassed and hurriedly pulled a tissue from your pocket to hand to her. Yan Zhengxi took the tissue and blew her nose hard, her nose twitching. She looked at you with her big eyes. What you just said, was it true or false? Why does it feel like you're coaxing a 3-year-old? You looked at her with a smile, at those teary, rabbit-like eyes, and replied gently, "If you insist on thinking that way, then let's just say it is. After all, I do have a knack for coaxing people." But every word I said was from the bottom of my heart. Yan Zhengxi suddenly whipped her head away, wrapped her arms around her legs, and buried her face deeply into her knees. Before long, you heard suppressed sobs. Sigh. She even hides her crying so no one can see. She really is a girl, whose stubbornness down to her bones makes your heart ache. If you don't mind, you can talk to me. Even though I might not be able to help you with anything, at least I'm willing to listen. If you always keep things bottled up inside, one day your body will break down from the pressure. The girl beside you jolted violently. She lifted her head, looking at you in disbelief. Tears had already soaked her hair, sticking messily to her pale face. You were startled by how she looked. She looked exactly like a stunningly beautiful water ghost, though. I don't need to. She sniffled hard, her face written all over with stubbornness. But the very next second, her face instantly crumpled, and pouting, she threw herself recklessly into your arms. She lay across your lap, and her long-suppressed tears broke like a burst dam as she cried out loud, unable to hold back any longer. You instinctively wanted to wipe away her tears, but she buried her head even deeper, giving you no chance at all. In the end, you only hesitated for a moment before reaching out and gently, tenderly patting her trembling back. You knew that any words were superfluous right now. All you needed to do was lend your embrace to this shattered soul. Yan Zhengxi didn't say another word. She just lay there quietly, as if she had cried out all her strength. She accidentally glanced down, her eyes sweeping over your feet, and suddenly saw something that actually made her smile through her tears. What is it? Seeing her sudden smile, your face was full of question marks. Why are you wearing my pink Kuromi slippers? You instantly froze. Looking down, you turned to stone on the spot. On your feet was a pair of bright pink women's slippers. You were so embarrassed you wanted the ground to swallow you whole. You explained with a bitter smile. The bedroom was too dark. I was in such a rush when I came out. I just slipped on whatever pair was there. Sorry about that. Time slowly slipped away. When the sky began to show the first light of dawn, you looked down, only to realize that the crying girl in your arms had fallen fast asleep at some point. She just lay there on your lap, her eyes tightly shut, but her brows were furrowed in pain. Even her breathing carried a hint of brokenness. She must have been truly exhausted to her absolute limit. You gazed at her, complex emotions surging in your eyes. For a moment, you felt a bit dazed. It had only been one night, from dusk till dawn, yet it felt like an entire century had passed. Just like that, you had inexplicably stumbled into a girl's world. From stepping in to save her at the very beginning, to her bringing you back to that humble yet warm home, and then to you mistakenly thinking she was going to end her life, chasing her all the way to this lake with reckless abandon. The two of you had actually bared your souls to each other, revealing the secrets hidden deep within your hearts. You were immersed in these wondrous thoughts, but the next second, a terrifying realization suddenly hit you. It was about to be daylight, and here you were, sporting a bird's nest for hair, wearing a tacky, floral red pajama set, and on your feet. You were still wearing her pink girly slippers. If some grandpa out for his morning exercise snapped a picture of this and posted it online, your dating prospects for the next 4 years of college would be instantly declared null and void. What was even worse, you had a delicate, beautiful older girl lying in your arms. You completely panicked. You nudged her, babbling incoherently. "Hey, Sister Shi, wake up. It's morning, let's go home to sleep." Yan Jungsi in your arms merely whimpered a couple of times. Not only did she not wake up, but she even started snoring softly. As the saying goes, when a person is extremely nervous, their senses are infinitely magnified. Right now, you were experiencing this firsthand. You could practically see a group of grandpas and grandmas doing Tai Chi, marching briskly toward your location at top speed. There might even be countless early-rising college schoolmates out for a jog. You were instantly burning with anxiety. You raised your voice again and practically yelled at the person in your arms a couple of times, but she remained completely unresponsive. After agonizing over it again and again, you gritted your teeth and stomped your foot. "Sorry, Sister C. For the sake of my happiness over the next 4 years, I have to offend you." With that said, you scooped Yan Jungsi up into a princess carry. Dragging those pink slippers, you plunged headfirst into a hidden wooded path. Like a fugitive on the run, you fled Longyuan Lake Park at lightning speed. Sprinting all the way back to her rental room, you carried her straight into the bedroom, carefully laid her down on the bed, gently took off her shoes and socks, and tucked her in with a blanket. By the time you finished all this, the sky was already turning pale. The clock pointed to a little past 5 a.m. You drew the curtains, and the room instantly plunged back into darkness. You collapsed onto the floor bed and let out a long sigh. Endless drowsiness and exhaustion washed over you like a tidal wave. Your eyelids only struggled for a moment, before you completely fell into a deep slumber. When you woke up again, the sun was already high in the sky. You fumbled for your phone, the screen filled with a bombardment of messages from your roommates. You couldn't be bothered to reply. Rubbing your sleepy eyes, you got up, only to suddenly realize that Yan Jungsi was nowhere to be seen on the bed. What caught your eye were your neatly folded clothes, with a small note pressed on top of them. The crooked handwriting read, "Awake? Help me fold the blanket. I went out to buy breakfast. I dried your clothes with a hairdryer. Hurry up and change into them." You walked out of the bedroom. Just as you sat down on the living room sofa, the door clicked open. Yan Jungsi, having changed into a black dress, carrying piping hot breakfast, walked in with a click-clack of her heels. Seeing that you were awake, she held up the bags in her hand, her eyes filled with unconcealable amusement. "You're awake. I bought breakfast. Are you heading back to school later?" At the dining table, the two of you ate breakfast quietly. Neither of you brought up the incident from last night. It was a tacit understanding, a silence that wasn't awkward at all. "Yeah, I'm heading back to school. After all, I don't have anywhere else to go, and I have things to do at school." Yan Jungsi nodded gently, her tone as soft as the wind. "Then study hard. I'm very lucky to have met you." She seemed to have thought about it for a long time, unable to come up with any fancier words, feeling that this was the best way to express it. You glanced at her, and just gave a soft, saying nothing more. It was the most ordinary breakfast imaginable. Steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk. Yet it brought two people with transparent hearts together. Everything seemed so mundane, but everyone knows that after the mundane comes the parting. "I'm leaving." You stood at the door, ultimately turning back, still worried. "Remember to apply your medicine on time. Don't go to the lake alone at night anymore. The weather is going to get colder and colder." After finishing breakfast, you stood at the door and turned around one last time, your eyes full of uneasy reminders. But she only replied with a simple, "Okay. Goodbye." She nodded vigorously, waving goodbye to you, a brighter smile blooming on her face than ever before. You froze, looking at her radiant smile. The thought that this departure might be forever made your heart inexplicably clench. In the end, you reluctantly waved goodbye. Meanwhile, at the school's opening ceremony, the principal was delivering his usual cliché speech. Aside from a few youthful, beautiful senior girls dancing on stage, the entire process was so boring it put people to sleep. Yoon Che, what a coincidence. The ceremony ended. Just as you blended into the dispersing crowd, a sweet voice from behind suddenly called out your name. "Is it?" You turned around, only to see a petite, sweet-looking girl with a high ponytail, looking at you with a beaming smile. The person who came was actually the unattainable white moonlight from your high school days. It was just a pity that it was nothing more than a grand illusion of unrequited love. You only suddenly realized later that you were just the most inconspicuous one among her many suitors. It wasn't until college that you completely understood that you didn't even count as a fish in her pond. At most, you were just an insignificant piece of fish bait. Beside Lu Ruyan was her best friend, who was also your classmate, Jo Chu-yu. "There's a freshman welcome party at school tonight. Do you want to go with me?" The corners of Lu Ruyan's mouth curled into a smile of inevitable victory, but your heart no longer felt any ripples. That affection had long been sealed away in the past. The former simp had finally woken up. You shook your head. "Forget it. I have plans tonight. You should find someone else." "Why you should think about it again?" In Lu Ruyan's voice, a hint of panic leaked out for the very first time. She simply couldn't believe her ears. An unprecedented sense of shock welled up in her heart. This boy who used to obey her every command. How dare he refuse her, and even tell her to find someone else? However, right at this moment, at the entrance of Lianqing University, a figure became the center of attention for the entire crowd. She was tall and slender, with a waist as delicate as a willow branch, and a head of bright, silvery white hair cascading over her shoulders. That aura of standing aloof from the world made all the passing students unable to help but stop in their tracks for her. With just one glance, they were captivated by her breathtaking beauty and charm, completely captivated. Oh my god, who could resist that? That kind of gentle yet distant older sister vibe is absolutely killer. Good heavens, when will you bless me with an older sister like that for a girlfriend? Isn't she the literal dream sister? But Yan Junxi completely ignored the gasps and discussions around her, turning a deaf ear to the whispers. A black dress perfectly outlined her curves. She simply crossed her arms over her chest, letting her long hair dance lightly in the wind. Looking lazy, yet radiating the aura of a queen, she stood at the school gate. Despite the pointing and whispering around her, Yan Junxi turned a blind eye to it all. Clad in a black dress, arms crossed, she leaned lazily against the school gate. Her sharp, beautiful eyes were locked dead onto the security guard at the entrance. After a full 20 minutes of lying in wait, she had completely figured out her praise patrol pattern. Sure enough, the moment the guard turned his back, she tensed up like a cheetah and dashed toward the turnstile. Muttering, you can't see me like crazy, she ducked down and actually managed to fool the cold facial recognition system. With a quick swipe of a card, the whole process was smooth as silk. Infiltration successful. Excuse me, classmate. Sorry to bother you. Could you tell me how to get to the School of Foreign Languages? The guy turned around, only to see a stunning, gentle-looking older girl. His soul was instantly snatched away by her question. The School of Foreign Languages, just go straight, and when you see the stadium, take a right. You can't miss it. After thanking him, she strolled through the campus. This was her first time stepping into a university, taking in the overwhelming rush of youthful energy. Following the directions, she arrived at the stadium. But just as she was about to turn right, a figure so familiar it stung her eyes suddenly appeared at the entrance. But right at that moment, her pupils suddenly shrank. It was that little guy, and standing right across from him was a girl. His girlfriend? Meanwhile, on the other side, you were just about to ruthlessly reject Lu Ruyan again, when, without any warning, a voice sweet enough to melt bones rang out from behind you, calling your name. Yan Junxi smiled, her face blooming like a flower as she called out loudly, dragging out the last syllable. In an instant, everyone's eyes in the vicinity were firmly drawn to her. Yun Che whipped his head around. Seeing clearly that the person was Yan Junxi, he was instantly dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? They had only been apart for a few hours, and she actually tracked him down to his school. Your expression shifted from utter shock, instantly, to a hint of unconcealable pleasant surprise. And this subtle change was completely taken in by Liu Ruyan. We meet again. Seeing that you finally noticed her, Yan Junxi stepped forward briskly, standing gracefully right in front of you, with a radiant smile. Sister Shi, what are you doing at our school? Her sudden appearance left you both pleasantly surprised and curious. What, is your school so precious that outsiders aren't allowed in? I didn't mean it like that. It's just that the school has security gates. How in the world did you get in? I hopped the wall. Looking at your dumbstruck expression, Yan Junxi couldn't help but let out a beautiful laugh. All right, I'll stop teasing you. I came to drop something off for you. As soon as she finished speaking, a familiar campus card was handed right in front of your eyes. When I was wadding your clothes last night, this card was left on the table. You scatterbrain. I only noticed it when I woke up, so I hurried over to bring it to you. So that was what happened. You suddenly realized, scratching your head in embarrassment, and smilingly took the campus card. Under the sunlight, that small card seemed incredibly dazzling at this moment. By the way, how are your injuries? Are they feeling any better today? This sudden show of concern made Yan Junxi's heart skip a beat. She quickly brushed it off, acting like it was nothing. It's fine. It'll be completely healed in a couple of days. That's good. I was actually a little worried, but on the other side, a cold interrogation suddenly rang out. Yun Che, who is she? Why is your campus card in the hands of some girl? And what's this about injuries? Did you two sleep together last night? The intimate back and forth between the two of you just now sounded incredibly grating to her ears. Lu Ruyan glared daggers at you both. What last night? What injuries? What worried? Every single word pierced her heart like a needle. The humiliation of being rejected, the stinging pain of being ignored. It finally made her snap in an unbearable outburst. This sudden interrogation stunned everyone present. Even Zhu Chu Yu, who was standing nearby and had just been staring blankly at Yan Junxi, was jolted awake by this furious roar. He hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Yun Che, are you really not going to the freshman welcome party with Ruyan? But you merely shook your head indifferently. I'm not going. I don't have the time. Lu Ruyan froze completely in place. The guy standing before her and the submissive, yes-man boy from high school were like two completely different people. Once upon a time, he used to hang on to her every word. But now, him? As a proud, favored daughter who had been pampered her whole life, when had she ever been treated so coldly by a guy? The massive sense of disparity made her instantly taste an unprecedented sense of defeat. Meanwhile, Yan Junxi watched this good show with great interest, a knowing smirk curving the corners of her mouth. So this little guy used to be one of this girl's loyal simps, but after giving his heart to the wrong person, he finally woke up and decided to let go. And as for this girl, she couldn't handle this complete 180-degree shift in his attitude, and now she felt wronged. You turned to Yan Junxi and said, "Thanks a lot for today. You haven't eaten yet, right? My treat. A new crab pot place just opened near the school. The food is amazing. Care to do me the honor? Sure, but I'm gonna make your wallet bleed today. Hearing this, Yan Zhengxi's eyes lit up, and she nodded with a beautiful, charming smile. The two of you hit it off instantly, turning around to leave in style. Seeing that the two of you were about to leave, Liu Ruyan completely panicked. Yun Che, stop right there. Explain yourself clearly. Then she pointed her spearhead at Yan Zhengxi, aggressively demanding, and who the hell are you to him? Before you could even open your mouth, Yan Zhengxi beat you to the punch, asking back at a leisurely pace. Then may I ask, who are you to him? That single question instantly silenced Liu Ruyan. She opened her mouth but couldn't say a word. Other than classmate, she couldn't find a single word to describe their relationship. Was she supposed to admit in front of everyone that he used to be her simp? Seeing that she had nothing left to say, Yan Zhengxi smirked, grabbed your arm, and walked away. Resolute and cool, you left that place of drama behind. She led you with practiced ease to a newly opened crab pot restaurant, finding a quiet corner booth to sit down. All right, waiter, we'll take a crab pot for two, and absolutely no spicy peppers. Sister Shi, your wounds haven't healed yet. Let's eat something mild today. Even though I know crab pot tastes better when it's spicy. Yan Zhengxi set her bag down, resting her chin on one hand, looking at you with a smile in her beautiful eyes. Oh, you really know how to take care of people, little guy. I really can't figure out how you ever fell for a little brat like her. Hearing this, you waved your hand bitterly, sighing helplessly. Don't even mention it. Everyone has their young and ignorant phase. I can only blame myself for being too naive back then. The steaming hot crab pot was brought to the table, and you naturally scooped a bowl of rice for her. This subtle gesture made an inexplicable warmth well up in Yan Zhengxi's heart. I gotta say, this crab pot is really good. I've never had it before. Today's trip was totally worth it. Of course, I've been here several times since it opened. I guarantee this is the only place like it. No other branches. Yan Zhengxi just sat there quietly, listening to you ramble on. Even though she wasn't particularly interested in the topic, when you finished, she still cooperatively clapped her hands, nodding in praise. Impressive. After eating and drinking your fill, Yan Zhengxi pulled out a tissue and gently wiped the corners of her mouth. Just as she was about to pick up her teacup, she realized it was already completely empty. Seeing this, you didn't even think twice before grabbing the teapot next to you, carefully pouring her a full cup of water. Sister Shi, are you heading straight back to your apartment later, and then going back to work in a few days? Yan Zhengxi pondered for a moment, then said slowly, if I just keep working like this, I'll go crazy. I'm going busking at Longjuan Lake Park tonight. Busking? Right, just going out to sing. You know I love music, right? In the past, every 2 or 3 days I would. Hearing this, your mind instantly started racing. You couldn't help but lean forward, asking tentatively, then, can I go with you tonight? What are you going to do there? Yan Zhengxi was momentarily stunned, her eyes filled with curiosity. This little guy, why did he suddenly want to go busking with her? I'll go be your audience, no matter how you look at it. We're solid buddies who've been through thick and thin together. Can't I go support my good friend? Besides, I'm bored out of my mind tonight anyway. But didn't you just tell what's her name that you didn't have time for the freshman welcome party tonight? You smiled helplessly. That was obviously an excuse. I have plenty of time. I don't have many classes these next few days. If I go back to the dorm, I'll just be playing games. I might as well come out and get some fresh air. Looking at your eyes full of eager anticipation, Yan Zhengxi curled her lips, eventually giving in. Fine, then we'll go together tonight. After finishing the crab pot, the two of you left the university area together and headed back to Yan Zhengxi's little place. Stepping into this rundown rental apartment again, an inexplicable sense of familiarity welled up in your heart. The bedroom door was ajar, and at a glance, you saw the floor pallet you had slept on, right by the entrance on the right, nestled in that narrow space between the wardrobe and the bed. Outside the window, a massive setting sun was slowly sinking. The blood-red afterglow washed over the room, stretching your shadow long against the wall. Faint sounds of hustle and bustle drifted in from afar, along with the whistle of a train rolling over the tracks. Subconsciously, you walked along the wall to the window. You could imagine a girl dragging her exhausted body home every day, curling up alone at the head of the bed after work, hugging a teddy bear, watching helplessly as the sky turned from bright to dark until the night grew deep, and thousands of lights flickered on in the city. That bone-deep loneliness, how it must have invaded this room inch by inch. What are you looking at? Is a girl's room really that fascinating? Without you noticing, Yan Zhengxi was already standing gracefully in front of you. Her words pulled you back from your deep thoughts to reality. You snapped out of it, just smiling silently. Nothing. It's just that from this window, you can see Longyuan Lake perfectly, when the sun sets, just like right now. Look, it's really beautiful. You pointed out the window as you spoke. Yan Zhengxi nodded calmly, standing shoulder to shoulder with you, quietly gazing into the distance. Watching that giant setting sun, being swallowed bit by the horizon, she murmured softly, it really is, more beautiful than any sunset I've ever seen before. You casually turned your head, only to be surprised to find that the afterglow of the setting sun was perfectly reflected in her eyes, making them instantly shine as bright as stars, like a pool of spring water rippling gently. After getting everything packed up, the two of you headed to the park together. It was evening, and the crowd of people taking their after-dinner strolls made Longjuan Lake Square exceptionally lively. The riverbank was full of adults playing with their kids. Children were laughing and chasing each other by the lake with toy shovels. Countless couples strolled hand in hand along the shore. The benches in the woods were already packed with people, and the shouts of street vendors echoed one after another. Amidst the weaving crowd, a specific area instantly caught both of your attention. It was a group of elderly people dancing. They were paired up, holding hands, stepping forward and back, dancing an elegant duet. The two of you stood to the side and watched for a long time. After who knows how long, you couldn't help but glance over at Yan Jungsi beside you, only to find that she had also turned her head to look at you at the exact same time. It was just a momentary locking of eyes, but you both quickly looked away as if you'd been electrocuted. It felt like two little deer were thrashing wildly in your hearts. You felt like your heart was about to leap right out of your throat. Just as you regained your composure, you suddenly felt a gentle tug on your arm. Turning your head, you met Yan Jungsi's smiling eyes. "What? Do you want to dance?" Your face instantly flushed red. You scratched your head awkwardly. "Sister C, don't make fun of me. You're pulling my leg. That dance is obviously for old folks. I'm still young. I don't even know how to do it." Hearing this, Yan Jungsi curled her lips into a sly smile. She coughed lightly twice and said with unquestionable authority, "Let's get started." The two of you found a spot by a flower bed. This location was perfect for not disturbing the passing pedestrians. The speaker was set up, the amp was plugged in, and Yan Jungsi held her guitar. Her delicate fingers pressed down, and the pick smoothly swept across the chords. A string of clear, crisp notes instantly pierced the air. The volume of the speaker was just right, yet it seemed to possess a magic that drew passersby to stop in their tracks. Curious gazes instantly focused on her, and among these people, most were college students from your school. Their faces were all brimming with youthful energy. They were either hanging out with friends or holding hands with their lovers, enjoying the pleasant evening in the park. You stood silently in the crowd. Even though you knew absolutely nothing about music, every note that flowed from her fingertips made your heartstrings tremble. She had taken off her high heels, wearing a long black dress and white sneakers. The hem of her dress swayed gently in the evening breeze. She just stood there quietly in the center of the crowd. When the final note of the intro fell, an angelic voice slowly flowed out. It was a song with a smooth, gentle melody, and every lyric was permeated with a faint trace of sorrow. Yan Jungsi's voice was so tender it felt like it could drip water. When the song ended, it felt like listening to a heartbreaking story. As the last note faded away, thunderous applause erupted from the surrounding crowd. "Oh my god, she sings so beautifully. That's literally professional level." Shouts of encore echoed one after another. Suddenly, someone tossed a coin through the air, landing with a crisp clink in the guitar case at her feet. Seeing this, the crowd generously followed suit. Even though it was mostly just spare change, you realized this wasn't just a passion project. It was a fight for survival. A wave of bitterness welled up in your heart. Life wasn't easy. She was actually using her talent and sweat to make a living. Yan Jungsi took a deep bow, her eyes slightly red. Then she strummed the strings and began her second song. It wasn't until the night grew deep, and her voice had gone hoarse from singing, that she looked a bit exhausted. The crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. Only then did the two of you pack up your things. Using that heavy pile of tips, you bought 2 piping hot servings of grilled cold noodles. Sitting side by side on the edge of the flower bed, the two of you sat shoulder to shoulder by the flower bed. Without realizing it, your bodies leaned closer and closer together until there was less than half a foot between you. You just sat there quietly, your eyes a bit dazed, staring blankly at the paper bowl in your hands. You're seriously amazing. When you were singing just now, everyone went crazy for you. They were all cheering for you. Yan Jungsi took a big bite of her grilled cold noodles, mumbling indistinctly. "Why are you suddenly bringing this up? And are you going to eat your noodles or not? They're getting cold. If you're not going to eat them, can I have them? I'm still not full. Don't worry, I've barely touched them. Here, you eat it." Hearing this, you didn't hesitate to hand your portion over to the girl in front of you, who was smiling like a child. After a long while, you finally couldn't help but speak up. Your voice is even more moving than those internet-famous singers. "Did you take professional lessons when you were a kid?" "No. I just bought online courses and taught myself. Otherwise, why do you think? I work so desperately hard, working day and night without a break. If it was just to fill my stomach, any random job would be enough. So your dream is to become a superstar that everyone looks up to." You pressed on. She smiled. That smile carried a trace of longing and loneliness. "It's too far away. I only dare to think about it in my dreams. But if that day really comes, when I become a big star, you can be my personal assistant." You grinned, clapping your hands hard, imitating how she acted earlier. Impressive, impressive." Yan Jungsi was amused by your perfunctory acting. She shook her head helplessly, curled her lips, and went back to burying her face in her food. A flash of inspiration hit your mind. Looking at her guitar, you suddenly spoke up. "I remember that time in the hospital, when we talked for the first time. You said you didn't like to talk. But looking at it now, that's not the case at all, is it?" Hearing this, Yan Jungsi wiped her mouth. She cast her gaze toward the distant Ferris wheel, starlight twinkling in her eyes. "I don't like to talk. Maybe it's because for so many years, I've been walking this path all alone. Whenever I wanted to vent to someone, there was no one by my side. No friends. Every day it was just working and singing. So," she said softly. Suddenly, she turned sideways, hesitated for a split second, and actually reached out to gently pinch your cheek. The touch was so soft it made your heart tremble. "So that's why I keep saying thank you to you. And like I said before, Meeting you is my greatest stroke of luck. In that moment, you felt yourself instantly petrified. The whole world faded away, leaving only your wildly beating heart. Evening breeze messed up her long hair. The air between the two of you was so thick with tension, it was about to solidify. Emotions clashed under the moonlight, sparking countless ripples. Oh, right. Did you think that English song I sang earlier sounded good? I didn't understand a single word, but I just thought it sounded incredibly beautiful. To be honest, I've never heard a song that beautiful before. Hearing this, the joy in Yan Jungxi's eyes practically overflowed. Then I'll sing one just for you. Come a little closer. My throat is a bit sore, so my voice might be really quiet. You didn't say a word, just silently shifted your body, leaning a few inches closer to her. Yan Jungxi cleared her throat, as if brewing her emotions. Then, her brows furrowed slightly, and a string of soft, low singing rang out just for you, meeting your eyes like a gentle breeze and a bright moon, lingering in this familiar mortal world. Just as you were completely intoxicated by the moment, a piercing ringtone suddenly shattered the night sky without warning. That damn sound instantly ruined the beautiful moment. Hello, who is it? You answered the phone, full of anger, only to hear a gruff roar from the other end. Idiot. We're queuing up for a 5-man team and we're missing one. Hurry up and get your ass back here to log in. You just casually explained. It's my roommate. Just ignore him. But Yan Jungxi hesitantly asked, why does your roommate call you Xiao Che? So you answered naturally, my name is Yun Che. People who are close to me naturally call me Xiao Che. Who knew that after hearing this, Yan Jungxi would start muttering to herself, little guy, Xiao Che. Little guy, Xiao Che. She seemed to be weighing which one sounded better. The next second, she suddenly realized something. Close people? She suddenly looked up and asked you. Then, can I call you Xiao Che from now on too? You immediately nodded. Sure, but her heart skipped a beat. Thinking you were going to go back on your word, she asked nervously, what's wrong? But you smirked and asked back, then can I call you Shiji? She instantly blushed and stammered, as sure. Miss Yan works too. It's just a bit. You looked at her shy expression, your smirk widening. Then how about Shishi? You're asking for a beating, aren't you? Yan Jungxi raised her hand and gave you a light chop on the head. After that night, her solo street performances turned into a duo. It was like you two had endless things to talk about. Whenever you had free time, you'd run over to her place. Even if you just sat there quietly writing your novel, you felt incredibly relaxed. For convenience, you even went out of your way to buy a little electric scooter. But when it came to picking a color, your childhood friend Jiang Sheng directly picked out a flashy pink one for you, claiming it matched your vibe. He thought you'd tell him to screw off, but to his surprise, your eyes lit up, and you actually scanned the code to pay on the spot. Jiang Sheng was stunned on the spot. Little did he know, you just felt that this color, Sister Shi would definitely love it. Sure enough, when you rode this little pink scooter, putting along until you stopped in front of Yan Jungxi, she smiled brighter than ever. Such a girly heart, Xiao Che. You didn't care at all, and just said, let's go. I'm taking you shopping. However, just as your relationship with Sister Shi was advancing by leaps and bounds, Lu Ruyan, the girl you used to pursue, was feeling exceptionally irritated. She noticed you had changed, bumping into you several times at school. You didn't even spare her a single glance. You looked like you were in a rush to see someone, with an unusually happy expression on your face. She couldn't figure it out. You were the one chasing her. What gave you the right to stop taking the initiative now? For 2 whole days, you hadn't replied to her with so much as a punctuation mark. She was furious. She had never explicitly rejected you, so what gave you the right to just stop liking her out of nowhere? Especially yesterday. She saw you at the school gate and thought you were there to apologize. She'd even decided that as long as you had a good attitude, she would give you a little chance. But you actually just nodded at her and rode off on that eye-catching pink electric scooter, leaving without another word. That was it. Liu Ruyan completely blew up, swearing she would never talk to you again. But just a few days later, she couldn't hold back anymore. When she saw you walk past her yet again, treating her like thin air, she finally stopped you. Yun Che, what is your problem? Why are you ignoring me? Hearing this, your face paled. Was this woman ever going to stop? So you just said bluntly, sorry about that. I'm not good enough for you. Just let me go, will you? But she kept her high and mighty attitude. Am I wrong? You were the one who kept chasing me, and now you're just stopping. Give me a good reason and I'll forgive you. You laughed out of sheer frustration. I've got things to do. Have fun playing your little games. You walked away. Watching your resolute back, Liu Ruyan trembled with anger. She stormed back to her dorm and screamed at her roommate, Zhou Chuyu, I'm going to find a boyfriend. I'm going to make Yun Che regret this. Zhou Chuyue was stunned. What's wrong, Rian? Why the sudden urge to find a boyfriend? She gritted her teeth and shouted your name. It's all because of Yun Che. Zhou Chuyu was completely bewildered. She questioned Lu Ruyan. He liked you so much in high school, and now he just stops chasing you? Just like that? Lu Ruyan's eyes were red, pursing her lips in grievance. And he's being so cold to me, like I'm a total stranger. Zhou Chuyu was totally confused. Wait, that's not right. Why is the plot reversed? Didn't you say he was the one pestering you every day and doing whatever you wanted? Why does it sound like you're the one looking for him every day now, while he's the one ignoring you? Just then, another roommate, Su Nian, came over. After listening to Lu Ruyan's tearful complaints, Su Nian's head was buzzing. Trying to sort out the logic, she asked cautiously, Ruyan, if Yunche changed his mind right now, would you agree to be his girlfriend? How is that possible? Liu Ruyan immediately interrupted, looking arrogant. I admit I had a little crush on him before, but it was nowhere near that level. Sunian's head throbbed. She had to try a different angle, continuing to ask, then what if he was still chasing you, but you met someone you liked more? What then? I don't know. I'd probably choose to be with the person I like more. Then what about Yunche? Liu Ruyan thought about it for a long time and answered matter-of-factly, what does it have to do with him? It's not like I accepted his pursuit. Didn't you say you were always giving him a chance? Yeah. Giving him a chance and agreeing to his pursuit are two different things. Sunian was dumbfounded on the spot. At first glance, this logic actually seemed flawless. But wasn't this just purely stringing the guy along? Not giving up? She continued to press. Then have you ever thought about it? He chased you so hard for so long, and you kept giving him hope, only to end up with someone else in the end. How pitiful would he be? Liu Ruyan's answer completely shattered Sunian's worldview. What else could I do? I can't just give up on the person I like, just for his sake, right? That wouldn't be fair to me, and that's fair to Yunche? Sunian's mind was a total mess. In that moment, she had a sudden urge to move out of this dorm immediately. She shook her head and completely checked out of the conversation. Even her best friend Zhou Chuyu was left speechless, but she still had to bite the bullet and stand by her best friend's side. She could only comfort Liu Ruyan against her conscience. Ruyan, I think Yunche definitely isn't what you think he is. Then what is he? He just chased you for too long without any results, felt embarrassed, and is pretending to be cold. I bet he won't last a few days before he comes looking for you again. Sure enough, Liu Ruyan immediately stopped crying. That arrogant attitude flared up again. Even if he regrets it, I absolutely won't give him another chance. Zhou Chuyu nodded vigorously. Right. When the time comes, you just reject him ruthlessly. Soon, the class organized a reunion. Liu Ruyan flipped through the guest list over and over, but couldn't find your name anywhere. After hesitating again and again, she still sent you a message. Yunche, why aren't you going to the class reunion? But the next second, the prompt that popped up on the screen left her completely dumbfounded. The other party has enabled friend verification. You are not their friend yet. Staring at the bright red exclamation mark next to the message, Liu Ruyan's mind went completely blank. You actually deleted her. Growing up, she was always the one deleting others. No one had ever dared to delete her. Liu Ruyan bit her lip hard, her fists instantly clenching. On the night of the reunion, a rich kid named Wang Ziran started showing off the moment he walked in. Everyone, it's Wang Ziran's honor to be in the same class as you all. Wang Ziran chugged an entire bottle of beer, then sneakily glanced at Liu Ruyan. He did all this just to get her attention, but Liu Ruyan was completely uninterested, simply because you hadn't shown up at all. Wang Ziran suddenly felt a bit awkward. To save face, he deliberately asked loudly, oh right, what about that guy in our class named Yunche? Why isn't he here? As soon as he said this, Liu Ruyan's fists instantly clenched, and she slammed her hand hard against her chair. The class monitor, Yang Shengsen, immediately looked at her. Ruyan, didn't you go to the same high school as Yunche? You guys are so close. Why didn't he come? You don't know? The words so close felt like a resounding slap, right across Liu Ruyan's face. Just then, the private room door was pushed open, and Zhu Chuyu rushed in. Sorry, I'm late. What are you guys talking about? Wang Ziran immediately jumped in to answer. We're talking about Yunche. He's the only one in the whole class who didn't show up. Who does this guy think he is? Zhou Chuyu instantly froze in place, because just moments ago, she had run into you. And at this very moment, you were with this stunningly beautiful woman, eating and shopping around the mall. Xiaoche, I'm a little thirsty. I want some jasmine tea. Yan Zhengxi said to you with a smile. You immediately shook your head. Why drink tea? I'll go buy you an ice-cold Fanta. That's the real top-tier stuff. Watching your back as you turned and dashed into the mall, Yan Zhengxi's smile deepened. Today, she was wearing a light blue dress and sneakers. She looked as youthful as a campus belle, without a trace of the nightclub queen she used to be. However, as soon as you entered the mall, you were drawn to a claw machine. 10 minutes later, you were stomping your feet in anger. Why is this so hard to catch? Give me back my coins. Suddenly, you realized crap. Sister, she was still waiting for you to buy the Fanta. You hurriedly rushed into the supermarket, grabbed 2 cans of Fanta, and ran back out. Where did you go? It took you this long to buy a drink? Yan Zhengxi looked at you, her eyes full of suspicion. Your expression was extremely unnatural as you quickly handed over the Fanta. Ah, I definitely wasn't playing the claw machine. Haha, what are you talking about? Hurry up and drink. This is super good. Yan Zhengxi took the Fanta and took a sip. Mum, it's pretty good. Just a bit too sweet. You immediately looked smug. See, I told you. Ice-cold Fanta is the absolute goat. Seeing your intoxicated expression, Yan Zhengxi suddenly asked, You're a student, running over to my place every day and taking me out to play. What are you plotting? You scratched your head, feeling a bit guilty. We're practically life and death bros now. I was worried you were in a bad mood, so I'm keeping you company to help you relax. Hearing this, Yan Zhengxi punched you straight in the arm. Who wants to be your bro? You were instantly confused. Then what? What are we? She revealed a smile and said casually, Then, let's be besties. Isn't that just the female version of a bro? Just as you were looking completely bewildered, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind. Yunche, why are you here? And who? You turned around and it was actually Zhou Chuyu. But before she could finish her sentence, her eyes fell straight onto Yan Zhengxi beside you. She froze instantly. Seeing the woman beside you, Zhou Chuyu's breathing stopped. It was actually the same stunning beauty who took you away at the stadium entrance last time. Yan Zhengxi also recognized her and gave a polite nod and smile. This smile made Zhou Chuyu's heart race, her cheeks flushing red. Last time she was charming and sexy, but today she looked like a pure campus belle. What kind of goddess was this woman? Zhou Chuyu's heart sank. It's over. If Lu Ruyan saw this, how could she even compete? But she still forced herself to stay calm and extended an invitation to you. Yun Che, do you want to go grab a bite together? Lu Ruyan is there too. You didn't even think before rejecting her. Forget it. I'm busy. After saying that, you actually naturally picked up Yan Junxi's bag, getting up to leave. Zhou Chuyu was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? He's even carrying her bag? Are they dating? She couldn't help but chase after you. Yun Che, are you really not going? But Ruyan is there too. If you don't go, you cut her off directly. Your eyes cold. Whatever she's doing has nothing to do with me. Then you deliberately shook the lady's bag in your hand. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. Zhou Chuyu completely gave up. But right at that moment, you and Yan Zhengxi stopped in front of a claw machine. You were playing here just now, weren't you? Yan Zhengxi said lightly. You instantly felt guilty, scratching your head with a silly smile. I wanted to catch a doll for you, but I tried over a dozen times and couldn't get one. Unexpectedly, Yan Zhengxi said, I've never played this before. Play with me for a bit. You paused, then broke into a bright smile. Okay. Standing off to the side, Zhou Chuyu's jaw nearly dropped. What kind of godly conversation was this? They were definitely dating. She didn't dare stay any longer and fled in a panic. Oh my god, how was she going to explain this to Lu Ruyan? That woman wasn't just prettier than Lu Ruyan. Her aura was even better, and she was the one who publicly took you away last time. If Ruyan found out that you skipped the reunion, just for her, she would absolutely explode on the spot. Zhou Chuyu didn't dare think about it anymore. Hurrying back to the private room, as soon as she sat down, she heard Wang Ziran's loud voice. Oh right, Ruyan, I heard Yun Che chased you in high school and got rejected? Lu Ruyan got angry just hearing about it, her face full of grievance. Don't mention him. He chased me for so long in high school, and was completely obedient. Now he suddenly stops chasing me, and even deleted me as a friend, making me look like I was just being full of myself. Wang Ziran instantly burst out laughing. That's hilarious. Isn't that just a total simp? I was wondering why he didn't show up. Turns out he's just afraid of embarrassing himself. Another girl chimed in. Yun Che probably got to college. I realized he wasn't good enough for you, and gave up because he was afraid of losing face. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan instantly beamed with joy. The little theater in her mind started up again. That's right. He definitely didn't want to avoid seeing me. He was just afraid of being mocked for chasing me. Serves him right. However, sitting across from her, roommate Su Nian felt incredibly conflicted inside. She knew very well that all of this was just Lu Ruyan's wishful thinking. The person who should truly be embarrassed was never you, but she chose to stay silent because she knew that trying to reason with this group of vain, belittling people was completely pointless. Zhou Chuyu was fighting an internal battle. Should she tell Lu Ruyan about what she just saw? She decided to test the waters one last time. Ruyan, do you really not like Yun Che? Liu Ruyan frowned and laughed. Like him? How is that possible? I absolutely despise him. But Zhou Chuyu hit the nail on the head. You say you despise him in every sentence, yet you can't stop talking about him. What if he isn't afraid of losing face, but actually just doesn't like you anymore? Lu Ruyan remained stubborn to the end. Whatever, I'm planning to find a boyfriend anyway. When that happens, even if he comes crawling back, I won't even spare him a glance. Zhou Chuyu breathed a sigh of relief, but still felt uneasy. She leaned in close to Lu Ruyan's ear and lowered her voice. Then what if Yun Chi is dating someone else right now? Lu Ruyan froze for a moment, then laughed dismissively. Whoever he's with, what does it have to do with me? Now Zhou Chuyu was completely relieved. Since her best friend said so, there was no need for her to say too much. However, Lu Ruyan felt restless and agitated inside. Her stubbornness just now was nothing more than her final shred of arrogance. Soon the reunion ended. Wang Ziran suggested going to the mall across the street. Zhou Chuyu gasped. Crap, she had a bad feeling about this. She was terrified of bumping into Yun Che and his girlfriend at the mall. If that happened, how spectacular would Liu Ruyan's expression be? After all, that woman wasn't just prettier than her. Her aura was absolutely unmatched. The two of them weren't even in the same league. That night, you returned to your dorm, ready to grind out some words for your novel. But your mind was full of scenes with Yan Zhengxi from today. You actually accompanied her on a kiddie ride for half an hour. The way people around looked at you was like they were looking at an idiot. Do I not know how heavy I am? You even wanted to roast yourself. That kiddie ride was about to fall apart. But seeing how happy sister she was, you felt it was all worth it. You knew in your heart that her childhood had been too bitter. While others played with toys, she was planting and selling vegetables. While others prepared for college entrance exams, she was risking her life in the city just for a bite to eat. She had tasted all the bitterness others had experienced, and even the bitterness others hadn't. She had tasted it all. But the sweetness that others had, she had never possessed. At this moment, you secretly made a resolution. From now on, you would take her to experience all the beauty in the world. As long as she was willing, you would stay by her side to the very end. No one would ever bully her again. But as you kept thinking, you suddenly felt something was off. Wait a minute, why am I having these thoughts? Could it be that I've fallen for Sister She? Beautiful, intellectual, gentle, strong. Countless merits of hers flashed through your mind. Fighting alone for her dreams, she was practically a heroine. Aside from these, there didn't seem to be any other merits. Immediately after, you forced yourself to find an excuse. Right. Sister She said herself that I'm her bestie. The female version of a good bro. The value of that is rock solid. Going to bat for a bro, that's totally reasonable. Treating a bro well, nothing wrong with that. But wanting to sleep with a bro, that's going too far. But on second thought, Sister She is a girl after all, not a real bro. This excuse didn't seem to hold up. Your mind was getting more and more chaotic. You simply closed your laptop and walked out to the balcony. Closing your eyes, you opened your arms and let the autumn wind blow over you. Beside you, Jiang Shang had long noticed something was wrong with you. Smiling one moment, frowning the next, you even shot him a look of disdain. That look was like looking at a piece of trash. This made him very unhappy. Before he could even speak, you ran to the balcony acting crazy. Xiao Che, what kind of crazy fit are you having? Jiang Shang finally couldn't hold back. You didn't open your eyes and said lightly, you wouldn't understand. I am asking the spring breeze. Jiang Shang frowned. Spring breeze? It's so cold, it's almost winter. You completely ignored him, continuing to act deep. The book says, may your heart be at peace, and all 4 seasons be like spring. Oh ho. Then what did you find out? Just then, you opened your eyes and slowly said, nothing. Jiang Shang was taken aback for a moment. Then he burst into laughter. No. Are you kidding me? This book isn't accurate at all. You walked back from the balcony, with a smile on your face, and said softly, although the spring breeze cannot understand my intentions, I already have the answer in my heart. Didn't you fail to get an answer? You smiled faintly. The spring breeze speaks no words, but it follows the true heart. Meanwhile, at Lianqing Foreign Languages University, the freshman campus bell election was in full swing. This online war was even more intense than a physical brawl. The various departments were arguing endlessly, each believing their own candidate was the most beautiful. After half a month of fierce competition, the top 2 in votes were impressively Lu Ruyan and Su Nian from the College of Liberal Arts. The students of the Liberal Arts College instantly became arrogant, dragging others down everywhere. Sorry, top 2 spots are dominated by our Liberal Arts College. As for Lu Ruyan, she was glued to her phone every day, reading all the comments praising her. Her vanity was immensely satisfied, and she felt absolutely thrilled. She had long decided that the title of Campus Belle belonged to no one else but her. However, all of this completely changed within a few days. A mysterious photo suddenly dropped on the school forum and was wildly shared by countless students. In just a few days, her votes skyrocketed with an overwhelming lead, crushing Liu Ruyan, who had been sitting comfortably in first place. When all the students saw the photo of the new number 1 Campus Belle, they all fell silent. In the photo, a girl wearing a long black lace dress only showed her side profile. Beside her was a guy, with only his back visible, but it was exactly this side profile that carried an indescribable aura of sorrow, making anyone who glanced at it feel an irresistible urge to protect her. This is simply God tier. Who is this girl? Why is she only showing up now? We need more photos. This isn't enough. The students who previously defended their own goddesses instantly had their hearts broken. Compared to the girl in this photo, their goddesses could only be considered cute at best. So, countless people crazily became her fans, asking around everywhere for her identity. But surprisingly, not a single department stepped up to claim her. Until someone casually mentioned she was from the Music Academy, this photo was finally tagged. The Music Academy is the ultimate winner. The mysterious Campus Belle left everyone in the dust. Now, even Song Yang, the president of the Music Academy, was dumbfounded. She's from our academy. How come I've never seen her? His subordinates were equally confused. President, there's no such person in the freshman records. Song Yang rolled his eyes in thought, slammed the table, and said, whatever. Find someone to write a post and praise her to the heavens. Just say she's from our music academy. Meanwhile, in the Shuahai cafeteria, Lu Ruyan was glaring daggers at her phone, gnashing her teeth in hatred. The photo of the first-place winner in the Campus Belle contest made her lose her appetite completely. Isn't this the woman who took Yun Che away last time? Why does she get to be above me? How am I any worse than her? Smack! She slammed her chopsticks onto the table, startling Wang Ziran beside her. Ruyan, what's wrong? See for yourself. Wang Ziran took the phone, his eyes instantly lighting up. Holy crap, who is this girl? She's gorgeous. As soon as he said that, he met Lu Ruyan's resentful glare. What are you looking at? Is she really that pretty? Terrified, Wang Ziran quickly changed his tune. Ah, this is definitely photoshopped. There's no way any girl is prettier than you, Ruyan. This stupid remark instantly made Lu Ruyan explode with anger. Wasn't this just admitting that the person in the photo looked better than her? This idiot. His emotional intelligence couldn't even compare to a fraction of Yun Che's. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She stood up abruptly and stormed off in a huff. And just as you were about to leave the campus, you bumped right into the 3 people coming out of the cafeteria. When Lu Ruyan saw you, her feelings instantly became complicated. Of course, she recognized that the back figure in the photo was you. Seeing her expression change, Wang Ziren, pointed at Yu and asked who you were. Zhu Chu Yu quickly answered, Yun Che. Hearing this, Wang Ziren immediately coughed twice, adjusted his clothes, swaggered over to Yu, and said disdainfully, So you're Yun Che, huh? You looked at the sloppy guy in front of you, having a vague impression of him. He seemed to be in the same class. Yeah, what's up? Unexpectedly, Wang Ziren looked you up and down, shook his head, and said solemnly, word by word, You don't deserve Rian. Stop pestering her. You were instantly dumbfounded, but a second later, you realized what was going on. So this guy was walking down the exact same path you used to. Your gaze toward him inexplicably carried a trace of pity. Then you solemnly pursed your lips, looked at him solemnly, and finally said solemnly, Yeah, I know. Good luck to you. Now it was Wang Ziren's turn to be stunned. Wait, this wasn't how the script was supposed to go. He thought you would flip out on the spot, so he could take the opportunity, right in front of Lu Ruyan, to ruthlessly humiliate you and max out her affection for him. But you actually told him good luck? This was an absolute disgrace. He felt his very character had been insulted. He immediately shouted at you as you were about to leave, Yun Che. I'm speaking to you as a rival. Please, show some respect. Who knew that in the next second, you would suddenly reach out and pat him heavily on the shoulder. What are you doing? I've practiced Sanda. Wang Ziren shrank his neck in fear, his voice trembling, but you frowned and stared dead into his eyes, making his heart run cold. Just when he thought you were charging up an ultimate move, you suddenly spoke. You're so strong. Looking into your eyes, I feel an invisible pressure. I really don't deserve this. I've lost. After saying that, you even squeezed out a sad expression, let out a deep sigh, and said, I have things to do. I'll get going first. Good luck. Just kidding. You were in a hurry to find Yan Jungsi. Who has time to waste on this simp? Then, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, you hopped onto a flashy pink electric scooter and puttered right past them. When going over a speed bump, because you were going too fast, with a loud clunk, your butt was bounced right off the seat. A feint. Holy shit. Echoed back. It wasn't until your figure completely disappeared that Wang Ziren couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. Did he just ride off on a pink scooter? Lu Ruyan watched you retreating back, but just let out a cold, disdainful snort. Meanwhile, riding your little pink scooter, you were in an exceptionally good mood. Passing by a supermarket, you bought vegetables and fruits, along with a huge bag of snacks, until your hands couldn't carry anymore. I don't know what sister she likes to eat, so I'll just buy a bit of everything. When you showed up carrying bags big and small, in front of Yan Jungsi, she smiled and teased. Little guy, are you planning to move in with me? You scratched your head, smiled and asked back, Can I? Yan Jungsi rolled her eyes at you. In your dreams, you immediately ducked into the kitchen. What do you want to eat? I can make anything for you. I'm not picky. Soon, the sound of chopping and stir-frying filled the house. You hummed a tune, happily busy with the cooking, while Yan Jungsi sat outside, occasionally looking up at your back, revealing a bright smile. She suddenly started nagging. Look at you, if you hadn't met me. You could have been enjoying your college life. You smiled and replied while stir-frying. But I just so happened to meet you on that rainy night, and just so happened to save you. This must be fate, right? Does fate really exist? Of course. It's like seeing flowers bloom in winter. Out of all the people in the world, we met each other. Yan Jungsi stayed silent. She had a feeling that she could open her heart in front of you. Actually, from the moment you saved her, her fate had already changed. Everything around her started to shine. Just then, the voice she had grown accustomed to rang in her ears. Food's ready. Let's eat. Yan Jungsi looked at the table full of dishes and exclaimed, You made so much. Can we finish it all? You put some food in her bowl and smiled. It's our first time, of course it has to be a feast. Try them and tell me which one is good. I'll make it for you again next time. But Yan Jungsi only heard the words next time. After dinner, the atmosphere was peaceful and quiet. Wearing a plaid cotton dress, she sat cross-legged on the sofa, playing the guitar and singing softly. The afterglow of the setting sun perfectly illuminated her tranquil face. It was like a painting. All that was left was your heart pounding wildly in your chest. Just as you were completely mesmerized, she suddenly turned her head and asked, Do you think this song sounds good? You finally snapped out of it. Why didn't you notice before that her eyes were actually so beautiful? It's really good. What's it called? She replied. I wrote it myself. It's not finished yet, so it doesn't have a name. Your heart skipped a beat, and you immediately asked, Then do you want more people to hear you sing? Yan Jungsi looked confused. What do you mean? You didn't answer directly, but instead continued to ask. When you used to sing at the bar, how many people usually listened? She thought for a moment. A dozen or so, I guess. At most, maybe 40 or 50. The corners of your mouth curled up slightly as you dropped a bombshell. Then do you want hundreds of people, or even thousands, to hear you sing? Yan Jungsi was completely stunned. She laughed and said, What are you thinking? That would practically be a mini concert. But as soon as she said that, her eyes instantly dimmed. She said softly, I do. I dream about it. But before she could finish, you suddenly stood up and confidently announced aloud, Tonight, I'll help you make that dream come true. Yan Jungsi was startled by you, her face full of disbelief. What are you talking about? How is that possible? To her surprise, you leaned in directly, grabbed her arms with both hands, and stared dead into her eyes. Being so close made her blush instantly. Go get ready right now. Bring your guitar and pick up. Tonight, I'll make your dream a reality. Trust me. Looking at your determined eyes, although Yan Jungsi didn't understand, she still softly replied, She got up and went back to her room to pack her gear. Meanwhile, you immediately took out your phone. Of course you knew about Miss Yan shooting up to first place on the campus bell rankings, so you logged into Jiang Sheng's account and posted a message on the campus forum that would detonate the entire school. Tonight at 8 p.m., the mysterious campus bell from the Music Academy, currently ranked first, will hold a solo concert at the new stadium. Free glow sticks will be handed out at the venue. After posting, you immediately dialed Jiang Sheng's number without stopping. Old Jiang, are you in the dorm? Yeah, what's up? Order 1,000 concert glow sticks for me right now. The light-up kind. I'll pay you back later. Hearing the seriousness in your tone, Jiang Sheng agreed without a second word. No problem. Leave it to me. But if you talk to me about money again, watch out. I'll beat you up. He froze for a moment, then smiled. Hanging up the phone, the setting sun just happened to cover the windowsill. Now, everything was ready. All that was left was to wait for nightfall. At the same time, the entire campus completely exploded. The hype around the mysterious campus bell hadn't died down to begin with, and with the post you made using Jiang Sheng's account, it instantly ignited the whole school. It wasn't even 6 p.m. yet, but the new stadium was already packed with a sea of people. The stands, the track, and the turf were swarming with people everywhere. At 7 o'clock, the stadium lights turned on. The speakers and microphones were all set up. You looked at the colorful sea of lights in front of you, your mouth wide open in shock, and asked Jiang Sheng, who looked incredibly smug beside you, Old Jiang, how many glow sticks did you buy? Jiang Sheng raised an eyebrow and spat out a few words. Not many. 5,000. 5,000? You stared at Jiang Sheng with wide eyes. Why did you buy so many? Jiang Sheng looked at you like you were an idiot. A university has 20 to 30,000 people. The campus bell contest is so hyped up right now. What the hell is 1,000 gonna do? Even 5,000 feels like too few to me. You were instantly enlightened. You gave him a thumbs up. Old Jiang, you're the man. Was my vision too small? Having such a reliable brother was truly one of life's greatest blessings. But right at that moment, Jiang Sheng suddenly leaned in, his face full of gossip as he asked, Tell me, are you chasing after that mysterious campus bell? You hesitated for a moment, feeling that this couldn't be hidden anyway, so you pulled him to sit on the stands and told him everything in detail, from meeting on that rainy night to her showing up at your door and all the events that happened afterward. After Jiang Sheng finished listening, the shock in his heart couldn't calm down for a long time. After a long while, he slowly spoke. So that's how it is. This Miss Yan is indeed pitiful yet strong. But you little punk. What did you mean by calling me trash in front of my sister-in-law? You instantly bristled. Acting like you didn't hear his question, you said, Speak properly. What sister-in-law? Don't just call her that. But Jiang Sheng gave a sly smile. Yo, you can fool your bros, but don't fool yourself. When you mentioned her, your eyes were so gentle they could drip water. And you still say you don't like her. I don't. You said resolutely. If I do, I'll eat my shoe. By the way, it's already 7:30. Why isn't Sister Shi here yet? You quickly changed the subject. However, after hearing this, Jiang Sheng suddenly realized something. He abruptly asked, She didn't come with you? No, I came first to set up. Holy crap, this is bad. You then suddenly remembered that Yan Jungsi didn't have a campus card and couldn't get in at all. You're a real freaking genius. Jiang Sheng stomped his feet in anger. You even forgot your own wife. You didn't have time to retort. The two of you hurriedly scrambled down the stands and sprinted toward the main gate. But just as you ran to the stadium entrance, you bumped right into her, carrying her guitar, the late-arriving Yan Jungsi, Little Che. Seeing the two of you in such a panicked rush, Yan Jungsi looked confused. Where are you going? You were both surprised and overjoyed. Sister Shi, how did you get in? She answered casually. I climbed over the wall. You hurriedly apologized, explaining that you were too engrossed in chatting, and your phone was on silent. Yan Jungsi just smiled gently. It's fine. At this moment, you finally remembered to introduce him. This is my roommate, Jiang Sheng. He's not trash. He's a good guy. Jiang Sheng had a face full of question marks. Yan Jungsi smiled politely. Hello, good guy Jiang. Jiang Sheng burst out laughing. Hello, sister-in-law. This kid Yun Che hid you pretty well. You were completely speechless, while Yan Jungsi just blushed slightly, not saying much. Then, she walked up beside you. Looking at the sea of people on the field and the sky full of lights, she was instantly dazed. She asked softly, Are all these people waiting for me? It's so dreamy. How did you do it? You looked at her, your eyes burning bright. Do you like it? This is a concert held just for you. Tonight, just sing to your heart's content and enjoy your dream. Yan Jungsi choked up, her eyelashes trembling slightly. She hesitated for a moment, then suddenly stepped forward and gave you a tight hug before quickly letting go. You sure know how to talk. Anyway, thank you. However, she tilted her head slightly and smiled helplessly, saying, What I owe you. It seems I won't be able to repay it in a lifetime. Looking at her touching appearance, you blurted out without thinking. Hey, what are you thanking me for? We're good bros. As soon as those words came out, the air instantly froze. Beside you, Jiang Sheng furrowed his brows tightly, looking utterly incredulous. This is what you call knowing how to talk? Unexpectedly, Yan Jungsi just smiled, as if she was already used to your clueless straight guy remarks. She closed her eyes, a myriad of thoughts rushing through her mind. From when she first arrived in Liancheng for 7 years, enduring loneliness, to the center of attention just 10 minutes later. But in the end, the only thing left in her mind was him. She suddenly opened her eyes. "You asked?" "Nervous," she answered honestly. "Yes, it's my first time in front of so many people. I don't know if everyone will like me." Hearing this, you racked your brains, trying to find a comforting word. But at this moment, your mind went completely blank. You thought for a long time, and finally squeezed out a sentence. "Then what should we do?" Jiang Sheng beside you was absolutely dumbfounded hearing this. He cried out badass in his heart. He's definitely doomed now. However, Yan Jungxi just smiled and sighed after hearing it. She asked softly, "Will you keep looking at me when I sing?" You immediately promised, "I will. I won't even blink." She instantly smiled, as if all the heavy burdens had been lifted off her. "Then I'm not nervous anymore." Jiang Sheng clicked his tongue in wonder from the side. Sister-in-law is way too cool. "I'm going then." Leaving behind those short words, Yan Jungxi slung her guitar over her back and walked toward the already prepared stage. But she hadn't walked far when she suddenly turned around and shouted loudly in your direction. "Little Che, wait for me after I finish singing. I don't want to climb over the wall to get out again." At that moment, her smile was radiant, but tears glistened in her eyes. You stood frozen in place, then nodded vigorously and waved at her. "Good luck. I'll be waiting for you right here." Jiang Sheng silently squatted to the side, feeling like his heart was being pierced by arrows over and over again. "I really can't live like this anymore." Right at that moment, Yan Jungxi walked to the edge of the crowd, instantly causing a wave of gasp. Immediately after, the entire stadium went wild. Today, she was wearing a long treasured black waist cinching dress with light makeup, looking noble and elegant. Under the gaze of thousands, she walked toward that stage prepared just for her. The entire venue instantly fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. A confident smile beamed on her face, not just because of her talent, but more so because at this moment, a special person was silently watching her. "Hello everyone, thank you so much for coming to hear me sing. I will give it my all to sing every song tonight well." As soon as her voice faded, the stadium suddenly erupted, with earth-shattering applause and cheers. "Goddess, you're the best. You're so beautiful, sis." Seeing those pure faces, Yan Jungxi felt the last trace of anxiety in her heart vanish into thin air. The next second, she plugged in her pickup and closed her eyes. The melodious intro began to play. It was the song Sunny Day. As the intro ended, her moving voice spread across the entire stadium. Her clear, spring-like singing voice reached into everyone's hearts. The whole crowd waved their glow sticks, and countless people hummed along softly. "It sounds so good. It makes me think of my first love." Her vocal skills are so solid. The emotion is spot on too. My eyes were welling up with tears as the song ended. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause. It was even more passionate than before. Yan Jungxi's eyes were shimmering with tears, yet she smiled as beautifully as a blooming flower. She didn't say a word. She just tilted her head slightly, looking up at a specific spot in the stands. A familiar figure was sitting right there. You and Jiang Sheng watched this scene in silence. Jiang Sheng patted your shoulder and laughed. "Did you save the galaxy in your past life or something, man?" But you completely ignored him. Everything else in your world had faded away. All you could see was the green field and the girl standing in the center of it. She had promised him, without even blinking, that she would absolutely make it happen. While the concert was still going on, a hot girl carrying some beers suddenly walked right past you. But when you took a closer look, you were instantly dumbfounded. It was actually your counselor, Sister Lu. She froze in her tracks when she saw the two of you. You both blurted out in unison, "Sister Lu, what are you doing here?" Jiang Sheng looked at her edgy outfit and couldn't help but tease her. Our usually gentle and elegant counselor Lu, drinking all by herself? This is a real eye-opener today. Surprisingly, Sister Lu didn't care at all. Instead, she smiled and shook her beer can. "You two little brats, want a can?" So the three of you sat together, drinking and listening to the music. But then Sister Lu suddenly spoke up. "I saw Jiang Sheng's post. It's getting a lot of traction." Then her tone shifted, and her eyes turned sly. "But I'm more curious about something else. That little girl isn't from our school, is she? And she's holding a concert here? Do you guys know what's going on?" You and Jiang Sheng instantly felt the hairs on your arms stand up. You were both too scared to make a sound. You thought to yourselves, "We're so dead." Unexpectedly, Sister Lu just waved it off nonchalantly. "I don't care about your youthful antics. Be as impulsive as you want." After saying that, she finished her beer and stood right up. "I'm out of here." You hurriedly tried to make her stay, but she just gave a carefree smile. "I'm getting old. I can't handle all this sentimental stuff." Who knew, Jiang Sheng would mutter under his breath. "Your image is already ruined anyway." Sister Lu instantly snapped her head back, her eyes sharp. "Jiang, my boy, an ice-cold beer still can't shut your mouth. Huh?" Just when you thought the matter was over, she took a few steps and suddenly turned her head again. Your heart skipped a beat. You only heard her ask, "Whose girl is this anyway?" In a flash, Jiang Sheng shoved you to the front, pointed at you, and yelled, "His." Sister Lu raised an eyebrow. "Not bad. You've got good taste, Yun Che." The concert went on until 10 p.m. Yan Jungxi was instantly swarmed by enthusiastic students. While you waited for her in silence, she finally managed to break free and walk toward you. But you had already gone down to meet her. In the middle of the crowd, you locked eyes instantly. You asked her, "How does it feel?" She beamed with joy. "I'm so happy. It feels so unreal." You noticed that she seemed to have changed. She smiled a lot more now. So you struck while the iron was hot. The school sports festival is in a week. Do you want to go out and have some fun? How about a trip to Hangzhou? You even had an excuse ready. I heard the fortune-telling there is really accurate, but she stayed completely silent, just walking forward on her own. Your heart sank. If a girl doesn't agree right away, it probably means you're doomed. What you didn't know was that for her, the world was black and white before she met you. And now, she finally had something to look forward to. Finally, she stopped and asked, just the two of us? Yeah. Yan Jungsi smiled playfully. I want to, but I'm a little scared to go. You instantly started whining. I swear to God, I'm really not that kind of guy. Yan Jungsi suddenly turned around, her clear eyes staring right into yours. You look pitiful. If you don't want to, you can just say so. But the next second, she gave a stunning smile. Who said I wasn't going? As soon as the words left her mouth, she turned and ran, leaving you far behind. You were stunned for a second, then it finally clicked. You instantly lit up with joy. Hell yeah. You eagerly chased after her, chattering away by her side. So, should we get our fortunes told together? She said softly, whatever you want. The concert completely blew up the internet. The mysterious campus beauty became a legend overnight, yet she seemingly vanished into thin air. You were scrolling through your phone, looking at the forum posts going crazy over her, and you couldn't help but smirk. But right at that moment, trouble came knocking during PE class. Wang Ziren's two roommates, Zhang Cheng and Xiao Shiqing, plopped down right next to you. Zhang Cheng's face was glowing. Yun Che, did you see the concert last night? My whole worldview is shattered. Xiao Shiqing nodded vigorously. I used to think Lu Ruyan was the absolute peak of beauty, until last night, when I finally saw what true radiance looks like. Right after that, Zhang Cheng added, I heard she's from the music academy. Let's go stake out the place and ask for a photo. Wouldn't that be awesome? Hearing this, you couldn't help but chime in. It's just a photo. Is it really that big of a deal? Zhang Cheng instantly got annoyed. He turned to you and snapped. What do you know? Oh right, I heard you failed at chasing Lu Ruyan. You replied calmly, yeah. That happened. Their eyes widened in shock. You failed and you're still this calm. Your expression remained flat. Why would failing be something to be ashamed of? But just as you said that, Lu Ruyan actually walked right toward you with Wang Ziren. The moment Wang Ziren saw you, he let out a cold scoff and deliberately sat as far away from you as possible. You laughed inwardly. This rich idiot, what's he acting all high and mighty for now? However, Lu Ruyan's expression was incredibly complicated. She stared daggers at you. The sight of you leaving with that girl last night was like a thorn stuck in her heart. She gritted her teeth. Finally, she couldn't hold it in anymore. Yunche, what exactly is your relationship with that girl from last night? You frowned. Which one? Lu Ruyan raised her voice. The one who was singing last night. I clearly saw her leave with you after it ended. Those words struck like a bolt of lightning. Zhang Cheng, who was just raving about the goddess, and Xiao Shiqing, instantly turned to stone. Their eyes nearly popped out of their heads. So you weren't just acting tough earlier. You felt completely baffled, and replied impatiently, we're just friends. I don't believe you. Before Lu Ruyan could even speak, Wang Ziren jumped out from beside her. Yunche, what are you pretending for? You have the guts to do it, but not to admit it. But just as they were arguing endlessly, a massive commotion suddenly broke out at the entrance of the field. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn in one direction. A girl in a flowing white dress with her long hair blowing in the wind, carrying a bag, was walking right toward them. It was none other than the mysterious campus beauty from last night, Yan Jungsi. Wang Ziren's face went pale. He thought to himself, no way. Lu Ruyan stiffened completely, clenching her fists tightly. The next second, under the dead silent gaze of the entire crowd, Yan Jungsi walked straight through the crowd, ignoring everyone else, and stopped right in front of you. She flashed a breathtaking smile, and, like magic, pulled a bottle of Fanta out of her bag. Ice-cold Fanta. You were completely stunned. Sister Shi, what are you doing here? Yan Jungsi smiled and sat down next to you, leaning slightly toward you. I came to buy something at the school gate, so I dropped by to see you. You took the Fanta and chugged a huge gulp. However, Yan Jungsi suddenly pulled out a bottle of mineral water, handed it to you, and said gently, open this for me. You muttered in your head, Sister Shi, a tough girl who could take on 10 guys can't open a bottle cap. But you still took it, easily twisted it open, and handed it back to her. She tilted her head back and took small sips of water, not forgetting to nag you. Drink less of that. It's high in sugar. It's bad for you. Then she brought up, oh right, tomorrow is the sports festival holiday. I've already bought the tickets. I'll come pick you up then. You gave a soft, The two of you just sat there drinking water, acting like nobody else was around. That day, you took your crush to a trendy internet-famous restaurant in Hangzhou, but the very first bite almost took you out. This Westlake vinegar fish was so fishy and foul, you couldn't hold back and cursed right in front of Yan Jungsi. But she took a bite and actually looked at you with a smile. I think it's pretty good. Pretty good? The aftertaste was so strong you just wanted to throw up. You could only drink water the whole time, watching helplessly as Yan Jungsi quietly ate by herself. However, when the meal was over, more than half the food was still left on the table. Yan Jungsi actually asked the waiter for a to-go box. You were completely dumbfounded. You asked in confusion, Sister Shi, what are you doing? She packed the food and said, There's so much left. It'd be a waste not to take it, right? You're actually going to take this stuff back to eat? You quickly tried to persuade her. Leftovers are bad for your stomach. But she just replied casually, growing up, I've eaten plenty of leftovers. It's no big deal. In that instant, a sudden wave of sorrow hit your heart. You couldn't say another word. You secretly made up your mind. The moment you stepped out of the restaurant, you turned around and dragged her straight into a KFC, quietly watching her finish her meal. Right after that, you headed to Lingyan Temple. Just as you were about to burn incense and pray, your buddy Jiang Sheng suddenly sent a message. Little Che, pray for my love life. You were about to roast him, but he immediately dropped his trump card. A week's worth of Fanta. You instantly replied with one word, deal. When it was your turn to make a wish, you first prayed for your bro's Fanta no. You prayed for his happiness and love. Then, you made your first wish, for my family to be safe and live without worries year after year. But when you turned your head and saw Yan Jungxi praying with her eyes closed beside you, you immediately made a second wish. I hope all hardships stay far away from her and that she will be happy forever. Who knew that the moment Yan Jungxi opened her eyes, she'd catch you staring blankly at her. You hurriedly reached out your hand, using the excuse that her hair was messy, and carefully smoothed it out for her. You thought that was the end of it. But unexpectedly, she suddenly turned around. Her eyes looked as if they could see right through everything. She laughed softly. When you were looking at me just now, were you thinking about something naughty? You instantly looked guilty. Seeing your expression, Yan Jungxi was sure she had guessed right. Her tone shifted, and she said with a smile, I've seen too many men. I can tell what they're thinking with just one glance. Just like some little boys who look all quiet and polite, but are actually full of dirty thoughts. You stared at her blankly, and she looked back at you with a smile. After a long pause, you finally asked in a low voice, You're not talking about me, are you? Yan Jungxi shot back. What do you think? You instantly panicked, scratching your head in guilt. I'm doomed. Doesn't that mean I have absolutely no secrets in front of her? Just as you were stressing out over how you'd ever lie to her in the future. Yan Jungxi spoke up again. She laughed gently. Are you stressing out? Because you won't be able to lie to me anymore. Oh my god. She actually has mind-reading powers. Your eyes widened in shock. How does she know everything? But the next second, Yan Jungxi's words completely broke down your defenses. She looked at you and said with absolute seriousness, Don't worry. I won't overthink things when I'm with you. I'll believe whatever you say, and I'll only ever tell you the truth too. You couldn't help but ask, but why? Yan Jungxi's answer was incredibly natural. Because I know you. I know you wouldn't lie to me. And even if you did, it would be for my own good. She reached out and carefully adjusted your collar, muttering something under her breath. At that very moment, you felt as if something had struck you. You suddenly raised your hand and swore loudly. I swear, from now on, I will never tell a lie in front of you. Yan Jungxi was startled by you, then teased, Why are you suddenly being so serious? Are you trying to confess your love? Your heart felt like a deer thrashing around wildly. You blankly blurted out, Can I? Yan Jungxi abruptly turned her head away, refusing to look at you, but a soft voice drifted over, in your dreams. After saying that, she quickly walked away, leaving you standing there in confusion. What kind of answer was that? Right after that, you went to take a boat ride on the West Lake. You kept wanting to take a picture with her, but every time the words reached your lips, you swallowed them back. So you could only wait until she was looking at the scenery, to secretly raise your phone and snap a bunch of photos. Looking at her in the photos, looking unbelievably beautiful, your lips curled up into a massive grin. But right at that moment, Yan Jungxi's voice suddenly rang out. What are you taking pictures of? Crap, caught red-handed. You hurriedly explained, I'm taking pictures of the scenery. The water in the West Lake is so beautiful, so long and white. I mean, so slender and straight. Before you could even finish, Yan Jungxi had already leaned in with a smile. Is that so? Let me see just how white it is. The next second, she snatched your phone away and saw that your gallery was full of pictures of her. She scrolled through them, playful smirk tugging at the corner of her lips. So this is the scenery you were talking about. It really is long and white, huh? Your mind went blank, and you blurted out. That's right, you are the most beautiful scenery. You thought she would get shy, but unexpectedly she just reached out, pulled you right next to her, and tightly linked her arm with yours. A soft sensation pressed against you, and your heart instantly started pounding like crazy. Just as you were at a loss for what to do, Yan Jungxi held up the phone, pointed it at the two of you, and said, Smile. Click. The photo was captured. In the picture, the girl was smiling brightly, while you looked panicked, your face completely red. Afterward, you arrived at a quaint, antique-looking street. Yan Jungxi's footsteps suddenly stopped in front of a small stall. She stared blankly at a cloth doll. You immediately asked her, Do you want it? She glanced at the price, $68 each, and immediately shook her head, pulling you away. But you didn't care. You shouted straight at the vendor, Boss, I'll take $2. The matching pair right there. Yan Jungxi got anxious, lowering her voice. Are you stupid? Why are you wasting money on this? But you just smiled and shoved the doll into her hands. It's rare for us to come out and play. Just treat it as a gift from me. Yan Jungxi instantly looked conflicted. This doll reminded her of her childhood, the one her grandmother had sewn for her. While she was lost in thought, you had already paid. You held one of the dolls up to her face and said with a grin, Sister Shi, don't you think this one is just as cute as you? She immediately put on a stern face, looking a bit annoyed. I'm not cute. You teased her on purpose. Oh, is that so? Then I guess I'll just have to give it to someone else. She snatched the doll right back, holding it in her hands like a precious treasure. You struck while the iron was hot, and suggested naming the dolls. You pointed at the one in your hand and said, "This one that looks like me will be called Little Che, and the one that looks like you will be called Little Icchi." As soon as you said that, Yan Zhengxi's eyes instantly changed. What did you say? You jumped in fright, and immediately corrected yourself. I meant yours is called Little Mei. Yeah, that's it. As soon as the words left your mouth, Yan Zhengxi couldn't hold it in anymore, and burst into a bright laugh. All right, I won't tease you. We'll go with what you said. But the next second, she took the doll that represented her, and shoved it into your arms, keeping the other one for herself. She said softly, "Then I'll leave little Zixi in your care. Little Che will stay with me. You better cherish it, and I'll cherish yours too." Hearing those words, your heart skipped a beat. You deliberately widened your eyes. Huh, did you just say you're going to cherish me? I didn't hear that wrong, did I? Yan Zhengxi instantly raised an eyebrow. I never said that, but you weren't embarrassed at all, replying confidently, "I definitely heard it." Right at that moment, Yan Zhengxi suddenly reached out and pinched your cheek with a smile. "I just think this doll was too expensive, so I have to cherish it." Who said anything about cherishing you? Even though your cheek hurt a little from the pinch, your heart was blooming with joy. That's fine, as long as I think so. She let go, and instead lightly tapped your forehead with her finger. Little Che is getting bold. Huh, what happened to that honest, well-behaved guy I first met? Right after that, she flicked you hard on the forehead again, joking. "A good beating will set you straight." You didn't say anything. You just watched her scold you, with only one thought in your mind. How can she be this cute? In the blink of an eye, night fell, and you began your journey back. After all, the school only gave a 3-day holiday, and there was a rule against staying out overnight. You still wanted to try and convince her. "Sister Shi, I really don't mind. I'm super tight with the dorm auntie." But she was absolutely resolute. "This is non-negotiable. I can't let you get disciplined again because of me." You were just about to raise your hand and swear, but she immediately unleashed her ultimate move. "Swearing won't work either. Otherwise, I'll just go back by myself, and you can stay here and have fun." After saying that, she turned and walked away, without a moment's hesitation. Now you were completely out of options, and could only follow her dejectedly. But then you thought about it again. She said, next time we come out." Thinking of this, that little bit of unhappiness in your heart instantly vanished into thin air. And so, you both boarded the latest high-speed train back to Liancheng. On the train, you were catching up on a novel, when suddenly, something soft leaned against your shoulder. Your body instantly stiffened, and your heart rate skyrocketed. You stiffly turned your head, and what met your eyes was Yan Zhengxi's peaceful sleeping face. She had actually fallen asleep. You watched her quietly, even able to hear her soft breathing. It seemed she was truly exhausted. You carefully lowered your shoulder, so she could lean more comfortably. In this moment, you wished more than anything that time would stand still. But soon, you noticed something was wrong. Her brows were tightly furrowed, and she was mumbling something incoherently. She looked extremely restless in her sleep. Was she having a nightmare? Your heart tightened. Your eyes filled with worry. You gently reached out a finger, wanting to smooth out her furrowed brows. She seemed to sense something, and with her eyes still closed, she kept rubbing her head against your face, taking a long time to finally settle down. However, your anxious heart completely sank. You couldn't help but wonder, did she dream about her past life? You grew up surrounded by love, your world bright and full of light. But what about her? You couldn't even imagine. In all those lonely, late nights, was she crying in a cramped, tiny rented room, waking up from nightmares in a cold sweat? Outside the window, thousands of lights flickered in the city, but not a single one was lit for her. You didn't even dare to imagine that teenage girl back then, on a night of raging wind and rain, locked inside a dilapidated little house, covering her ears, not even daring to cry out loud, because she knew that once she started crying, she wouldn't be able to stop. And by her side, there wasn't a single person to wipe away her tears. Thinking of this, your eyes instantly grew red. Your heart was in turmoil, but you could only desperately suppress your emotions, afraid of waking her up. You look up out the window. The city lights are blurry yet dazzling, like a sea of stars reflected in your eyes. But you feel that this sky full of stars isn't as beautiful as the face of the girl beside you. So you turn your head, breathe a puff of white mist onto the cold window, and draw a smiley face. You hope she won't frown anymore, won't be sad anymore. She should just be like this, leaning on your shoulder when she's tired, sleeping like a well-behaved cat. Even though she's not that young anymore, in your heart, she's just a little girl who makes you worry. Thinking of this, you hesitate for a moment, gently tilt your head, and press your cheek against her forehead. In this moment, you just snuggle up and fall into a deep sleep. Getting off the high-speed rail, you're both still a bit groggy. After dropping Yan Zhengxi off at her place, you're getting ready to head back to school. "Hurry upstairs, Sister Shi. Get a good sleep," you remind her. "If you don't feel like cooking tonight, just text me. I'll be right over." Yan Zhengxi wraps her coat tighter, her eyes full of care. "No need. You go back and get some rest too. Be careful on the road. Don't drive too fast." You thump your chest. "Don't worry, Sister Shi. I'm wide awake right now, even more refreshed than Hai Bodong." But right after those words leave your mouth, at the very next turn, she watches you get startled by a sudden dog bark and almost crash into a tree. "Ha ha, my bad." You scratch your head awkwardly. Yan Zhengxi watches your retreating figure helplessly, sighing with deep concern. This little guy really doesn't give anyone peace of mind. And you, after making sure Yan Jungsi can't see you anymore. Instantly twist the throttle to the max, speeding all the way back to school. If you don't get back soon and get caught, you're dead meat. Meanwhile, Wang Ziran from the dorm next door is lying listlessly in bed, questioning his life choices. He tried everything to step on you, to show off in front of Lu Ruyan, firmly believing he was the chosen one. But that scene on the sports field a few days ago became a lingering psychological shadow for him. What's worse, ever since he saw Yan Jungsi perform, he's treated her as his goddess too. Although this doesn't conflict with him chasing Lu Ruyan, the blows just kept coming. First, he heard from Lu Ruyan that you left with his goddess. He didn't believe it, but the very next second, his goddess appeared right in front of him in the flesh, bringing you water, having you open the bottle cap, and nagging you like an old married couple. You two sat so close. Damn it. You were practically glued together. This was worse than killing him. He treated others as love rivals, only to find out someone else had already bagged his goddess. Wang Ziran was completely crushed. Just then, his two roommates came back, discussing the very thing he least wanted to hear. Who would have thought? That kid Yoon Chae secretly scored a goddess, right? He's definitely been out on dates with my goddess these past 2 days. Next time we see her, we gotta make him get us a group photo. Forget the photo, just make him teach us how to chase a goddess. Hearing this, Wang Ziran felt like he was being slapped in the face all over again. That kid Yoon Chae wasn't even here, and he was still flexing on him. He rolled over in frustration, making the bed creak loudly. His roommates finally noticed him and hurried over. Brother Wang, what's wrong? You've been in a bad mood these past few days. Wang Ziran replied weakly. Didn't you guys just explain the reason? Why are you even asking me? Zhang Cheng immediately showed his loyalty. Brother Ran, don't lose heart. I'm always on your side. Xiao Shiqing chimed in. Exactly, Brother Ran. Next time we see Yoon Chae, we'll definitely help you chew him out. But right as he said that, you pushed the door open and walked in. The dorm instantly fell silent. At a glance, you saw Wang Ziran lying in bed, looking half dead. The moment Wang Ziran saw you, his heart skipped a beat, and he just pulled the blanket over his head to block you out. In his eyes, just you standing there, radiating that damn humblebrag energy, was enough to blind him. Zhang Cheng asked in confusion, Yun Chae, what are you doing in our dorm? You just walked right in, dropping 2 bags of stuff on the desk, and said with a smile, went to Hangzhou for a trip, brought back some local specialties. Good stuff should be shared with my bros, of course. Holy crap, Dad. I haven't even eaten yet. Yoon Chae, you've got a conscience. Quick, tell us about you and the goddess. The two instantly betrayed Wang Ziran, hurriedly pulling up a chair for you, to sit down and pass on your wisdom. Wang Ziran violently threw off his blanket, furious. Old Xiao. Old Zhang, did dogs eat your pride? Can pride fill your stomach? Brother Ran, this Westlake vinegar fish is actually pretty good. Wang Ziran instantly exploded. I'm from Hangzhou. Don't I know how terrible that stuff tastes? You guys got scammed and you're still defending him. Zhang Cheng mumbled while eating. No way. I think it's pretty tasty. Just a little sour. Hearing this, Wang Ziran was completely dumbfounded. Zhang, where do you stand? Zhang Cheng immediately shifted the blame. I'm definitely on your side. But old Xiao was the one who said he'd help you chew out Yoon Chae. Has nothing to do with me. The hell? When did I say that? Xiao Shiqing denied it to the death with food in his mouth. Hearing this, you understood everything. It seemed your interactions with Yan Jungsi had dealt a massive amount of damage to their pure little hearts. But you suddenly felt something was off. Wang Ziran tried to find ways to mock you every day. But in the end, without you doing a thing, the guy ended up knocking himself out. Could it be that Yan Jungsi is actually a master at this? You got an idea, sat down, and said casually, all right, I'll reluctantly pass on a little experience to you guys. And while I'm at it, I'll tell you about the time I got rejected chasing Lu Ruyan. When you said the name Lu Ruyan, you deliberately raised your voice, making sure the guy in bed heard it. Sure enough, Wang Ziran was instantly torn. This was a golden opportunity to learn about Lu Ruyan. If I let my rival teach me, wouldn't I lose my stance? Whatever, chasing the goddess is what matters most. In the end, after holding out for a bit, Wang Ziran couldn't resist. He jumped right out of bed, pulled up a chair across from you, and said proudly, let's get one thing straight. Don't teach me that simp method you used on Ruyan. I, Brother Ran, will never be a simp. Looking at him like this, you shook your head, deciding to give the kid a little confidence. So you took all the embarrassing simp things you did while chasing Lu Ruyan, and spilled them all. The moment he heard it, Wang Ziran's eyes lit up. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Yoon Chae, aren't you just a massive simp? You twitched your lips. What? You're enjoying this that much? Wang Ziran suddenly felt his spine stiffen, smiling smugly. You should have said you were this pathetic earlier. Doesn't that make us brothers in misery? Zhang Cheng couldn't help but interrupt. Yun Chae, don't just talk about that. Teach us how you managed to bag the goddess. You look confused. Who told you I bagged the goddess? She and I are just friends. Please stop humble bragging. Our little hearts can't take it. You looked completely innocent. I'm really not. Fine, you're not. Then tell us, how did you become good friends with the goddess? You closed your eyes and thought for a moment. You couldn't talk about the stuff with Yan Jungsi just yet, so you just cleared your throat, putting on a profound and mysterious look. Alright then, I'll briefly share my experience. Hurry up and tell us. The suspense is killing me. The two urged frantically. You slowly spat out 2 words, be genuine. If someone likes you, even God can't stop it. If they don't like you, even if you were God, it wouldn't matter. Sincerity is always the ultimate weapon. With that, you patted their shoulders and turned to leave, leaving them to figure it out themselves. But little did they know, you were a total rookie at romance too. What you just said was just something you read in a book. You were afraid that if they kept asking, your little tricks would be exposed on the spot. Sure enough, as soon as you left, trouble came. That very night, you were called straight to the office by your counselor, Lu Shi. She saw right through your little trick of sneaking out to play during the sports festival. Even though you denied it to the death, she couldn't be bothered to expose you. She just warned you to behave yourself lately. So for the next few days, you really did behave. You didn't go looking for Miss Yan. For one, she was genuinely busy, and for another, you couldn't find a good excuse. But this morning, while strolling around the school, before you knew it, you ended up at the entrance of a music store. Driven by some unseen force, you walked in. Under the dim yellow lights, one item instantly caught your eye. It was a capo, but it had a killer name. Rose Peach Confession Edition. What was even more killer was the slogan on it. If it can't be used for love, then it becomes completely meaningless. Miss Yan's face instantly popped into your mind. You remembered that old, worn-out wooden capo of hers. She always said it was fine as long as it worked, but you knew she was just reluctant to spend money. You glanced at the price tag. Even though it stung a bit, you still bought it without hesitation. Not seeing her these past few days, you had already started missing her. You hurried back to school, hopped on your little pink electric scooter, but the moment you looked down, you froze. You actually found yourself thinking this pink looked pretty good. Even the capo you just bought was pink. You raised an eyebrow, reached out, and patted the front of the scooter. Let's go. Little Pink, time to deliver some warmth to Miss Yan. You rode your little scooter, putting along to the intersection outside her neighborhood. But you suddenly felt that just giving her a capo, empty-handed, was a bit too plain. So you parked the scooter, planning to go to the fruit shop across the street to buy some fruits she liked. But right then, you noticed an old lady sitting at the entrance of the fruit shop. At this busy intersection, she was wearing thin clothes, her hair was white, and she looked haggard. Your heart inexplicably ached, thinking she had run into some trouble. Without overthinking it, you walked into the fruit shop, grabbed a bag of fruit, and walked straight up to her. You spoke up hesitantly. "Hello, Grandma." But the little old lady just looked up, staring blankly at you, with no intention of taking it. Your heart skipped a beat. What's going on? Is she asking for money? You somewhat reluctantly dug around in your pockets for a while, only to pull out a 50-cent coin. Your mouth twitched, so embarrassed you wanted to die on the spot. Who knew that right then, the old lady would suddenly smile and say, "Young man, I'm not a beggar. I'm just a little tired, sitting here to rest my feet." You instantly turned to stone, your hand frozen in midair, cringing so hard your toes curled. "Oh man, I'm so sorry, Grandma. I didn't know, I thought." The old lady waved her hand and smiled. "It's fine. I can tell you have a kind heart." You scratched your head in embarrassment and asked, "Grandma, are you sitting here because you're not feeling well?" She sighed and said, "Stomach ache. It's an old problem. Eating some dried steamed buns will settle it." You frowned, glancing sideways at the bag next to her, only to see a few carrots and a piece of dry, hard steamed bun. Your heart tightened. "Grandma, if your stomach hurts, how can you eat this?" "Tell you what, wait here for a bit." You immediately turned to buy porridge. "Wait here, Grandma. I'll be right back." But the old lady didn't politely refuse. She just looked at you with gratitude. You knew in your heart she was in real pain. Soon, you hurried back not only with a cup of piping hot millet porridge, but also a few hot steamed buns. Seeing this, the old lady immediately tried to pull money from her bag. "How much was it?" You were stunned, quickly pressing her hand down. "It was just a few bucks. No need to pay me, Grandma." But she insisted on paying, muttering, "This old lady has money. I don't need you to buy it." You refused to take it no matter what. The old lady couldn't outstubborn you, so you just plopped down on the steps next to her to keep her company. After she finished the porridge, her stomach warmed up, and she let out a long breath. "Much better. Thank you, young man. I really met a good person today." You grinned. "As long as you're okay. By the way, Grandma, are you from the countryside?" The old lady nodded. "Yes, I am." You looked at the large bags beside her and blurted out without thinking, "Are you here to collect a debt?" To your surprise, the old lady laughed. "No, I'm here to find someone." "Find someone?" "Yes, my granddaughter. She lives in this area, but I'm old, and I can't remember which building it is." Your heart skipped a beat, pounding wildly. "No way it's this much of a coincidence, right?" You asked tentatively. "Grandma, what's your granddaughter's name? I know this area well. Maybe I know her." The old lady studied you carefully for a moment. Seeing your sincere face, you didn't look like a bad person, so she slowly spoke. "My precious granddaughter, working all alone out here. She's so good and filial. Her full name is Yan Jungsi, but I usually just call her by her nickname XIC. You suddenly sat up straight, your whole body trembling. Even though you had a 1 in 10,000 hunch, you never expected it to actually be true. This was literally a grandma falling from the sky. You were both shocked and overjoyed, even a little panicked. "So your sister, she's grandma." The little old lady instantly grabbed your hand, firing off 3 questions in a row. "You know my Zixi? What is your relationship with my Zixi? Has she been doing well lately?" You were so excited you were babbling. "More than just know her. We're also," you paused right before saying it, "good friends. Like really good friends." Hearing this, The old lady's smile instantly bloomed. Really? That's wonderful. I've always worried about her stubborn temper, afraid she'd get bullied all alone out here. Hearing this, your heart ached. You knew how hard Miss Yan had it all these years, but you couldn't let the old lady worry, so you fought back the sadness and smiled. Sister she's doing great, eating well, sleeping soundly, always has a smile on her face. That's good, then I can rest easy. As the old lady spoke, her eyes grew red. You immediately stood up. Grandma, I'll take you to find Xi. I know where she lives. Let's not sit here anymore. It's cold. But the old lady was getting on in years, and after trying a few times, she couldn't stand up. You hurried forward, patiently helping her up, and walked step by step into the neighborhood. However, just as you reached the bottom of Miss Yan's apartment building, the old lady suddenly stopped, panting, and said she needed to rest. You quickly wiped a clean spot on the edge of the planter for her to sit down. She looked up and asked, Young man, what's your name? I'm Yun Che, Grandma. The old lady nodded. Little Yun, what floor does XIC live on? 3rd floor, Grandma. There's no elevator here. We'll have to take the stairs in a bit. The old lady tilted her head back and muttered to herself. 3rd floor, huh? That's not low. You frowned. Not low? What does she mean? You immediately spoke up. Grandma, how about I carry you up on my back? To your surprise, she nodded without any hesitation. Then I'll have to trouble you. Little Yun. You were instantly speechless. In that moment, you suddenly felt that this grandma and Yan Jungshi's personalities were exactly the same. After resting, you put the grandma on your back and started climbing the stairs. You walked extremely slowly, your footsteps light, because you felt the old lady on your back was just too light. It was like carrying a bundle of dry firewood, afraid that one wrong step would shake her apart. For just 3 flights of stairs, you actually walked for a full 5 minutes. Finally arriving at Yan Jungxi's apartment door, you carefully set the old lady down. Grandma, this is it. You raised your hand and gently knocked on the door. A dozen seconds passed, but it was dead silent inside. Your heart tightened. What's going on? Is she sleeping? You checked the time. No, Miss Yan doesn't have a habit of sleeping at this hour. Could she have gone out? You knocked harder again, but there was still no movement inside. The hallway was freezing cold. After thinking for a moment, you decided to speak up. Grandma, I have a spare key here. It's cold outside, how about we go in first? The old lady instantly became alert. Little Yun, why do you have a spare key to Zixi's place? You panicked internally, unable to find a good excuse. Well, actually, who knew? The old lady's eyes would suddenly light up. Are you Zixi's boyfriend? Ah? You froze on the spot. Then, in a moment of panic, you blurted out, yeah, I'm Shixi's boyfriend. The more you spoke, the less confident you sounded, your voice so quiet even you couldn't hear it. But when the old lady heard this, she instantly beamed with a bright smile. I knew it. Zixi is a good judge of character. She must really trust you. Feeling guilty, you could only let out 2 awkward laughs. Then you took out the key, opened the door, and helped Grandma inside. The old lady looked around the room, muttering to herself, XISI. So this is where she lives. You asked tentatively, Grandma, have you never been here before? She shook her head. Zixi wouldn't let me come, but I missed her so much. I took a bus here at the crack of dawn. She paused, then stared at you. Little Yun, tell Grandma the truth. Is Shizi really doing well? Hearing this, your eyes instantly welled up with tears, your emotional defenses on the verge of collapsing. Just as you were about to tell her the truth, the door suddenly clicked. A familiar voice rang out. Little Che, you're here? Why didn't you tell me beforehand? Smack. Standing at the door, Yan Junshi saw the person inside, and the bags in her hands instantly dropped. Grandma? Why are you here? Seeing her granddaughter, the old lady's tears streamed down instantly. She stumbled forward. Oh, my precious Zixi. Grandma finally gets to see you. Yan Jungsi hugged her grandma tightly, feeling her frail, skin and bones body, tears bursting from her eyes. Grandma, how did you travel all this way? Are you cold? Watching this scene unfold, your eyes turned red too. Your tense nerves finally relaxed. But the very next second, the old lady's words made you feel like you plunged into an ice cave. Grandma ran into Xiaoyun today. He's such a wonderful grandson-in-law. Grandson-in-law? Yan Jungsi's head snapped up, staring daggers at you. You trembled all over. Your newly relaxed nerves instantly pulled taut again. You forced a wide, awkward grin, feeling too guilty to look her in the eye. However, Yan Jungsi didn't say anything. She just looked down at Grandma, her eyes welling with tears. Grandma, you can't do this next time. It's too dangerous. But the old lady ignored her and kept pressing the question. Zixi, have you been doing well these past few years? Has anyone bullied you? Yan Jungsi shook her head desperately, her face covered in tears. But with the firmest voice, she said, I've been doing great. Hey. He's always taken good care of me. I'm not lonely at all. You stared at her blankly, a lump forming in your throat. You couldn't say a single word. She was actually covering up your lie. The old lady's brow finally relaxed and she smiled. Good, good, good. Then Grandma can rest easy. You quickly stepped forward to close the door, picking up the things on the floor. Grandma, XIC, let's hurry inside. It's cold at the door. As soon as the words left your mouth, Yan Jungshi shot you an icy glare. Your scalp instantly went numb. Crap, it just slipped out. You immediately shut your mouth, guiltily averting your gaze. Moving to the living room, you set the things down and sat down with them. Yan Jungsi dug through the bag and pulled out a bag of rock-hard dried steamed buns. Tears fell from her eyes, pattering down. Grandma, is this all you ate on your way here? But the old lady smiled and said, of course not. Xiaoyun bought me steamed buns and porridge. Yan Jungsi looked at you with tearful gratitude and softly whispered, thank you. She then spoke up, Grandma, stay here tonight. To her surprise, the old lady shook her head. I won't stay. Seeing that you're okay, and that Xiaoyun is here with you, I can rest easy. Then she suddenly threw out a fatal question. How long have you two been together? Yan Jungshi was visibly stunned. She looked up at you, frantically hinting with her eyes. In a split second, she actually turned her head, smiling through her tears. A long time. I met him right after I came to Lianqing. He's been by my side ever since. I've been really happy these past few years. I haven't suffered at all. Hearing this, the old lady finally let go of her worries, muttering repeatedly, That's wonderful. That's wonderful. You rubbed your eyes, then stood up. I'll go make dinner then. You can leave after we eat this afternoon. You immediately dove into the kitchen and got busy, while secretly perking up your ears, listening to the murmurs behind you. You heard Grandma whisper, Xiaoyun knows how to cook. Yan Jungsi smiled and nodded softly. His cooking is really delicious. Hearing this, the old lady's smile grew even wider. Just like that, exchanging words back and forth, they praised you to the high heavens. Even though their voices were low, you heard every single word. You couldn't be more thrilled on the inside. On the surface, you calmly stir-fried the dishes, but behind their backs, you had an uncontrollable, goofy grin plastered across your face. You just couldn't keep the corners of your mouth down. Right at that moment, Grandma reached into the large bag on the table and pulled out 2 sweaters. XXI. It's getting cold. Grandma knitted you 2 thick sweaters. They'll definitely keep you warm. Yan Jungsi held them in her hands, but her expression was a bit odd. Grandma, aren't these sweaters way too big? I could wear them as aprons. But Grandma said, when you were little, didn't you always like buying things a size bigger? If they're big, you can layer more underneath in the winter. But why are there 2? Yan Jungsi asked in confusion. The old lady fell silent for a long time, then suddenly smiled and said, with 2, they'll last you longer. Grandma is getting old. My hands and feet aren't as nimble anymore. I don't know if I'll be able to knit for you next year. She paused, then changed her tone. If you really can't wear it, you can give it to my grandson-in-law. It should fit him perfectly. Yan Jungshi froze on the spot. Then her face broke into a smile. She turned to your broad back and called out, Hey, you over there want a free sweater? You had been eavesdropping the whole time, and upon hearing this, you excitedly turned around, cheeks flushed, nodding vigorously. Yes, of course I do. Thank you, Grandma. After claiming it, you felt your cooking movements become a bit more cheerful. After dinner, Yan Jungshi tried to get Grandma to stay again. Are you really not staying for the night? No, I already agreed with old Lee. He'll be waiting for me at the intersection. The old lady stood up, grabbed her bag, and prepared to leave. It's cold outside. You two don't need to come downstairs. But Yan Jungshi was worried and insisted on walking her to the intersection. At the intersection, Yan Jungshi held Grandma's hands, her eyes blurred with tears. Grandma, you have to take good care of yourself too. I'll come back for the new year. I'll stay with you for a few extra days this time. To her surprise, the old lady glanced to the side and asked with a smile, Just you? When are you bringing Xiaoyun home for the new year? Yan Jungsi was instantly stunned, her expression conflicted, not knowing how to answer. Right at that moment, you suddenly walked up to them and said with absolute certainty, Don't worry, Grandma. I'll talk to my parents in a bit. If not this year, we'll definitely visit next year. Only then did Grandma smile and nod. As soon as you finished speaking, a minivan honked and drove over. The window rolled down, and a kind-faced old man poked his head out, shouting, If it isn't little Shi, you sure made it hard for your Grandpa Lee to find you. Yan Jungshi hurried forward. I'm so sorry. Grandpa Lee, please drive safely on the way back. My grandma. Grandpa Lee flashed an okay sign. Don't worry, I guarantee she'll get home safe and sound. By the way, are you coming back for the new year? You are? That's great. You have no idea. Your grandma talks about you all day long. The old lady fiercely interrupted him. You old geezer. You talk too much nonsense. Are we leaving or not? She ignored Grandpa Lee and turned back to Yan Jungsi. Excellency, Grandma is leaving now. Bring my grandson-in-law home for the new year. You immediately shouted, Grandma, don't worry. I'll definitely take good care of Sixie. Yan Jungshi pouted. Who are you? Who needs you to take care of them? At that moment, you didn't know where you got the courage, but without blushing or skipping a beat, you shouted back, her grandson-in-law, of course. Seeing your shameless expression, Yan Jungsi actually laughed. Seeing this scene, the old lady got into the car, completely satisfied. Watching the small van drive away, Yan Jungsi suddenly felt a wave of emptiness. She wrapped her coat tighter around herself and absent-mindedly slipped her hands into her pockets. The next second, she completely froze. She pulled out something wrapped in newspaper from her pocket. Opening it up, she found several $100 inside, along with the sour jujube she loved most as a kid. In a daze, she realized something, and tears instantly streamed down her face. Your heart ached as you stepped forward, softly saying, Sixie. Before you could finish, Yan Jungsi smacked you right on the forehead. You're addicted to calling me that, aren't you? You asked sheepishly. Can I not call you that? In your dreams. Grandma's gone, so you're not allowed to. You had no choice but to suggest. Let's head back then. It's cold outside. Yan Jungsi wiped her tears, gave a soft but seemed weighed down by her thoughts. She walked incredibly fast, leaving you far behind. You just followed behind her like that, taking it one step at a time. Just as you were about to head upstairs, you finally mustered the courage to speak. Sister she, about earlier. Actually, But she didn't turn around. She gently interrupted you. You don't need to explain. I know what you're going to say. You just didn't want Grandma to worry. Thank you. Hearing those words, your heart inexplicably felt empty, and your mood instantly plummeted. Right at that moment, you suddenly remembered that the gift you got her was still in the basket of your pink bike. But the next second, you let out a heavy sigh. Forget it. I'll give it to her next time. In the days after Grandma left, Yan Jungsi would constantly wake up trembling from her nightmares. In the blink of an eye, the beginning of winter arrived. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the courtyard of her hometown, Grandma was leaning against the stove, cooking porridge, when a sudden, agonizing cramp seized her stomach. The pain paralyzed her. Her vision instantly went black, and the spatula clattered to the ground, slipping from her grasp. And at that exact moment, the gloomy sky let out a rare clap of winter thunder. Freezing rain and snow came crashing down. That evening, you were sitting in front of your computer in the dorm, typing away. Everything around you was just like usual. But right then, your phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID, you instantly sat up straight, a huge smile spreading across your face. Hello, Sister C. However, a few seconds later, your smile completely froze, and your heart sank like a stone. Hanging up the phone, you stood up abruptly without a word, threw on your clothes, and headed for the door. Your roommate Jiang Sheng looked confused. Where are you going? Without looking back, you yelled, Ask for a leave of absence for me. I might be gone for a few days. Before you could ask anything else, you had already dashed out of the dorm like a madman. You hopped on your pink bike, riding like the wind, with only one thought in your mind. Get to Yan Jungsi's side as fast as possible. Suddenly, Wang Ziren blocked your path with a smug look, looking like he wanted to show off something. But not only did you not slow down, you twisted the throttle to the max and roared at the top of your lungs. Get lost. Terrified, Wang Ziren violently dodged out of the way. You zoomed right past him, leaving him shouting indignantly in his wake. But you couldn't hear anything anymore. On the phone, Yan Jungsi had said something happened to Grandma. Lianqing First Central Hospital. You frantically rushed up to the 5th floor and shoved the ward door open. Panting heavily, you saw Grandma lying on the hospital bed, and Yan Jungsi was sitting right by the bed, her eyes completely bloodshot, looking utterly exhausted. Seeing you walk in, her tears instantly broke like a dam. Xiao Che, Grandma Shi. You hurried forward, tightly gripping her freezing hands. It's okay. Don't worry. Grandma will be fine. The two of you sat by the bed in silence, staying there the entire night, until the next day, when a doctor motioned for you to step outside to talk. As soon as the door clicked shut, Yan Jungsi asked the doctor, trembling, Can she be cured? The attending physician looked grave. After a long silence, he shook his head heavily. The cancer was discovered too late. Her entire stomach is already ulcerated. Surgery is no longer an option. Yan Jungsi violently covered her mouth, weeping silently. Her whole body was shaking, barely able to stand. You quickly supported her. Seeing her break down like this, your own tears came pouring out. Using every ounce of her strength, she asked shakily, Is there really no other way? The doctor furrowed his brows and said grimly, In all likelihood, she won't make it to next spring. Those few short words instantly handed Grandma a death sentence. The next afternoon, Grandma finally woke up. She groggily opened her eyes and struggled to prop herself up. The very first thing she said was, XIC. How much does it cost to stay here for a day? Grandma doesn't want to stay here. It doesn't smell good here. Let's go home, okay? Yan Jungsi fought back her tears, comforting her. We'll go home once you're better. But Grandma kept muttering about wanting to go home. In the end, you two made a decision. Right then, the ward director said you had to clear the hospital bills before you could process the discharge. Haggard, Yan Jungsi was just about to stand up, but you gently pushed her back into her seat. I'll go, you said firmly. You stay with Grandma. However, in all your years, you had never even registered at a hospital by yourself. A clueless kid, you were completely lost in the massive hospital. You ran to the wrong windows several times, asking people all along the way, and finally managed to finish all the paperwork. But your mind was entirely focused on her. So, you ran outside the hospital and bought her some hot food. When you returned to the ward, you found Yan Jungsi already asleep, slumped over the bed. Your heart ached as you gently woke her. Sister Shi, it's been a whole day and night. Eat something. She nodded numbly, but after taking just one bite of the corn in her hand, she couldn't eat anymore. The thought of Grandma waking up in agony in the middle of the night, holding her and wailing. The next second, her body trembled violently, and she collapsed into your arms. She didn't dare cry out loud, afraid of waking Grandma. She could only bite down hard on her lip, letting out muffled sobs against your chest. On the day of her discharge, Grandma was actually incredibly happy. She kept muttering, staying a couple more days. Would have cost another few $100. It's much better to save it for your wedding. You specifically bought high-speed rail tickets, just so the journey would be smoother for Grandma. But when you arrived at her hometown, you were completely stunned. It was a dilapidated old house, utterly bare and destitute. Its shabbiness was heartbreaking. You gently laid Grandma on the bed. Her sallow face was completely drained of color. She woke up, looked at the two of you by her bed, and forced a smile. Grandma's fine now. Now that we're home, it doesn't hurt at all. Then she shakily reached out her hand and said weakly, XXC, a few days ago I heard a loud boom. Thunder in the 12th lunar month. How bizarre. The old folks say, thunder in winter means fresh graves in the dirt. It's an ill omen. Yan Jungsi instantly broke down. She slumped over the bed, tightly gripping Grandma's freezing hands, and cried, Grandma, don't say nonsense like that. It's all fake. The days back home were a rare comfort. At night, after Grandma fell asleep, you sat outside in the courtyard with Yan Jungsi. Looking at her haggard profile, your heart ached. You shifted closer. When you're with me, you don't have to pretend to be strong. That single sentence instantly shattered her defenses. With red eyes and a hoarse voice, she said, I know Grandma will leave eventually, but now that the moment is actually here, I still can't accept it. Before she even finished speaking, she buried her face in her hands, her shoulders shaking violently. Sobs slipped through her fingers. You moved even closer, held her hand tightly, and said softly, I don't know how to comfort you, but if you want to cry, just cry. You paused, then said word by word, you can rely on me. I'll always be here with you. Later that night, Grandma suddenly jolted awake from a dream, mumbling your names incoherently. You both woke up instantly, rushing to her bedside before you could even put on your coats. Yan Jungsi held Grandma's hand. Grandma, I'm here. The old lady drifted in and out of lucidity, but seeing the two of you in front of her, she finally calmed down. Right then, Grandma suddenly spoke up. Where's my grandson-in-law? You quickly grabbed her other hand and replied softly, I'm here too, Grandma. But to your surprise, the old lady fell silent for a moment, then squinted at you and asked, Will you two get married in the future? You froze for a second, but answered without hesitation. When we're a little older, we'll get married. Good, good. I really wanted to see what you'd look like on your wedding day. Hearing those words, a lump instantly formed in your throat, and a swirl of complex emotions filled your heart. Just then, the old lady struggled immensely to sit up. Sitting at the foot of the bed, she started rummaging through the cabinets. A moment later, she pulled something out of an old trunk. She unfolded it and shook off the dust, then turned to the two kids, her eyes full of nostalgia. Sixy, this is the veil your mother wore when she got married. Can you put it on and let Grandma see? Yan Jungsi's face was covered in tears. She nodded, crying. She took the veil, but suddenly turned to look at you. Xiaoche, help me put it on. Hearing this, you stayed silent, and just nodded heavily. After clumsily helping her put on the veil, Grandma spoke again. Can you two get a little closer? Let Grandma get a good look. So, the two of you pressed close together, your cheeks mere millimeters apart. Gazing at you both, the old lady was filled with joy, murmuring from the bottom of her heart, what a perfect match. When you get married, you have to be even happier than you are now. The next second, you took out your phone, held it up high, and snapped a photo. In this photo, Grandma, despite being tormented by illness, had a radiant smile, and the girl wearing the pure white veil was leaning very, very close to the clear-eyed boy beside her. This photo immortalized their final moment of happiness. Late at night, after Grandma fell asleep again, you walked through the quiet old courtyard. Following behind you, Yan Jungsi suddenly spoke in a low voice. When I was little, my family was really poor. That year on the winter solstice, so she could make dumplings for me. Grandma sold everything we had in the house. She paused, then continued. But in the end, not only did she buy meat, she also brought back two other things. You turned around and asked curiously, what were they? Yan Jungsi smiled brightly, raising her hands to cover her ears. A pair of pink earmuffs. They were really, really small. I can't even wear them anymore. She lowered her hands and gestured in front of her chest. And a red sweater. It was really, really thick. Back then, I wore it every day until it got dirty. After washing it, I'd leave it by the stove to dry the next day. She started laughing. But it ended up getting scorched. It was so scratchy to wear. Haha. I was so silly back then, wasn't I? On the first night you returned home, after Yan Jungsi fell asleep, you stayed by Grandma's side, listening to her recount Yan Jungsi's heartbreaking childhood. A 7-year-old little girl, cooking meals all by herself after school. The cooking smoke would make her eyes stream with tears. Her tiny body couldn't even lift the wok, and her hands were covered in burns. Not to mention, in the freezing dead of winter, she had to carry vegetables to the market to sell, standing there all morning just to earn a dozen bucks. When Grandma occasionally felt bad and bought her a piece of rice cake, she couldn't bear to eat it. Even when it went cold, more than half of it was still left. Even late at night, so she wouldn't wake her weeping grandmother, she would bite her lip and let her tears fall silently. Not long after, Grandma, who had been hale and hearty just the day before, fell asleep in the blink of an eye and never woke up again. A few agonizing wails echoed from the old house, instantly swallowed by the bitter winter wind, as insignificant as dust. On the day of the funeral, the sound of firecrackers filled the air like flying red confetti. Snow swept across the entire courtyard. Yet, Yan Jungsi didn't shed a single tear. She just held her grandmother's portrait, looking completely lost, walking alone at the very front. You followed at the back of the procession, gazing at her lonely back from afar. Your heart ached as if being twisted by a knife. Finally, unable to hold back any longer, completely ignoring all the traditional customs and etiquette, you suddenly pushed through the crowd, walked straight up to her side, and walked shoulder to shoulder with her, because you just wanted her to know that she wasn't alone. But right at that moment, an old man nearby signaled you not to break the rules, telling you to step back. You were already extremely frustrated, too bothered to even explain. You just glared at him coldly. Old man, look closely. I'm her grandson-in-law. After the mourners left, you sat side by side with her next to the low grave, letting the winter wind blow past your ears. At dusk, returning to the old house, you stood at the door, bowing in return to the neighbors who came to offer their condolences. After working non-stop all day, an unnatural flush appeared on your face. Just then, old man Lee walked in, speaking with a heavy voice. Xiaoxi, your grandmother left some money for you. Saying that, he placed a plastic bag on the table. Inside the bag were several thick stacks of cash, along with an old, worn handkerchief. But when the handkerchief was unfolded, inside were crumpled 10-cent, 50-cent, and 1 yuan bills. That night, Yan Zhengxi stayed awake all night. She sat by the window, staring blankly at you, sleeping soundly on the bed. The thought that you had been handling everything these past few days made her hate herself immensely. She was the one who dragged you into this endless exhaustion. So, early the next morning, as soon as you woke up, she smiled and told you to eat. But at the dining table, she suddenly said, Xiaoch, you should go back to school. You were instantly stunned, blurting out, What about you? She just gave a faint smile. I want to stay in my hometown for a while. You don't need to stay with me. Panic suddenly gripped your heart. She's driving me away. You started explaining incoherently. It's fine. I have a lot of easy classes at college. My memory is super good. I understand the books after one read. You wanted to keep explaining, but Yan Zhengxi interrupted you emotionally. You have to go. If I plan to live here for the rest of my life, are you going to stay with me forever? Her words stabbed into your heart like a vicious knife. We belong to two different worlds anyway. She stopped mid-sentence, as if realizing what she was trying to explain. The next second, she shut her mouth, her face full of exhaustion, looking as if even breathing took effort. I'm sorry. Forget I said that. Go back and focus on your classes. When I figure things out, I'll go back to Lianqing to find you. You were completely at a loss for words, feeling heartbroken to the extreme. How long? I'll handle my school stuff and come back to be with you. But Yan Zhengxi just shook her head, her face frighteningly pale. She forced herself to step forward, squeezing out a smile. All right, don't be stubborn. Be good. She even raised her hand, swearing, I will definitely come find you. Seeing her pretending to be strong, you couldn't understand it even more. Why? Why is Miss Yan driving me away? You walked toward the station alone, completely devastated. But right at that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly echoed behind you. You whipped your head around. It was Yan Zhengxi. She ran over, panting heavily, and stuffed a bag of hot steamed buns into your hands. Eat these if you get hungry on the way. After saying that, she took off her own scarf, stood on her tiptoes, and carefully wrapped it around your neck. Your eyes instantly welled up with tears, unable to hold back anymore. I want to stay. But Yan Zhengxi smiled. Are you afraid I'll do something stupid? I'm not a little fool like you. She hesitated for a moment, then suddenly opened her arms and gave you a tight hug. Then she gently pushed you away, tears in her eyes, but smiling as she said, Remember to let me know when you get to school safely. Though you were extremely reluctant, you still grasped at this final straw. Pinky promise. Yan Zhengxi froze for a second, then smiled and reached out her hand. Two pinky fingers hooked tightly together. It wasn't until the moment the bus drove away that you saw the light in her eyes completely extinguish. In the blink of an eye, over a month passed. During this time, all the messages you sent her sank like stones in the ocean. You were completely drained, zoning out in class, having no appetite, unable to muster energy for anything. You bought a bus ticket several times, only to refund it at the last minute. You were afraid she'd be unhappy to see you. You could only go alone to the apartment she rented, clean the place, air out the blankets, and pretend she was still there. Your roommate, Jiang Sheng, seeing you half dead like this, finally exploded. You dog, I help you do your homework. I help you cover your shifts. And you come back giving me this stinking attitude. Your grandam. The moment you heard the word grandmother, your mouth instantly turned down in grievance. Jiang Sheng got even angrier, pulling at your mouth and yelling, Give me a damn smile. Even young Master Qin Diwang couldn't stand it anymore. Yun Che, what's with you moping around all day? Even Lu Ruyan ran over to ask Zhou Chu Yu, Yun Che, what exactly is wrong with him? Lately, even Lu Ruyan noticed your low spirits, even suspecting that you and Yan Zhengxi had broken up. Your family called, urging you to come home, but you just vaguely replied, Wait a bit longer. This evening, you were alone again. You walked into the convenience store, your voice hoarse. Boss, 2 cans of beer. Carrying the beer, you sat alone right in the middle of the stadium bleachers. The empty sports field instantly reminded you of Yan Zhengxi holding her concert right here. The sea of glow sticks, the gentle breeze. Time felt both fleeting and endless. You took a huge gulp of beer, the bitter taste making you frown. Tastes awful. As you were muttering to yourself, a sharp female voice suddenly rang in your ear. Who's this? You turned your head. It was actually Lu Shi. She walked over, also carrying a pack of beer. You just glanced at her, then lowered your head and let out a heavy sigh. Lu Shi frowned and sat down next to you, popped open a can and took a big swig. Ah, refreshing. She shot you a sideways glance and said casually, "Got something on your mind? Let's hear it." After listening to you pour your heart out, Lu Shi didn't comfort you. Instead, she said, "This might not necessarily be a bad thing. Maybe it'll help you grow up a bit." You suddenly looked up with bloodshot eyes, wiped your tears, and asked her sullenly, "What do you mean?" Lu Shi finished her beer in one breath and let out a long sigh. "Think about it. If you hadn't left back then, what would the result be?" You shook your head in confusion. Lu Shi continued, "Even if you two somehow ended up together in the heat of the moment, have you thought about the future? That girl sees things much clearer than you do. You two belong to different worlds. Your outlooks on life, your values, your spending habits, they all need to be aligned. These are all troubles you'd have to face later on. Ask yourself, are you really prepared for that? Is it just a momentary impulse? Or have you thought it through?" Her words were like a basin of cold water poured over your head. When she told you to leave, she was probably struggling inside even more than you were. Being able to think calmly after being blinded by love, that's very rare. Then, she threw out an even more fatal question. She has no one to rely on right now. Are you confident you can take good care of her? Or rather, can you even take good care of yourself? Instant silence. You lowered your head, rubbing your dejected face. You really were being greedy. You thought the good times would last forever. You had even fantasized about countless futures. Giving her a chameleon, her scolding you for wasting money, but secretly treasuring it. When the Ferris wheel reached the top, pulling out a rose to confess to her, reading Jane Eyre to her on a rainy night, telling her that she is your Jane Eyre. In the afternoon, you writing while she played the piano, living a peaceful, beautiful life. But now, everything had returned to square one. You slowly spoke up, your voice tinged with unwillingness. "I really didn't think that much about it. Isn't it only natural to treat the person you like well? I know she needs company. I'm not saying this to get anything in return from her. I've also thought about how to introduce her to my family and friends so she wouldn't suffer the slightest grievance." You looked up, your eyes resolute. "Even if the outcome is bad, I would still choose her. I like her good sides, and I have to learn to like her flaws too. That's what it means to truly like someone. In your eyes, I might be young and frivolous, but you know clearly in your heart when to act on emotion and when to weigh the pros and cons. You can tell the difference. You only sought to have a clear conscience." Your words actually left Lu Shi slightly startled. She praised, "The fact that you can think like this means you've already surpassed so many of your peers." But then her tone shifted, and she smiled gently. "I underestimated you, kid." She shook her beer can, her tone suddenly becoming light. "If your views are different, compromise. If there are too many troubles, overcome them. If a relationship doesn't go through storms, how can it be considered a good one?" She seemed to be talking to herself. What I just said felt more like I was saying it to the me from 10 years ago. Finally, she looked straight at you, word by word. "Don't let a moment of hesitation turn into a lifetime of regret." Lu Shi's words were like a beam of light, instantly illuminating your heart. Everything suddenly became clear to you. Your eyes grew clear and steady. After a moment of silence, you suddenly spoke up. "Sister Lu, was there someone you couldn't forget back in school?" She said softly. "Yes. Back then, I swore I wouldn't marry anyone but him. And now, he's no longer by my side." Hearing this, you just blinked, looked into the distance, and stayed silently detached. Lu Shi laughed. "This is a first. No bullshit words of comfort," but you shook your head and said seriously, "That's his loss. Jiang Sheng is such a picky guy. He finds flaws in everyone, but he never picked on you." Lu Shi froze instantly, then smiled brighter than a flower. She lightly punched you. "Enough about him. What are you going to do?" You scratched your head and smiled. "I've figured it out. I'm thinking about whether I should go find her." Right then, Lu Shi rested her chin on her hands, her eyes lighting up. "Aren't you a novelist? Have you read Times the Sound of the Piper?" Your expression instantly turned weird. "You actually read that kind of novel?" Lu Shi curled her lips. "Everyone has their little hobbies." You nodded. "I've read it. The writing is very gentle." She immediately followed up. "Then do you remember a line from it? Beauty is not always in the eye of the beholder, but also heroes and the storms to come." Lu Shi stood up, rubbed your head, and smiled. "So, are you going to be her hero, or are you going to stay here and be a depressed coward over some trivial bullshit?" At that moment, you suddenly stood up, your face showing an unprecedented brightness. "Sister Lu, thanks. I'll have Jiangxing treat you to a meal later." The next second, you turned and ran, moving as fast as the wind. With a bang, you crashed open the dorm door. Jiangxing, who was gnawing on a chicken wing, jumped in fright. "Are you crazy? Pay for my chicken wing." But you ignored him completely, grabbed a pen, and started writing a letter. "To my dearest Sixie, seeing this letter is like seeing me." You wrote eloquently for half the night, full of deep affection. But the next second, after reading it, you frowned sharply and tore it to shreds. Too flowery, useless. You pulled out your phone, your fingers flying across the screen. 2 tickets, one to go home, one to go see her. You packed your things, and facing a dumbfounded Jiang Sheng, you slapped his butt. You announced loudly, "Old Jiang, come to my house for New Year's this year. I'm bringing your sister-in-law back." Your body suddenly jolted. Then, you took that plush doll out of the drawer, held it in your palms, tapped its head, and said softly, "Let's go, little Zixie. We're going to find Miss Yan." But you didn't go straight there. Instead, You took the high-speed rail home first. In the flower shop, your mom was busy working. Suddenly, you rushed in like a gust of wind. She stopped you, looking confused. Xiaoxie, when did you get back? You ran upstairs without looking back. It's an emergency. I have to go on a long trip later. You shouted downstairs. Do we still have any Lysianthus this year? Yes. What do you need them for? Wrap a few bouquets for me. I'll take a shower and come down to get them. Though your mom was completely baffled, she immediately got to work. Those were out-of-season Lysianthus. A moment later, you changed your clothes, rushed downstairs, grabbed the flowers, and were about to leave. But your mom grabbed you, questioning you sternly. I told you to come back a while ago and you wouldn't. Now you sneak back, and you're leaving the second you get home? If you don't explain yourself clearly, you're not leaving. You froze, then hurriedly explained. Don't worry, I'm not going out to fool around. You paused, then dropped a bombshell. Tomorrow or the day after, I'm bringing a daughter-in-law back for you. The word daughter-in-law petrified your mom on the spot. Taking advantage of that moment, you instantly slipped away. Half an hour later, you were sitting on the high-speed rail, closing your eyes, your mind completely filled with her image. Strangely enough, now that the moment had actually come, your heart was unusually calm. Finally, you walked along that country road and saw that familiar old courtyard from afar. You quickened your pace, arrive at the door, knock, knock, knock. A familiar voice came from inside. Who is it? Just that one sound made your eyes instantly sting. The door slowly opened. She saw you holding the flowers, standing in front of her with teary eyes. She was stunned at first, then a smile bloomed on her face. Why are you here? You pulled her into a tight hug, your voice hoarse. Long time no see. Her eyes instantly welled up, but she kept murmuring. Why are you here? You gently let go, took a step back, and stared intently into her clear eyes, unable to say a single word. It wasn't until she punched you hard in the chest. Haven't you stared enough? You blushed and smiled. I missed you too much, so I came. I don't care if you figured things out or not. I've figured it out. Even if you try to drive me away this time, I'm not leaving. 2 streams of hot tears finally rolled down her cheeks. The next second, she stood on her tiptoes, gently pressed her forehead against yours, and whispered, Xiaoqie, Xiaoqie. You reached out and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. You won't look pretty if you cry. You handed the bouquet of Lysianthus to her. For you, along with my heart. Yan Jungxi took the flowers, looked down, gently stroking them, and walked into the house. She placed the flowers neatly by the bedside, right next to the plush doll. You two had brought back together. You walked up to her and asked softly, You haven't eaten yet, right? What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. She thought for a moment, then said softly, I want egg fried rice. You were stunned. Egg fried rice? What's so good about that? But she shook her head. I just want to eat it. Are you unwilling to make it for me? You quickly waved your hands. I will. But just eating that isn't enough. I'll stir-fry a few more hot dishes for you. Yan Jungxi nodded. Then wait for me a bit. I'll go to the village entrance to buy some groceries. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned and left. You pulled up a stool and sat alone in the house. Sitting alone at the doorway, you looked around. The old courtyard hadn't changed a bit. Miss Yan hadn't changed either. She was still just as beautiful, making your heart flutter at first sight. But the nights in the countryside were just too cold. You buried your face in your collar. You clearly came here to show your determination, yet your heart was starting to chicken out again. Right then, you suddenly thought of something. You stood up, rushed back into the house, and dug through your backpack. A moment later, you pulled out a bottle of erguatu. You had bought this when you passed by the village store. They say liquid courage emboldens cowards. You figured it would come in handy now, so you leaned in and sniffed the bottle. A pungent smell of alcohol hit you. In all your life, you rarely even drank beer. But the next second, you gritted your teeth. Screw it. Gulp, gulp. You tilted your head back and took a huge swig. Hiss. Ah, that burns. Your face twisted in agony as you looked at the disgusting stuff in your hand. But in your heart, you thought, Miss Yan probably drinks this like it's nothing, right? Whatever. I already took the first sip. If I don't get drunk, wouldn't it be a waste? Thinking this, you took sip after sip. In the blink of an eye, you downed more than half the bottle, tears streaming down your face. You cursed under your breath. Why am I not drunk yet? Is this fake booze? But 10 minutes later, your head started spinning. The feeling hit you. You felt completely light and floaty, stumbling out of the courtyard. As luck would have it, you bumped right into Yan Jungxi coming back from grocery shopping. She looked at you in confusion. Che, why did you come out? Your cheeks were flushed. You suddenly puffed out your chest, staring intently at her. Your palms clenched tight, your breathing growing heavy. Yan Jungxi blinked, finding you very strange. But before she could get closer, you suddenly spoke, your voice trembling. Sister Shi. No, you quickly shook your head and changed your address, shouting at the top of your lungs, Miss Yan, I like you. Smack. The bag in her hand dropped heavily to the ground. Yan Jungxi opened her mouth, her throat trembling. She even raised her hand to her mouth, but she quickly regained her composure, just bending down to pick up the bag and walk past you without a word. You were completely dumbfounded and could only follow behind her in silence. Who knew that after Yan Jungxi put the things in the house, she would come back out? She leaned against the doorframe, smiling at you, and actually asked, Why do you like me? At that moment, the alcohol completely went to your head. Looking at her smiling face, your previous cowardice vanished instantly. You wiped your mouth and said loudly, Sister C, before I say this, you need to know I'm not just acting on impulse. This is my true feeling. something I've thought over and confirmed for a long time. You took a deep breath, looking at her with misty eyes. I don't want to call it love at first sight, but the first time I saw you, I had this indescribable feeling. That rainy night I saved you. I didn't regret it. That was our destiny. When you came to my school to bring me the card and joked about climbing the wall to get in, I thought you were so cute. It was raining that night, and we were covered in mud. Not only did you not mind, but you also took me home, boiled water for my bath, and even made the bed for me. I thought you were so gentle. Later, when you told me what was on your mind, I thought you were so amazing and strong. I couldn't help but want to know more about you. On the day of the concert, with the lights like an ocean, you were singing in the crowd, and I was watching you from the stands. That's when I realized that meeting the right person at the right time is such a beautiful thing. Later, when Grandma passed away, I knew you were heartbroken, and I was so sad too. I wanted to stay by your side forever, but you told me to go back to school. I thought you were driving me away, but you ran all that way just to bring me hot steamed buns, and even gave me your scarf. I think you couldn't bear to let me go back then either, right? During the days we were apart, everything became dull. I couldn't sleep well. Food lost its taste, and even my favorite Fanta tasted like nothing. Whenever I missed you, I would go check out the apartment you rented. Of course, you didn't sleep in her bed, absolutely not. You just missed her. So, you went back to Hangzhou, but without you by my side, the whole world felt like a dandelion. One gust of wind, and your shadow was everywhere. You made the same wish as before, hoping to see more smiles on her face. If possible, I want to protect you for a lifetime, whether it's your lifetime or mine. You took a deep breath and shouted with all your might. Anyway, I like you. I want to be with you. And that's enough. After saying all this, your eyes were brimming with tears, your face flushed red. You let out a long breath, as if instantly sobering up, but you absolutely didn't regret it. You raised your hand, wiped your eyes, and asked softly, Sister Shi, did my feelings reach you? Yan Zhengxi smiled and answered crisply. They did. Your heart tightened, and you immediately pressed. Then do you like me? However, she actually didn't answer. As if noticing something, she quickly stepped forward, leaned in close, and sniffed. Immediately, her brows furrowed tightly, and she questioned sternly, Did you drink? Was it liquor? You quietly admitted, I drank a little, just more than half a bottle. As a result, Yan Zhengxi's tone instantly turned serious. Who told you to drink? At this moment, you couldn't hear anything else. Your eyes instantly filled with tears. This was completely different from what you had imagined. She still hadn't answered your question. Did this mean Miss Yan didn't like you? Who knew that Yan Zhengxi would take out a tissue and gently wipe away your tears? The next second, she held out 2 fingers just like before, flicked you hard on the forehead, and scolded. If you turn into a drunkard in the future, how can I feel safe in trusting myself to you? You were completely stunned, freezing in place, and asked blankly, What do you mean by that? She called you an idiot. And then, Yan Zhengxi reached out a slightly trembling hand, stroked your aggrieved face, and said softly, I like you too, you idiot. Boom! Your mind went completely blank, and you deliriously muttered over and over, You like me. You like me too. Miss Yan likes me. The next moment, you suddenly snapped back to reality, cheering excitedly. Hell yeah. You bent down, scooped her up in your arms, and sprinted outside. This sudden move gave Yan Zhengxi a massive scare. She draped over your shoulder, her cheeks burning red, and shouted in embarrassment, Xiao Che, put me down. But you were already drunk, and having just been confessed to by the girl you loved, you were feeling absolutely fearless. You ran while shouting at the top of your lungs, Yan Zhengxi. She was almost crying. Stop it. If you keep this up, I won't like you anymore. You didn't buy it at all. Roaring back, I don't believe you. You already said you like me. I'm going to remember it for the rest of my life. Fireworks bloomed in the distance. Under a sky full of stars, you carried the girl you loved just like that, howling like a wolf across the wild field ridges. In the end, the two of you sat by the reed pond. Yan Zhengxi frowned and turned her body away, deliberately ignoring you. You hesitantly reached out your hand, but she slapped it away. You tried a few more times. With the same result, you looked completely dejected. Sister Shi, I was wrong. Who knew she would suddenly turn around and smack you hard on the forehead, demanding, Did you learn your lesson? You nodded vigorously. Only then did she sigh. No drinking that much from now on. You can drink when necessary, but I have to be there. Sister Shi, you're not mad anymore? Yan Zhengxi smiled helplessly. I want to be mad, but it's a bit hard. You immediately shimmied over and pressed closely against her. Seeing you like this, she turned her head away again, but her body leaned slightly towards you. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she smiled and said, Actually, after you left, I read your new novel. You instantly looked guilty, because the prototypes for that novel were the two of you. Seeing you like this, Yan Zhengxi held back a laugh and said softly, It's not bad. You can make it a bit sweeter in the future. Hearing this, your heart instantly bloomed with joy. Once again, you couldn't help but lean in, wanting to hug her. Unexpectedly, she planted a palm flat against your face and shoved you away. She glared at you. Can't you wait and let me finish? You looked innocent, letting out a dumbfounded, oh. Yan Zhengxi looked at your little hooligan act with utter helplessness. It turned out that when she told you to leave back then, it was entirely because she was conflicted. She was afraid that being with you would bring you endless trouble and make you too tired. She confessed, I said some things I didn't mean that day. I'm sorry. Actually, I couldn't bear to let you go at all. Hearing this, you said slowly, It's okay. I know you were doing it for our own good. You told her that if she hadn't done that back then, you might not have been as resolute in your feelings for her as you were at this very moment, nor would you be so fearless about the future. Yan Jungshi smiled and said no more. After a long silence, you finally asked quietly, "So, can I hug you now?" She immediately frowned. "You little hooligan, is that all you think about?" You instantly pouted, the corners of your mouth turning down, looking as wronged as a child. She finally softened, sighed, and said, "If you're going to hug me, do it properly. Don't throw me over your shoulder again." Before she could even finish, you threw your arms out and pulled her tightly into your embrace. Her eyes reddened. She closed her eyes, silently enjoying the warmth you gave her, using her body to feel your burning love and heartbeat. A long time later, you gently let go to take a good look at her. You felt that the dazzling fireworks filling the distant sky weren't nearly as beautiful as her eyes. Right then, you uncharacteristically reached out and pinched her cheek hard. You decided that even if you got smacked on the head the next second, you were going to be this cool right now. Yan Jungxi's face instantly turned red, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at you. In all her life, the number of times she had been shy combined didn't add up to today. The two of you sat facing each other awkwardly. You suddenly spoke up, getting straight to the point. "So, are we boyfriend and girlfriend now?" But she said softly, "I might not be a good girlfriend." You immediately squeezed her hand and smiled. "It's okay. I like you no matter what you're like. I'll even learn to like your flaws," she added. "Being with me might be really tiring." You didn't hesitate. "It's okay. Being with you might tire my body, but not my heart. Even if I'm tired, I'll be happy. Even enduring hardships will be a blessing." She was still struggling. "I have a terrible temper." You smiled. "It's okay. My temper isn't much better." Finally, she said, "I have a lot of bad habits." You ended all her insecurities with just one sentence. "It doesn't matter. I like you." The next second, you pulled her into a tight hug again, whispering softly in her ear, "You're not a withered branch or a fallen leaf. You are my spring." Yan Jungshi trembled all over, hot tears instantly rolling down her cheeks, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Then, you looked into her eyes, and word by word, said with absolute solemnity, "This new year, come home with me." When a boy purely and genuinely likes a girl, he wants to take her home. Her eyes were red and moist, and in that moment, her entire heart found a place to belong. She looked at you, this boy who was even younger than her, yet stood tall like an indomitable hero. Finally, she gave a soft, gentle nod. You sat by the reed pond until midnight, then went together to see Grandma and clean the old house. It wasn't until the sky began to lighten that you grabbed your bags and prepared to leave. But after taking just 2 steps, she suddenly turned back to look at the empty courtyard, her eyes filled with sorrow. You immediately squeezed her hand and made a lifelong promise. "From now on, every year, if you miss home, I'll come back with you." Only then did she lean into your embrace, resting her head against your chest. After a long time, she looked up. "Let's go." You linked arms with her, and on that country path, your shoulders pressed tightly together. The second snow of the year began to fall. Only, the grandmother who used to wait in the snow for her granddaughter to come home was no longer there. And the girl who had always been bullied had now become the person you would spend your life protecting. On the high-speed train to Huacheng, Yan Jungxi quietly rested her head on her hand, looking out the window. But in your eyes, the most beautiful scenery couldn't compare to her. But right then, she suddenly turned her head, asking you with a face full of worry, "Should I stay in a hotel for a few nights first? Once you've explained everything to your parents, I'll go meet them." You immediately shook your head. "No need. Bringing you home means bringing you home." Your eyes were resolute, as you held her hand tightly, just wanting to put her mind at ease. "Trust me, my parents will definitely like you." Only then did she blush, nod, and smile. Soon, the high-speed train arrived at the station. Dusk fell. You hailed a cab and headed straight for the city center. Meanwhile, in your family's flower shop, a woman of extraordinary elegance was pacing anxiously. This was your mother, Yao Manya. A few hours ago, you had texted her saying you were bringing your girlfriend home. She instantly figured it out. You brat. Rushing off yesterday with the Lysianthus. You were secretly running off to confess your feelings. Because of this, she had specially deep-cleaned the flower shop, placing the most beautiful flowers in the most prominent spots. Right then, she saw 2 figures appear outside the door, walking toward the flower shop. It was you two. She hurriedly got up to greet you. "You're finally back, you little brat." But she froze before she could finish her sentence. When she saw Yan Jungxi beside you, her gaze instantly shifted from reproach to wild joy. "What a beautiful girl." You smiled and introduced her. "Mom, this is my girlfriend Yan Jungxi." Yan Jungxi instantly blushed and softly called out, "Hello, Auntie." Your mom's heart practically bloomed with joy. Smiling radiantly, she reached out her hand. Come in. It's cold outside. Auntie will make you some food." Walking into the flower shop, Yan Jungxi was instantly stunned. Light snow was falling outside, but inside, it was as warm as spring. A room full of light and flowers, as if it held the entirety of spring. After setting down the luggage, you looked around and asked, "Where's Dad?" Your mom, who had already affectionately taken Yan Jungxi's hand and pulled her to sit down, replied, "He went to a study exchange to prepare for next year's National Floral Design Competition." Hearing this made you annoyed. Why did he sign up again? It's been 7 or 8 years, and the result is the same every year. Your mom immediately looked displeased. "How can you talk about your dad like that? If he likes it, let him go. I support him." It turned out your dad was a floral design fanatic. He competed every year and lost every year, but your mom always silently supported him. After saying that, she immediately turned to look at Yan Jungsi, smiling warmly. XEC, you've been on the train for hours. You must be exhausted. Yan Jungsi hurriedly replied, I'm not tired. Auntie. Xiao Che took great care of me the whole way. As soon as she said that, your mom was slightly startled. She suddenly realized that from the very beginning, this little girl had been calling you Xiao Che. Xiao Che, that was a nickname only the closest family members would ever use. Your mom's brows instantly furrowed, shooting you a death glare as if to say, you brat, how long have you been hiding this from me? However, the atmosphere at the dinner table was incredibly warm. Your mom had cooked several of her signature dishes. Then, she and you kept piling food into Yan Jungsi's bowl. Seeing the food in her bowl pile higher and higher, she could only helplessly beg for mercy, though her heart felt warm. Auntie, please stop adding more. I can't eat another bite. Let Xiao Che eat more. Your mom immediately turned to look at you. Right. My precious son should eat more too. Did you miss home while at school? You snorted and almost spat out your food. Yan Jungsi hurriedly handed you a tissue. You wiped your mouth and complained, Mom, how old am I? Why would I miss home? Who knew your mom would smile brightly and casually expose your past? XCC, you have no idea. His first night boarding in middle school, he missed home so much. He secretly cried under the covers. Later, when the teacher found out, he cried even harder. They called us that very night to come pick him up. Yan Jungsi's eyes instantly widened, her face full of disbelief. You immediately looked guilty and quickly changed the subject. Mom, are there any empty rooms upstairs? Your mom nodded. Yes, come up with me later and help get a room ready for XIA. But she thought for a moment and added, you two will stay at the shop tonight. There's an inventory list at the house, so I need to head back. After dinner, the three of you started tidying up the upstairs room. Just as you were almost done, your mom left you alone and secretly pulled Yan Jungsi into another room. In the room, your mom pulled her to sit on the bed and asked seriously, XIC, you coming to our house for the new year? Did your parents agree to it? As soon as she said that, Yan Jungsi's eyes instantly dimmed. Auntie, I don't have a mom or dad. At these words, your mom was completely stunned. Yan Jungsi's voice carried a hint of sorrow. They left when I was very little and never came back. Your mom's eyes instantly reddened. Her voice trembled as she tightly grasped her hand. Sweetheart, do you have any other family? Yan Jungsi bit her lip lightly and lowered her head. I lived with my grandma since I was 7, but just recently, grandma passed away too. During that time, Xiao Che was the one who stayed by my side. Hearing this, your mom finally couldn't hold back her tears. She didn't say anything, just opened her arms and pulled Yan Jungsi into a tight embrace, gently patting her back. A long time later, your mom, with tears in her eyes and a choked voice, sighed, what a good child. How did you endure so much hardship all these years? From now on, treat this as your home. Auntie, will treat you like my own daughter. Buried deep in your mom's embrace, feeling a warmth she hadn't felt in so long, Yan Jungsi instantly burst into tears. But right then, your mom asked another question. Auntie wants to ask, are you still in school? Hearing this, Yan Jungsi's expression visibly panicked, and she slowly shook her head. But your mom, her face covered in tears, had eyes full of nothing but heartache. She rubbed Yan Jungsi's head vigorously. It's okay. If you're not in school, you're not in school. Who says you can't be a good kid if you don't go to school? As long as you do what you love well, you're still a good girl. Your mom declared fiercely. If anyone dares to say our XIA isn't good, Auntie will be the first to object. Xiao Che supports you, Auntie supports you, and your uncle supports you too. Every warm word, stitch by stitch, they pieced together Yan Jungsi's shattered heart. He could only wipe away his tears and nod vigorously. But just then, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Then came Zixi's voice from outside. Sis, Mom, are you two talking bad about me? The two exchanged a glance, then instantly burst into laughter through their tears. Mom laughed and replied, who'd bother talking about you? Your sister and I are just having a heart-to-heart. At that moment, in Mom's heart, Yan Jungsi was already her own daughter-in-law. All the suffering and hardships he'd endured should finally come to an end. So what if he doesn't go to school? So what if he's all alone in this world? She's my precious girl. No one else has the right to judge her. Then Mom reminded you two to get some rest early. She went on nagging for a few more minutes before finally leaving. After watching Mom walk away, you both returned to your respective rooms. In Yan Jungsi's room, he sat quietly beside the table, a smile on his face, watching you diligently make his bed. The scene felt strangely familiar. Only back then, he had been the one making your bed. Now your roles had been reversed. In the silence of the night, his heart felt incredibly warm. It felt so good to have him by your side. When you finished making the bed, you turned around and happened to meet his gaze. Your eyes met, then quickly darted away. You suddenly felt a little awkward. Sis. Why don't you go take a shower first? After Yan Jungsi left, you sat alone on the edge of the bed, watching the snow fall outside the window. Your mind was filled with that brief moment when your eyes had met. For that 1 second, his eyes seemed to hold the entire world. Just then, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. A hazy silhouette stood beneath the shower, her smooth bare back faintly visible through the mist. But just as Yan Jungsi reached for a towel, something unexpected happened. He accidentally bumped into the hook. With a sharp snap, his underwear fell to the floor, soaked by the water in an instant. Yan Jungxi stared blankly at her underwear on the floor. Then she looked toward the door. She was completely dumbfounded. After a long while, she finally called out weakly, "Xiaoche." Her voice was too soft, completely drowned out by the sound of the running water, so she raised her voice a little. "Xiaoche, are you there?" The next second, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. "I'm here. What's wrong, Sister Shi?" Your concerned voice rang out. She bit her lip. Before the words could even leave her mouth, her cheeks were already flushed pink. Standing outside the door, unable to hear anything from inside, you were completely confused. A moment later, a soft, shy voice spoke up. "Could you get me some clothes?" You frowned. "Huh? What?" "My clothes fell on the floor. You don't expect me to go out naked to get them, do you?" You quickly stopped her. "No, don't, Sister Shi. It's cold out here. What if you catch a cold? I'll go get them." You took a few steps, then suddenly stopped. Turning around, you asked, are they in your suitcase?" "Yeah, in the inner zip compartment of the suitcase." "All right, be right back." You immediately ran back to Yan Jungxi's bedroom, opened the suitcase, and unzipped the compartment. But as you rummaged through it, you only found a bag of things you definitely shouldn't be looking at. You had no choice but to run back. Standing at the bathroom door, you asked cautiously, "Sister Shi, I couldn't find your pajamas." Yan Jungxi finally realized what was happening. A deep blush instantly spread across her face, but she tried to keep her tone flat. "I need my underwear. I already brought my pajamas in." Underwear? You instantly turned to stone, but you still bit the bullet and agreed. "Got it." Not long after, you returned to the door, blushing furiously, holding a bag of things. "Sister Shi, I didn't know which set you wanted to wear, so I brought them all. There's a white one, a black one." Stop saying it out loud. A low, embarrassed, and angry growl came from behind the door. Yan Jungxi's cheeks were burning hot. This little hooligan. If you brought them, just bring them. Did you really have to announce it to the world? She wanted nothing more than to storm out and smack you over the head. Just pick one at random. Oh. You took a casual glance, picked out a set you thought looked nice, and handed it over. Sister Shi. The bathroom door slowly opened a crack. A delicate hand, glistening with water droplets, reached out. Just as she took the underwear, her fingers accidentally brushed against your hand. Both of your hearts skipped a beat at the exact same time. Bang. The door was slammed shut. You stood frozen at the door, your mind completely blank. Behind that translucent glass door just now was Sister Shi's blurry silhouette. The moment the door opened, a fresh fragrance washed over you. She was naked just now. You shook your head vigorously, cutting off your own dirty thoughts. However, on the way back to your room, you couldn't help but let your imagination run wild again. "Wait a minute, Sister Shi is my girlfriend now. What's wrong with having a few nice thoughts?" Right then, you chuckled at yourself. TSK, life is getting pretty damn good. Meanwhile, inside the bathroom, Yan Jungxi stared at the black lace underwear in her hands and couldn't help but frown. He likes this kind? Late at night, the snow was still falling. Yan Jungxi leaned against the headboard, reading a book. The only light in the room came from a warm yellow desk lamp. Just then, a gentle knock came from the door. Knock, knock. She sat up straight and tugged at her nightgown. "Who is it?" "Sister Shi, it's me." Your voice sounded from outside. "What do you want?" "I brought you something." Yan Jungxi looked confused. Delivering something in the middle of the night? Definitely nothing good. But she still said softly, "Come in." You opened the door, and seeing her sitting on the bed, you immediately broke into a wide grin. Then you carefully closed the door, tiptoed over to the bed, and sat right down on the floor. The next second, like magic, you pulled an exquisite pink gift box from behind your back. You held it out to her. "For you," you said. Yan Jungxi's eyes instantly softened. She took the gift, a hint of shyness on her face. "What is it?" she asked softly. You bared your teeth in a goofy smile, looking down, too afraid to meet her eyes. "Open it and you'll see." Seeing your guilty expression, Yan Jungxi thought it was some kind of prank, but when she opened it, inside was actually a pink capo. Her expression instantly lit up with joy, but the next second, when she saw the brand name on it, her brows furrowed. "This brand is really expensive. How much was this?" she asked softly, pinching the capo. You stayed completely silent, your expression totally conflicted. You didn't dare say a word. Seeing you like this, Yan Jungxi instantly understood. She carefully put the item back into the box, sat cross-legged on the bed, crossed her arms over her chest, and interrogated you from above. "Are you going to tell me or not?" You opened your mouth guiltily. "What happens if I don't?" "If you don't, you and the capo can both get out." "Do you have to be so heartless?" Yan Jungxi shot you a fierce glare. You immediately shut your mouth. "Over 1,000. You muttered under your breath, instinctively covering your head. Sure enough, the very next moment she raised her hand. However, that hand stopped in midair and never came down. A few seconds later, a sigh echoed. In the end, she just poked you hard in the forehead with her finger. "Go return it." But you stubbornly craned your neck. "Why? I already bought it. The one I have is perfectly fine. I don't need a new one." Yan Jungxi's expression was dead serious, her tone leaving no room for argument. She was genuinely angry this time. You have to understand, her old capo only cost $12. But right then, you inexplicably talked back. "Return it? What did you say?" You suddenly felt incredibly wronged and opened your arms to hug her. Yan Zhengxi slapped her hand against your face, seemingly forceful but actually quite gentle, trying to push you away. But who would have thought that this time, you wouldn't yield to her at all. Instead, with a slight push, you pinned her right onto the bed. Ah! Yan Zhengxi let out a gasp as she fell backward, her arms tightly gripped and pinned beneath you. This time, your eyes met, and neither of you looked away. You were so close you could feel each other's warm breath. What are you doing? But you answered a completely different question. I didn't mean to. Let me go. Who knew you'd suddenly blurt out? If you don't accept it, I won't let you go. If you don't accept it, I'll. You stuttered for a long time, your mind completely blank. Finally, you blurted out, I'll forcefully kiss you. Ha! Yan Zhengxi furrowed her brows, as if she had just heard the biggest joke in the world. Then she actually smiled and said, sure, try it, if you have the guts. Seeing her teasing look, you instantly lost all your bravado. But, looking at her flushed, lotus-like cheeks beneath you, you knew she was just putting on a brave face too. Damn it, am I a man or not? Stealing your resolve, you suddenly lowered your head and kissed her hard. Except, you kissed her on the forehead. Lingering for only a few seconds, you lifted your head, panting heavily from the nerves, looking at her with hazy eyes. At this moment, Yan Zhengxi was completely stunned. A few seconds later, her cheeks turned crimson at a visible speed, so red they looked like they were about to bleed color. You hurriedly got off her and sat back down on the floor, blushing slightly as you tried to act tough. How was that? A kiss is a kiss. Yan Zhengxi slowly sat up, staring straight at you, without saying a word. You suddenly got a little worried. What's wrong? Actually, just now Xiao Che, don't speak for a second. Let me process this. You froze on the spot. What's going on? Did you kiss her, silly? Come a little closer, she suddenly said. You paused, a bit confused, but did as she asked anyway. Who knew that in the next second, she would lunge forward with incredible speed, grab you, and pull you into her arms. One arm instantly locked around your neck, while her fists started going to town on your head. Your cheeks instantly flushed red. You couldn't even care about the pain in your head, because you two were pressed so tightly together, you could clearly feel the astonishing softness and bounce pressing against your back. You stammered, Sister Shi, I was wrong. You're pressing against me. But she just whispered in your ear, who told you to kiss me? You were dumbfounded. Huh, wasn't it you? She was unforgiving with her words. If I tell you to kiss me, you just do it? Do you have no bottom line of your own? Even though she said that, she had a smile on her face. I'm remembering this kiss. I'll find a chance to pay you back. Hearing this, your heart bloomed with joy. You quickly followed up. Then what about the capo? Yan Zhengxi tilted her head, looking at you with absolute fondness. She pursed her lips. I'll accept it, okay? But looking at her, you actually couldn't tell if she was being serious or sarcastic. Seeing your worry, she quickly smiled and explained, I'm really happy to receive a gift. But when two people are together, life is no longer just about one person. She didn't want you to think she was nagging. It's just that if we can save money, we should. Hearing these words, you were incredibly moved. I understand. How could I ever think you're nagging? Having a girlfriend who knows how to manage a household. Oh man, I must have saved the galaxy in my past life. Yan Zhengxi curled her lip. I don't know if you saved the galaxy, but you sure know how to kiss up to me. Afterward, you brought over some chairs, snuggled up by the window, and quietly watched the snowy scenery outside. She leaned on your shoulder, while you watched the snow reflected in her eyes. She turned her head, blinking her eyes with a smile. Am I really that pretty? Haven't you looked enough? You didn't answer, but instead raised an eyebrow and said, how about singing a song? In your eyes, on this gentle, snowy night, the girl you were deeply in love with singing for you. Her voice was the only sound in the whole world. Who knew she would gently bump against you, getting all sentimental all of a sudden? It's still not romantic enough. If you could play the guitar to accompany my singing, now that would be romantic. You were instantly at a loss for words. But I don't know how to play the guitar. Her eyes lit up, her tone excited. Then how about I teach you how to play? It's really easy to learn. You froze for a second. She's going to teach you how to play. Doesn't that make her your teacher? Wait, does that mean I can make her wear a uniform, like they do in Japanese manga? Holy crap. You were feeling pretty damn good about this. You don't want to learn? Seeing you space out, she pressed. I'll learn. If you teach me, I'll definitely learn. But I'm afraid I won't be able to pick it up. Don't despise me for being dumb, you quickly promised. Surprisingly, Yan Zhengxi wasn't happy to hear that. She turned serious. What kind of talk is that? When two people are together, are they supposed to despise each other over every little thing? You let out a confused huh, completely clueless. Immediately after, she suddenly asked, then let me ask you, do you think I'm pitiful? You instantly sucked in a breath of cold air, a chill running down your spine. Oh no, this is definitely a trick question. Seeing you hesitate, she raised an eyebrow and teased, tell the truth, and I might go easy on you. Lie. And you can imagine the consequences yourself. Your anxious heart completely died. So I'm getting beaten up no matter what I say. Huh. Stealing yourself, you brewed up some emotion and pretended to be pitiful. Pitiful. Of course, how could you not be pitiful? However, she didn't hit you. Instead, without a hint of anger, she asked softly, then do you despise me? You answered firmly, I don't. She smiled. Then isn't that enough? So why all this talk about despising each other? When two people are together, They have to learn to love each other's flaws. She was actually giving you a serious life lesson. This is what you said. Even I understand it. How are you still so confused about it? You froze instantly and finally realized what was going on. So that's it. She had completely misunderstood what you meant. Normally, when couples say, "Don't despise me," they're just acting cute and whining, waiting for the other person to coax them. But she was different. She actually righteously started lecturing you on the grand principles of love. You thought to yourself, this is so her. But on second thought, if someone like Sister She were to act cute and whiny with you, wouldn't that be absolutely amazing? Just as you were letting your imagination run wild, she waved a hand in front of your face. "Are you even listening to me?" You snapped back to reality and explained with a grin, "Sister She, I was just acting cute just now." "What? Acting cute?" She was stunned at first, then suddenly burst out laughing. "Oh my god, I can't, that's too funny." Your mouth twitched. You asked, lacking confidence, "What's so funny?" She tried to hold back her laughter. "Who acts cute like that? And to say you're acting cute without even blushing, saying you're acting cute. You're probably the only one in the world." You pouted. "You don't get it. This is how couples act cute with each other." The next second, your eyes suddenly lit up as you caught a loophole in her words. "Right, I'm a guy. Of course I'm not good at it. So why don't you act cute for me and show me how it's done?" She actually looked completely bewildered. You thought about it with ulterior motives and ended up making yourself blush from your own thoughts. She looked at you, suddenly getting a bad feeling about this. You finally spoke up. "Say, baby, can you give me a loving hug?" You have to use a childish voice. "What?" Her brows furrowed tightly, looking at you in disbelief, thinking you were joking. "Stop messing around. Don't do this cheesy stuff." But you explained loudly, "This is totally normal. I didn't even dare say the really cheesy ones." She clearly didn't believe you. Her competitive spirit instantly provoked. "There's something even cheesier than that? Let's hear it." So you scratched your head, leaned into her ear, and whispered a sentence. The next second, her face turned beet red. "Ah." She shoved you away hard. She hugged herself, getting goosebumps all over, and looked at you with utter disgust. "You're so gross." You felt incredibly wronged. Hey, you're the one who told me to say it. I was just giving you an example." She frowned, staying silent. You sighed. "Now do you believe me?" That first one was already pretty conservative. Unexpectedly, she actually agreed, albeit reluctantly. "Fine, I'll try." She cleared her throat and hesitantly squeezed out a word. "Bah, baby." You immediately responded, "Yeah." Smack. You were rewarded with a flick to the head. "Don't interrupt me." You immediately shut your mouth. Blushing slightly, with a troubled expression, she continued. Can you? The words reached her lips, but she had already closed her eyes in embarrassment. "Can you give me a?" She couldn't get it out for the longest time. You got anxious and urged her from the side. Say it. She snapped her eyes open. "Ah, can you just get lost?" Smack. Crisp and loud. Her hand went straight to your face. You were completely stunned. It turned out that because you were yelling so impatiently, she got nervous and blurted out what was really on her mind. It was a pure reflex. After the smack, she hurriedly apologized. "Ah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. You kept messing with me, and I just instinctively." You quickly waved your hands. It's okay. I was being too pushy." But she still reached out and rubbed your cheek, her eyes full of heartache. "I'm really sorry." Then, her tone filled with guilt, she completely surrendered. Just let me do something else. I really can't say it." Looking at her like this, you actually smiled in relief. It seemed making her act cute was indeed too difficult. However, seeing you sigh, she thought you were angry. Her throat trembled slightly as she cautiously asked a question. "Is it true that you guys all like girlfriends who are really cute, clingy, and know how to act sweet?" You instantly understood. She was actually preparing to change herself for you. So, to stop her from overthinking, you shook your head decisively. "No. You've got it backward. You only find someone cute because you like them." She froze upon hearing this. She pondered it for a long time, but still shook her head. "I don't really understand that." You thought for a moment, then patiently explained. "It's like your life is originally ordinary, and suddenly someone barges in and overturns all your rules and boundaries. From then on, whenever someone mentions cute, the first person you think of is her. Whenever someone mentions like, the first person you think of is also her." As soon as you finished speaking, she smiled brightly, her eyes full of admiration. "Got it? As expected of you." You immediately struck while the iron was hot. "Then can I sleep here tonight?" She paused. "On the bed?" You asked tentatively. "Can I?" As a result, she smiled and gently knocked on your head. "In your dreams. It's late, you can go now." Hearing this, your head instantly drooped, all your energy drained away. Seeing you like this, her smile deepened. She just hugged her knees and looked out the window. The heavy snow had stopped at some point. You had no choice but to sigh, stand up, and prepare to leave. "All right then, I'm leaving." But in the very next second, she suddenly stood up as well, threw herself into your arms, and hugged you tightly. You jolted in surprise, then your tense body gradually relaxed. You carefully rested your chin on her shoulder. A dozen seconds later, you two separated. Then, she stood on her tiptoes and gently pressed her forehead against yours. Her eyes curved into smiling crescents, clear and radiant, as if you could see your own reflection in them. Finally, she whispered, "Good night." You replied just as softly, "Good night." You felt like the moment you closed your eyes, all you could see was her face. Even your dreams were sweet. So early the next morning, you rushed out into the heavy snow, just to buy her a hot breakfast. But when you arrived at her bedroom door, and raised your hand to knock, the door actually opened on its own. Yan Jungshi, rubbing her sleepy eyes, looked at your raised fist, and suddenly gave a wicked smile. What? Are you trying to knock me out, so you can have your way with me? You quickly lowered your hand, embarrassed to the point of blushing. No way. I came to call you for breakfast. Just a few simple words, and your mood instantly takes off. You skip all the way downstairs. But just as you set the breakfast on the table, Yan Jungsi sits down right next to you. She picks up her soy milk, suddenly looks at you, and sighs. I didn't sleep well last night. Your heart skips a beat. Who knew her next sentence would be? Someone kept running into my dreams, pestering me to act cute. So scary. As soon as you hear this, isn't she obviously hinting at you? It couldn't be me, right? She glances down and says, what do you think? It has to be. Just then, the flower shop door suddenly opens. Yao Manhwa walks in slowly. She immediately sees the hearty breakfast on the table. She instantly understands. So you little brat, got up this early, just to buy breakfast for Sixie. She feels a bit sour in her heart. When will her own son ever buy breakfast for her? As Yao Manhwa thinks this, she casually grabs a steamed bun. Mom's having one. We have a lot of orders today. You two just hang out in the shop. Hearing this, you quickly speak up. Mom, what are you talking about? I already bought your portion too. Yao Manhwa freezes for a second. Looking at the obvious three-person portion on the table, she feels her eyes well up with tears. Her precious son has really grown up. After breakfast, customers stream into the shop endlessly. You simply take Yan Jungsi on a tour around the shop, pointing at a bouquet. This is a ranunculus. Its flower language is happiness and perfection. Then pointing to the other side, this is a tulip, the top-tier superstar of the floral world. That purple rose over there is called Ocean Song. Carnations represent maternal love and longing. Speaking of this, you suddenly feel a bit shy. You turn your head to look at Yan Jungsi. Your voice isn't loud, but it rings in her ears like a clap of thunder. The Lysianthus I gave you. Its flower language is unchanging love. Yan Jungsi's heart violently skips a beat. Two blushes instantly fly onto her cheeks. But right at this moment, a few fruit-like flowers catch her attention. She asks curiously, are these flowers too? They look like fruits. You nod, and immediately start introducing. It's called the 5 generations fruit. It symbolizes health for both the old and young, and a complete, prosperous family. The way Yan Jungsi looks at you is instantly filled with admiration. You know so much. You reply naturally. I just heard it all from the customers. Over time, I just remembered it. Next, she is attracted by a bouquet of jewel-like hyacinths. You look at the pink bouquet in her hands and gently explain, the flower language of pink hyacinths is admiration and romance. Your words are gentle and patient, instantly making the customers eavesdropping nearby cast admiring glances your way. But you never expected that. 2 girls would suddenly run up to you. One of them, a girl with long hair, directly confronts you. Hey, handsome. You can't just explain things to the pretty lady next to you, just because she's beautiful. We're customers too, you know. You and Yan Jungsi are stunned on the spot. But the next second, Yan Jungsi actually crosses her arms, putting on a look of enjoying a good show. You feel so helpless inside. Couldn't you at least be a little jealous? But since they are customers, you still have to answer patiently. May I ask who you are buying the flowers for? The other girl rushes to answer. My bestie. You look down and think for a moment, then point to the center of the shop. I suggest you consider the menta roses over there. The long-haired girl's eyes light up. Is there a special meaning? The corners of your mouth curl up, and you explain smoothly. Menta roses symbolize the very first encounter, but the most important thing is the intention. It's the feeling of the sender hoping to see, the smile of the receiver. Your words completely mesmerize the 2 girls. Their gazes gradually turn passionate. The next second, they actually pull out their phones, looking like they want to add your WeChat. But right at this critical moment, you suddenly turn sideways and grab the hand of Yan Jungsi, who is watching the show. You announce loudly in front of everyone. Also, she's not a customer. She's my girlfriend. The 2 girls are petrified on the spot. The next second, their faces are written with embarrassment. Oh, so that's how it is. Sorry about that. The long-haired girl immediately looks apologetically at Yan Jungsi. But Yan Jungsi just blushes slightly, shakes her head, and smiles. It's fine. The girl looks at you again, her eyes full of envy. You treat your girlfriend so well, sigh. But your expression doesn't change. Your heart is calm as still water. Looking at the hyacinths in front of you, you murmur softly. Treating the person you like well is only natural. As soon as these words come out, the admiration in the 2 girls' eyes deepens, but with a trace of regret. Such a great guy is already taken. But you suddenly change the subject and immediately say to them, you two can buy a bouquet of crushed ice blue roses for yourselves. It symbolizes that hope is the sea of stars, and it's a gift to a better version of yourselves next year. You even offer proactively. If you buy it now, I'll talk to the boss lady and give you a 10% discount. Yao Manhwa at the counter immediately chimes in loudly. I have no objections. The 2 of you singing the same tune completely confuses the 2 girls. They feel something is off but can't quite put their finger on it. In the end, they can only nod blankly. Okay. After a busy morning, Yao Manhwa suddenly speaks up. Ecchi, help me deliver an order this afternoon. Mom is really too busy. Is that okay? You agree while running over to massage her shoulders. So, After lunch, you go to the counter and find the order. It says to deliver before 6 p.m. to the central flower bed at Times Square. Because of the snow on the road, you two can only go on foot. You carry the flowers in one hand and tightly hold Yan Jungxi's hand with the other. The two of you are bundled up like steamed rolls, walking step by step in the snow. But when you arrive, you don't see the customer anywhere. You carefully place the flowers on the edge of the flower bed, then turn around and cup Yan Jungxi's hands, gently warming them up for her. Are you cold? She buries her face in her collar, blinking her eyes at you. Not anymore. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps approaches. A man wearing glasses and a suit runs up to you, panting heavily. Excuse me, is this you a flower shop? You immediately pick up the flowers. Yes, sir. Your Scottish roses. The man keeps thanking you, out of breath. You hesitate for a moment, then ask, looking at you, is there some kind of emergency? Who knew that, upon hearing this, the man would instantly stand tall and laugh heartily. His smile is full of pride and joy. Tonight, I plan to confess to my girlfriend of 7 years. 7 years? Girlfriend. Confess? You and Yan Jungxi are completely dumbfounded. You've been together for 7 years. What's the point of confessing now? Noticing your confusion, the man scratches his head and begins to explain. He says he came from the countryside and met his girlfriend in college. Her family was very well off, and her family strongly opposed them. But she insisted on marrying only him, even almost cutting ties with her family. Later, they were together in secret, with no confession and no public announcement. She followed him to this city for a full 7 years. She endured all kinds of hardships with him and suffered so many grievances. Fortunately, now he has achieved success in his career, and she is still by his side. These hard days have finally come to an end. The man says firmly, I want a formal confession, to openly and proudly give her a proper title. These words are like a seed, instantly taking root and sprouting in your heart. Give her a proper title. You murmur softly, then quietly look toward Yan Jungxi, only to find her looking at you too. The two of you instantly share a knowing smile. So, you say to the man, wishing you a successful confession tonight, and a happy marriage in advance. The man smiles brightly. Thank you, and I wish you two a happy ending soon as well. After saying goodbye, you two continue strolling hand in hand across the square, but at a brightly lit spot, you suddenly stop. Want to take a picture together? Yan Jungxi looks at you curiously, blinking her eyes. Here. You nod, and say righteously, I just want to take a picture with you. Can't you even satisfy this little request? Take a picture? You think for a moment, chuckle mischievously, and say shamelessly, you kiss me, and I'll take the picture. As a result, smack. A flick lands precisely on your forehead. You're getting more and more shameless, aren't you? You immediately change your tune. Then I'll kiss you. That won't work either. You rub your forehead, pulling a long face. Then how do you want to take it? The next second, she snatches your phone. Give me the phone. Then she suddenly pulls you close to her, your cheeks pressed tightly together. Yan Jungxi holds up the phone. Click. Done. After taking the photo, she smiles and hands the phone back. But you stand frozen on the spot, your cheeks instantly turning beet red. The sensation from just now still lingers on your face. Her face was so soft, so cool. But just as you are reminiscing, Yan Jungxi takes your hand. What are you spacing out for? Let's go home. You look at the photo on your phone, your heart growing even more resolute. So you immediately draft a post. No flashy romantic words, just a simple sentence. This is my girlfriend. You attach the photo and post it directly to your feed and moments. Yan Jungxi instantly understands. It was that man's words just now that moved you, making you want to give her a proper title in this way. After doing all this, you finally breathe a sigh of relief and turn off your phone, only to find her staring straight at you. She squeezes your hand a little tighter and says softly, actually, you didn't have to do this. I don't care about those things. But you answer seriously. It's okay. Going public is a very normal thing to do. Then what's making you so happy? You look confused. Being with you, of course. What else could it be? Yan Jungxi looks at you with a smile. I know. I just wanted to hear you say it again. Then I'll say it every day. Oh my. What if I suddenly don't want to hear it anymore? Before she even finishes speaking, Yan Jungxi suddenly lets go of your hand and dashes forward. Then she suddenly stops, turns to look at you, her rosy eyes full of unspoken affection. The next second, her cheeks flush peach red, and she shouts loudly, if you catch me, I'll give you a loving hug. How about that? You stand frozen on the spot, thinking you heard wrong. Is she acting cute? No. This is clearly teasing. Thinking of this, a strange light flashes in your eyes. If you want me to hug you, just say so. You lunge forward like a starving tiger pouncing on its prey. Yan Jungxi lets out a scream, turns around, and runs. But before she can run 2 steps, you grab her from behind, wrapping your arms tightly around her waist. Caught you. Hurry up and give me my loving hug. There are quite a few people around. Yan Jungxi blushes deeply. No, I changed my mind. You get anxious. You're cheating. Then let go of me. Then don't run. I won't run. I won't run. Although you're suspicious, you still slowly let go. Who knew the next second she would take off running and yell, as if I wouldn't run. But she still underestimated your reflexes. You reach out and grab her arm, then bend down. And the next second, you're about to hoist her over your shoulder. Just as you're about to lift her up, she completely panics, crying out in fear. I was wrong. I won't run anymore. Don't do this. Fortunately, you know your limits. You instantly hear the fear in her voice, so you gently put her back down. Then you look at her with a smug face, your eyes seemingly saying, "Don't even think about running away without a hug today." But in the very next second, Yan Jungshi suddenly stands on her tiptoes, and a kiss lands softly on your cheek. She immediately announces, "All right, revenge has been taken. Let's go home." On the way home, light snow starts falling from the sky again. You carry Yan Jungsi on your back, walking slowly. "Am I heavy?" You shake your head. "Very light. You need to eat more from now on." Who knew she would lean down and ask softly in your ear, "Those things you said this afternoon. It feels like you really understand girls' minds." You reply nonchalantly, "Not really. I just said whatever came to mind." Yan Jungsi's eyes narrow into a smile, bringing her head close to yours. "Then guess. What am I thinking about right now?" You tease her on purpose, thinking about giving me a flick on the forehead if I say the wrong thing. As you keep walking, she suddenly looks a bit worried. "With you being like this, it's inevitable that a lot of girls will like you in the future. Are you jealous?" "Not exactly." She shakes her head, but her eyes are incredibly firm. "When it comes to relationships, your heart is set and you can rest assured. I am even more so." You tilt your head slightly, and the moment your eyes meet, she lowers her eyes, looking as beautiful as a painting. "Will you be by my side? You are my shield, my reason for rejecting them." But she immediately adds, "But I can't be with you every single moment. What if one day, you meet a girl prettier than me?" But your expression remains unchanged, and you say lightly, "Having seen the magnificent ocean, one no longer wishes to look at other waters. Having admired the clouds and rain of Mount Wu, the clouds and rain elsewhere are nothing in comparison." Looking into her eyes, you say word by word, "In my heart, you are that water, those clouds and rain." After hearing this, Yan Jungsi pouts. Such a sweet-talking man, but beneath her seemingly calm reply, her heart is already blooming with joy. Fireworks soar into the sky in the distance, and the streets are bustling with noise. Yan Jungsi wraps her arms tightly around your neck, relaxing as she rests on your back. But you instantly blush, because you can clearly feel the soft sensation pressing against your back. So you start dawdling, swaying with every step, just to make this journey a little longer. Yan Jungsi, of course, sees right through your little scheme. Not only does she not expose you, but she gently rests her head on your shoulder, like a well-behaved cat. After returning to the flower shop, you help your mom tally up the orders. 600 orders in one day. You are stunned on the spot. Your mom, Yao Mania, sighs, thinking back to how hard it was when we first opened the shop. "Good thing we made it through." You immediately promise, "Starting tomorrow, Sister Shi and I will help out in the shop. You should really thank her." Then she starts complaining about your dad. Sigh, "Why do you always leave your mom to do all the work? What if I collapse from exhaustion?" Your mom and Yan Jungsi secretly exchange a smile, their faces full of happiness. Just like that, during the day, you help out at the flower shop, and at night, you always find all sorts of excuses to sneak into Yan Jungsi's bedroom. The next second, you knock on her door. "Sister Shi, I cut a plate of fruit for you." You start finding all sorts of excuses to sneak into Yan Jungsi's bedroom. "Sister Shi, I bought some aromatherapy today to help you sleep." "Sister Shi, the AC in my room is broken. Can I crash here for the night?" But as soon as she tells you to sleep in her bed, you immediately chicken out. "Never mind. I just remembered the remote probably just ran out of batteries." But unexpectedly, she actually never tires of sitting by the window with you, late into the night, pouring out all her innermost thoughts to you. Sometimes, she falls asleep, leaning on your shoulder while listening. And every time, you gently pick her up, carefully lay her on the bed, tuck her in, set the AC, and even leave a glass of warm water on the nightstand. However, early the next morning, an accident happens. You go to call her for breakfast as usual, but find her door slightly ajar. Then, the sound of a guitar comes from inside. Just a single melody leaves you stunned on the spot. It sounds too good. You immediately tiptoe and peek inside through the crack in the door. You see Yan Jungsi sitting cross-legged on the bed, holding a guitar. Sunlight spills over her hair. You are instantly mesmerized. At this moment, you feel like you're seeing a novel's heroine come to life. The next second, her singing voice rings out. "If you are the fireworks over the sea, the foam of the waves, at a certain moment, your light illuminated me." You just stand quietly at the door. Even your breathing becomes cautious, afraid of breaking the beauty of this moment. You even quietly take out your phone and record this scene. Who knew that after she finishes singing, as if sensing something, she suddenly looks up toward the door. After seeing your figure, she smiles sweetly. "If you don't come in, I'm going to kick you out." You finally snap back to reality and walk in with an awkward face. "Hey, you caught me." Yan Jungsi smiles and asks, "How long have you been standing there?" You immediately start showering her with praises, just long enough to hear you finish a song. "It was seriously amazing. The key is that you sing so well." Yan Jungsi instantly brightens up. "This song is called Light Chaser. I really like it." You take the opportunity to sit next to her. "I wonder if I'll have the chance to hear you sing it again." But she frowns and lightly punches you. "What kind of talk is that? If you want to hear it, I'll sing it for you from now on." You instinctively rub your shoulder. "See, could it be that when you become a pop star in the future, I'll be able to hear it on TV?" But after hearing this, she suddenly falls silent for a moment and shakes her head. She softly says a sentence that makes your heart skip a beat. "That's different. If you want to hear it, I'll only sing it for you alone." As soon as these words come out, your heart pounds wildly. The next moment, you suddenly grab her hand and scoot forward, eyes meeting, gazes burning with passion. As your faces get closer and closer, Yan Jungsi silently closes her eyes. But right at this moment, your mom's voice suddenly rings out at the door. Didn't you go call Zizi down for breakfast? What's taking so long? The next second, Yao Manya takes in the entire scene. Oh my, sorry, mom came at a bad time. You guys continue. After saying that, she immediately covers her eyes and flees the scene. The two of you instantly pull apart, faces flushed red. The atmosphere instantly drops to freezing point. After a long while, you finally mutter softly, how can we continue after that? Seeing the atmosphere reach peak awkwardness, you quickly change the subject. Yan Jungsi's eyes flickered. She pushed you right out of the room. Ugh, enough. Get out for a sec. I'll change and be right down. You had no choice but to say, oh, and turn away dejectedly, but you never expected. The moment she opened the door, she saw you standing foolishly at the top of the stairs. What are you doing standing here? Waiting for you to eat. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What are you doing? Acting like a little kid. In that moment, the earlier awkwardness vanished into thin air. At the dining table, the three of you were having a great time. Just then, your mom suddenly suggested, for New Year's Eve this year, let's just celebrate at the flower shop. It's bright and lively there. You immediately nodded in agreement. Yan Jungsi also chimed in. However, as soon as she finished speaking, a white minivan suddenly pulled up to the shop's entrance. Immediately after, a man wearing a thick black puffer jacket stepped out of the car. Oh my, you're back. Your mom hurriedly put down her chopsticks and went out to greet him. You and Yan Jungsi quickly followed. The person was actually your dad, Yun Zintang. You saw your dad unloading bags big and small from the car. When he turned around and saw you, his face instantly lit up with a smile. He first complained a bit to your mom, then his eyes locked onto Yan Jungsi. This must be Xiaoxi, right? No need to be formal. Just make yourself at home. Yan Jungsi hurriedly replied, thank you. Uncle, auntie, and Xiaox have all been really good to me. Your dad looked calm on the outside, but you knew very well in your heart, back when your mom told him on the phone, that you brought a girlfriend home for the new year. He was so excited he almost flew straight back. Even after hearing about Yan Jungsi's past, a grown man actually cried over the phone. Just then, a gust of cold wind blew past. You all quickly grabbed the bags and went into the shop. You had just asked what he bought when your dad suddenly, with a face full of excitement, grabbed your mom's hand. Wife, I hit the jackpot in Jiangcheng this time. I'll definitely place in next year's floral design competition. Your mom pauses for a moment, then laughs like she's coaxing a child. I know, but you need to take care of your health too. Honestly, your mom has heard this countless times. Every year your dad says he'll win an award, and every year he comes up empty-handed. Watching this scene, Yan Jungshi spaces out a bit, so you walk up to him and chuckle softly. My parents are just like this. They're old, but they still love flirting with each other. Yan Jungsi smiles and shakes his head, but silently thinks to himself, that's really nice. It'd be great if we could be like that when we're old. That evening, the whole family is busy on the first floor. Yan Jungshi is making dumplings with your parents, chatting and laughing. You're the only one up to who knows what, constantly running up and down the stairs. Your mom calls you several times, but you ignore her. Just then, your dad suddenly stops her, smiling and waving his hand, signaling her to leave you alone. Meanwhile, on the third floor, you look at your masterpiece, wipe your sweat in satisfaction, and are just about to head downstairs, when you bump into Yan Jungsi at the staircase, who came up looking for you. What are you doing? The dumplings are ready. Hurry up and eat. But you completely ignore that, happily grabbing his hand. Come with me. Without giving him a chance to react, you drag him straight to the door of his bedroom on the third floor. Seeing your secretive look, Yan Jungsi smiles and asks, what are you up to? You just grin mischievously. Open it and you'll see. He takes a deep breath and pushes the door open. Instantly, he freezes. The entire room is filled with flowers. Lisianthus, winter jasmine, Elsa roses, bellflowers, hyacinths. On the desk, on the bed, by the window, on the bookshelf. And even on the doorframe, flowers are everywhere. You stand behind him, your voice incredibly gentle. I took all the beauty of the 4 seasons and packed it all into your room. Those words make his eyes tremble violently. With his back to you, he silently walks in, his gaze sweeping over every bouquet. Suddenly, he spots a note on the desk. On the pink bear sticky note, 2 little stick figures are drawn, with 5 words written next to them. Yun-Che loves Yan Jungsi. Just 5 simple words, but they hit his heart like a sledgehammer. He stares back and forth at those words, suddenly raising a hand to cover his mouth. After a long time, when he finally turns around, you realize his face is covered in tears, yet he's smiling as beautifully as a flower. You slowly walk up to him, your eyes filled with no one but him. Miss, how about I trade my heart full of love and this room full of seasons for the chance to watch tonight's New Year's Eve fireworks with you? At this moment, he thinks back to his teenage self from a few years ago, lonely and desolate, as if he could be swallowed by the dark night at any moment. But now, you're always by his side, trying everything to make him happy. He has never felt less alone than he does right now. So it turns out, he could actually yearn for a boy this much. Half laughing, half crying, he pouts. Are you that happy seeing me cry? You immediately step forward, reaching out to wipe his tears. This time is different. You're crying because you're happy. I'm only happy when you're happy. He asks blankly, is liking someone really this happy of a thing? You chuckle. That depends on the person. Unexpectedly, he suddenly tilts his head and mutters, I'm not happy. You instantly panic, immediately bending down and leaning in close, making a goofy face to make him laugh. You're lying. You press on playfully. You're clearly smiling, but he stays stubborn. I am not. You just look too stupid. You ignore that and demand. So, are you going to say yes or what? Yan Jungshi looks up, blinking as he asks what's truly on his mind. Is it just for tonight? You freeze. What fire? Then it instantly clicks. You immediately puff out your chest and declare boldly, for a lifetime. Meanwhile, downstairs, your mom is already getting impatient. What's taking these two kids so long? It shouldn't take this long just to call them for dinner. Your dad, however, is fiddling with some flowers on the side, smiling brightly. My son takes after my romantic side. Just as he says that, you're seen holding Yan Jungxi's hand as you walk down the stairs. You even ask on purpose, Mom, what are you guys doing? Why aren't we eating yet? Your mom rolls her eyes at you. We were waiting for you too. The dumplings are getting dry. Just as you sit down at the table, you suddenly remember something. You immediately pull out your phone and text Jiang Sheng. Old Jiang, Happy New Year. Have you eaten dumplings yet? A few minutes later, he finally replies, Yeah? What do you want? Your message made my screen switch. I'm gonna lose this game. You raise an eyebrow. What are you doing? He replies instantly. Playing games with Lu Shi. She sucks so bad. She's dragged me down for several rounds already. You find it weird. She's playing games with you on New Year's Eve instead of being with her family. Who knows? You want to join? You decisively refuse? Nah, I'm busy tonight. Unexpectedly, Jiang Sheng changes the subject. By the way, how are things with you and my sister-in-law? Are you guys official yet? The corners of your mouth curl up wildly as you type out a line. You mean Miss Yan? She's sitting right next to me eating dumplings. The other side instantly explodes. You son of a B times T-H-E. You weren't going to tell me unless I asked? Huh. Just you wait. I'm coming to your house tomorrow. You reply calmly. Pick up a few packs of Fanta on your way, or don't bother coming. Also, say hi to your parents for me. To your surprise, Jiang Sheng's next message leaves you stunned. Say hi, my ass. They're still busy at the company. Your heart tightens. So you're all alone? How about Miss Yan and I bring you some dumplings? But Jiang Sheng refuses. No need. I'm living it up by myself. Lu Shi is calling me again. Catch you tomorrow. You put down your phone, smack your lips, and continue eating. At the dinner table, your dad is enthusiastically bragging about what he saw on his trip to Jiangcheng. You can't help but interrupt. Dad, from the sound of it, you've got a real shot at the competition this year. Your dad takes a big gulp of water, brimming with confidence. More than just a shot. Mark my words, top 10. Poofed. You almost spit out the dumpling in your mouth. Yan Jungxi hurriedly reaches out to pat your back. Seeing your look of disbelief, your dad just smiles and doesn't say much. But right at that moment, he suddenly stands up, pulls a bottle of liquor from under the counter, and slams it onto the table with a clunk. Your mom's face instantly changes, and she questions him sharply. When did you buy that? How come I didn't know? Your dad immediately puts on a smiling face. Oh, come on. We're happy this year. I'll just have a little bit. You look at that bottle of liquor, instantly forgetting your place, and raise your hand, yelling, I want some too. I want some too. The next second, two voices ring out at the exact same time. You are not drinking. Surprisingly, Yan Jungxi and your mom said it in perfect unison. The whole family freezes for a moment, then bursts into roaring laughter. Eventually, they compromise. You and your dad get a little tipsy, with unprecedented joy on your faces. After dinner, you immediately grab Yan Jungxi, grab some stuff, and head for the door. Mom, Sister Shi and I are heading out for a bit. We'll be right back. Your mom hurriedly asks, where are you going? You shake the lunchbox in your hand, smiling brightly. Dropping off some dumplings for Jiang Sheng. He's home alone. Your mom pauses, then asks with concern, is that enough for him? If not, I can boil some more. You pat your chest and guarantee, it's plenty. They're still hot. Guaranteed to fill that guy up. Let's go. Walking on the crowded streets, Yan Jungxi links his arm with yours. Under the silent night sky, the fireworks are dazzling, and snowflakes are falling. You point at the distant horizon, like a kid discovering a new continent. Look at that firework. Doesn't it look like a cat? It even has 2 ears. It really does. So pretty. You turn your head and see Yan Jungshi's side profile, glowing faintly in the light of the fireworks. A thought suddenly pops into your mind. The snow in the sky is a grand romance, but the person before me is my little world. It's not like you hadn't thought about confessing on a Ferris wheel or during a sunset on the beach, but in the end, your confession happened in a rundown old house. No candlelight dinner, no bonfire or music, but in that moment, you felt it was the coolest thing ever. Just then, Yan Jungxi's voice interrupts your thoughts. We've been walking for so long. Does Jiang Sheng really live this far out? You suddenly scan your surroundings and smack your forehead. Crap, we walked past it. You quickly pull him and backtrack, finally finding the place. Knock, knock, knock. You knock on the door. Who is it? Coming. Jiang Sheng's voice rings out from inside. The next second, the door opens. You see Jiang Sheng, holding his phone in one hand, dangling a slipper from the other, his eyes still glued to the screen. You give a cheeky grin. Haha, Hey, Happy New Year, old Jiang. Yan Jungxi also smiles and greets him. Hello. Jiang Sheng's gaming hands instantly freeze. He instinctively looks down and sees the dumplings in your hands. But before you two even step inside, Lu Shi's furious roar suddenly blasts from Jiang Sheng's phone. What the hell, Jiang Sheng? What's wrong with you? You just stopped moving to troll me, didn't you? You immediately lean close to the phone and yell, Sister Lu, Happy New Year? It's Yunche. Jiang Sheng is opening the door for me. Unexpectedly, she replies directly. Oh, right, Yunche. Happy New Year. All right then, Jiang Sheng. You can go AFK. You suck anyway. It's the same with or without you. Hearing this, Jiang Sheng instantly blows his top, cursing as he closes the game. He looks up and raises an eyebrow at you. Hurry up and get inside, close the door. Can't you see I'm just wearing boxers? Are you trying to freeze me to death? Only then do you and Yan Jungxi notice that this guy is currently wearing a short-sleeve shirt, looking like a total scrub. You carry the dumplings inside, but the next second, you're completely petrified. His table is covered in an absolute feast of delicacies. You look down at the dumplings in your hand and instantly want to curse. You But before you can get the words out, Jiang Sheng snatches the dumplings away. He plops right down on the sofa and happily starts devouring them. Oh man, I've been craving dumplings so bad. You're the best. You can't help but ask, where are your parents? Still busy. Jiang Sheng answers off topic, stuffing dumplings into his mouth one after another. So good. Aunt Yao's cooking is the best. Next New Year's Eve, I'm definitely crashing at your place for dinner. You clear your throat and quietly remind him, what Aunt Yao? Sister, she mixed the filling tonight. Jiang Sheng freezes, immediately swallows the dumpling, and gives Yan Jungxi a thumbs up. Great cooking, sister-in-law. Then, you guys just quietly watch him wolf down his food. He inhales over a dozen dumplings in one breath. I'm stuffed. You really can't hold back. With this massive feast on the table, why are you acting like a starving ghost? Jiang Sheng just pouts, looking completely unbothered. Store-bought stuff from restaurants sucks. It's not as good as home-cooked food. You chat with him for a bit, and seeing it's getting late, you get ready to head home. Surprisingly, right as you step into the elevator, Yan Jungxi suddenly turns back and asks, Jiang Sheng, does he have a bad relationship with his family? No one is keeping him company on New Year's Eve. You shake your head, smiling as you explain, no, his family gets along great. His parents are just too busy. He's not lonely. He's just been single for too long. Having someone to talk to is enough for him. Yan Jungxi nods after hearing that and doesn't say anything else. Just then, you walk out of the elevator and conveniently hold the door open for a delivery guy. Thanks. Meanwhile, after Jiang Sheng sees you off, his mood is noticeably much better. He lies on the sofa, watching TV, and laughing out loud. Suddenly, the doorbell rings. He sits up abruptly, wondering if you guys came back, but a voice comes from outside. Hello, Meituan Delivery. The dumplings you ordered are here. Jiang Sheng is completely bewildered. What the heck? I didn't order any dumplings. Excuse me, are you Mr. Jiang Sheng? Yeah, that's me. Then this is the right order. Looking utterly confused, he carries the takeout back to the living room. He glances at the receipt, and two words are clearly written on it. Lu Shi. He instantly freezes, looking at his phone, then at the dumpling box on the table, staying completely silent. After a long while, he stuffs a dumpling into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly, whatever, I'll just carry her for a few more rounds later. New Year's Eve, 10:30 p.m. You and Yan Jungxi step on the thick snow, walking on the way home. On the streets, some people are singing, some are in love. You suddenly grab one of Yan Jungxi's hands and raise it high. He pauses for a moment, then understands what you mean. The next second, he cooperatively stands on his tiptoes and spins around with your hand as the pivot. Your movements are clumsy and completely uncoordinated, but you're laughing happier than anyone else. It doesn't look like dancing. It feels more like making a memory. 11:35 p.m. Only 25 minutes left until the new year. By the window in Yan Jungxi's bedroom, you pull up chairs and sit closely together. He suddenly speaks up, a room full of flowers to represent the 4 seasons. How did you come up with that? You smile proudly. Romantic, right? But Yan Jungxi shakes his head directly. Not romantic. You instantly get anxious. Can't you just be honest for once? He asks in return, if I say it's romantic, will you be really happy? You nod frantically. I will. Only then does he smile. Super romantic, but compared to you confessing to me, it's still lacking just a tiny bit. Time check. 11:45 p.m. You suddenly get nervous. Hey, I'm getting a little panicked. It's really about to be the new year. Yan Jungxi, however, is very calm. It's not your first time. What are you nervous about? You reply with absolute confidence. But this is my first time crossing into the new year with Sixi. His eyes turn cold. Call me that again and see if I don't hit you. You immediately change your tune. Could you really bear to? I could. I'm gonna cry. Suit yourself. 11:55 p.m. The last 5 minutes. You feel your heart racing. Only 5 minutes left. Yan Jungxi also takes a deep breath. Yeah, I'm getting a little nervous. You instantly catch his slip up, laughing out loud. Aha, I knew you were just pretending earlier. He gets flustered and angry. You just had to say it out loud. Ouch. You ambushed me. Right at this final moment, You suddenly remember something. I forgot this. You hurriedly jump up and dash back to your room. 30 seconds before the bell rings, you finally rush back, holding 2 plushies in your hands. You immediately place little Zixi and little Che on the windowsill, making the 2 little figures press tightly against each other. The next second, you finally sit down securely. 5 seconds left. You both press your palms together, making a wish at the same time. You silently pray in your heart. Little Zixi must always be happy. And he also wishes, little Che must always be happy too. The clock strikes 12. The new year has arrived. Happy New Year? You say, Happy New Year. He says it too. Sitting side by side, you unconsciously hold each other's hands tightly. Eyes meeting, your heartbeats instantly spiral out of control. You look at him, your eyes hazy, your breathing heavy. Suddenly, you mimic what he did, gently pressing your forehead against his, your voice hoarse. See. The next second, the most brilliant fireworks bloom in the night sky. Under the sky full of fiery light, you lean down, he tilts his head up, and your lips meet. Your mind instantly goes completely blank. So this is what kissing feels like. His lips are so cool and soft. You scream frantically in your head. Should I use tongue like in the novels? Damn it. Would he mind? I should have asked beforehand. After a long time, you finally pull apart. You have a dazed expression, still wanting more. I want to kiss again. Yan Jingxi frowns with a smile. No more kissing. You immediately droop your head like a wrong puppy. Just then, he suddenly launches a sneak attack, planting a quick peck on the corner of your mouth, then swiftly pulling away, turning his head to pretend nothing happened. You are completely bewildered. The next second, you stick out your tongue and lick the corner of your mouth. Seeing this action, Yan Jingxi furrows his brows tightly and coldly spits out one word, pervert. But you don't care at all, smiling foolishly as you scoot closer to him. As a result, he dodges to the side. You get closer again, and he dodges again. Ah, you're pushing me off. Then stop moving. We'll just get closer and closer. Finally, he just rests his legs on your lap, sitting sideways comfortably. Outside the window, the fireworks are deafening, and snowflakes drift into the room. Yan Jingxi drags out his voice. Wow, so pretty. He reaches out both hands and waves them vigorously. But right under the glow of the fireworks, you suddenly notice 2 tear streaks on his face, and instantly realize what he just remembered. It was the beginning of the story. That dark alleyway. The brutal beating from those 2. He used to fantasize that his true love would ride in on colorful clouds to save him. And it seems you really did show up. Only, you weren't wearing golden armor. Right before the steel pipe came crashing down, you rushed into the alley, armed with nothing but a black umbrella. Yet you shielded him desperately behind you. It turns out, he remembered the time after that, when you handed him that plate of egg fried rice, the one you specifically added an extra egg to. He was thinking even more about how his hero didn't wear golden armor, nor did he ride on colorful clouds. Instead, he rode a little pink e-bike, braving the biting, knife-like winter wind, chugging all the way to the hospital just for him. Right at that moment, you hear him as he reaches his hand out the window, muttering softly, "This kind of Xiao Che is such a hero. I love this winter with Xiao Che by my side. This snowy night. It's so warm and gentle." You look at him, and your heart skips a beat. You're completely stunned. You actually thought he was just missing his grandma. So you suddenly pull him in by his slender waist, and say softly, "In a few days, do you want to go back to your hometown for a visit?" Yan Jingxi snaps back to reality, raises a hand to wipe away the tears, and flashes you a smile. "Why say that all of a sudden?" he asks softly. You answer honestly, "Because I just saw you crying, so I subconsciously thought." Before you can finish, Yan Jingxi suddenly reaches out and wraps his arms tightly around your neck. "Thank you for always taking care of my feelings. I'm fine. I just thought some happy and sad things. Happy and sad things. You're completely lost in the clouds." But he lets go, smiling as he asks, "Let me ask you something. Back on that rainy night, why did you rush in to save me?" The question catches you off guard. You think it over, and finally decide to tell the truth. "I was just doing the right thing." Surprisingly, Yan Jingxi just nods, not shocked in the slightest. In fact, she looks quite satisfied. She immediately follows up, "And this doing the right thing, how long did it last?" Now you feel much more at ease, instantly understanding what she's getting at. You laugh and say probably until that night, when you held me and cried. You want to keep teasing her? You have no idea. You were crying like a delicate little flower. But before you can finish, you suddenly yelp, "Ouch," as the soft flesh of your waist gets ruthlessly pinched. Yan Jingxi pinches your waist hard, glaring at you. "Shut your mouth." You instantly break into a cold sweat. With a bitter face, you mutter inwardly, "Miss Yan, she can be really fierce sometimes." However, Yan Jingxi stays silent for a moment, then suddenly lets go. When we go back to Liansheng this time, "I don't plan on working at the nightclub anymore." You freeze for a second, then quickly agree. "That's for the best. It's not safe for a girl. If I have time, I can accompany you to sing at gigs." After saying that, a sudden flash of inspiration hits you. You suddenly remember the video you secretly recorded of her singing a few days ago. Maybe you could post it online, but then you hit a wall. Lyrics, arranging, publishing. You don't know the first thing about any of it, but you instantly make up your mind. For her, you will definitely learn. Yet another thought pops up. If she really blows up and gets signed by a company, will you two have less time together? You quickly shake your head. That doesn't matter. As long as I can help Miss Yan achieve her dream and make her happy, None of that matters. But on second thought, what if you mess it up? Will she be unhappy? Your mind is instantly a mess. Turns out, there's so much trouble waiting for you in the future. You know very well that Miss Yan is a proud and independent person. She would never agree to let you provide for her. But you don't plan on telling her right now. There are enough things to worry about already. Everything can wait until school starts. So you change the subject and directly ask her out. Tomorrow is the first day of the Lunar New Year. Let's go out and have fun. Yan Jungsi blinks. Go where? You immediately perk up. The full couple's date package, of course. Shopping, movies, bubble tea, and eating at street stalls together in the evening. You even add, too bad it's winter right now. We can't eat ice cream. To your surprise, Yan Jungshi nods without hesitation. Just then, the snow starts falling heavier. You both close the window. Just as she's about to put her legs down, you suddenly blurt out, you walked so far today. Let me rub your feet for you. Yan Jungsi instantly looks at you with deep suspicion. Just rubbing my feet? You immediately feel guilty. Really? But then you think about it. Your original intention was just to rub her feet. What is there to feel guilty about? You just muster up some courage. When Yan Jungsi suddenly leans in close to your face, she narrows her eyes, staring you down, and drags out her voice. Really just rubbing my feet? It's over. Your little bit of courage vanishes into thin air, but seeing your goofy expression, she bursts into laughter and actually nods in agreement. All right, with that, she sits back and places both feet directly on your lap. You look at the delicate feet in front of you, gulping as if facing a formidable enemy. The next second, moving gently, you hold her feet, even breathing cautiously. The moment you touch them, Yan Jungsi's body trembles slightly. Her cheeks flush red. It tickles a bit. You quickly ask, is this pressure okay? Yeah, just like that. As you rub her feet, she looks at you with a face full of happiness. You two share a lot of heartfelt words. Early the next morning, you finish breakfast and get ready to head out. Before leaving, your mom gives you an earful. Don't be stingy with your money and stay safe. You agree repeatedly. Got it, Mom? We're just hanging around watching. You two are so focused on going out to have fun that you completely fail to realize you seem to have forgotten something major. As a result, less than half an hour after you leave, Jiang Sheng comes storming in. Looking excited, he shouts to your mom, Auntie Yao, where's Xiao Che? I brought him some Fanta, but your mom looks confused. Xiao Che? He went out with Sixi. Didn't they tell you? Jiang Sheng's smile instantly freezes on his face. What the heck? They went out? The next second, he realizes he's been ditched. He tosses the Fanta onto the sofa, gritting his teeth. I'm so pissed. He plops down on his butt, pops open a can of Fanta, and takes a huge gulp. Much better. Yao Manya walks over and asks, Xiao Jiang, did your parents not come home last night either? Jiang Sheng waves his hand. Auntie Yao, you know how it is. I'm just thanking my lucky stars they even video called me last night. Yao Manya sighs. Sigh. Then just come eat at the shop for the next few days. But Jiang Sheng scratches his head and laughs. Alright, Auntie Yao, even if you didn't offer, I still would. Your mom curls her lips. Your personality is exactly like your mother's. Do you want me to give Xiao Che a call? Hearing this, Jiang Sheng quickly refuses. No, don't interrupt their date. I'll just wander around the shop by myself. Call me if you need anything. After your mom leaves, Jiang Sheng stands up and starts wandering aimlessly around the flower shop. He mutters to himself, TSK. These are all so pretty. What are they called again? Little crazy. This one is a carnation. Definitely can't go wrong with that. Oh, I know this one. It's called a Lysianthus. Jiang Sheng rubs his chin. Surrounded by the floral scent filling the room, he feels completely relaxed. Just then, he suddenly thinks of something and immediately pulls out his phone to video call Lu Shi. As soon as the call connects, a woman in pajamas appears on the screen, with messy, bedhead hair. Jiang Sheng blurts out, Holy crap, what kind of monster are you? Lu Shi instantly blows up. Watch your mouth. Harassing your teacher first thing in the morning, huh? Jiang Sheng grins. I need you for something. But Lu Shi is impatient. I just woke up. Spit it out. Then why did you answer? Can't you care about your image a little? Then I'm hanging up. Wait, don't. I want to show you something. Saying that, Jiang Sheng hurriedly flips the camera, pointing it at the room full of flowers. The other end of the screen goes silent for a few seconds, before she finally asks, So beautiful. Where is this? Jiang Sheng hums smugly. Nothing to do today, so I'm just admiring some flowers. Since when are you so elegant? Jiang Sheng ignores her teasing, and explains directly, I'm at Xiao Che's house. His family runs a flower shop. Thought I'd share it with you. But Lu Shi roasts him. Couldn't you just take a picture? Did you really have to video call? Jiang Sheng raises an eyebrow. Taking pictures is too much of a hassle. Video calling is way faster. Right then, Lu Shi suddenly shouts, Hey, walk forward, let me see those purple flowers. Jiang Sheng has no choice but to hold his phone and walk forward, stopping in front of a few medium-sized purple flowers. Stop right there. Zooming in the camera, Lu Shi marvels, These flowers are blooming so beautifully. Hearing this, Jiang Sheng immediately gets cocky. Hee, told you so. This is called, bell. Damn it, it's called bellflower. You acting like you know things makes you look like a clown. Lu Shi changes the subject. Can you bring a few stems back for me? I'll have Xiao Yu teach me how to care for them later. Jiang Sheng agrees impatiently. Fine, fine, fine. I'll bring them when school starts. Won't even charge you. Who knew Lu Shi would push her luck? Then when school starts, bring me a whole bag of campanula and treat me to a meal. Jiang Sheng agrees readily without a second thought. No problem. Barbecue is fine. But the next second, he suddenly realizes something is wrong. He flips the camera back to himself, frowning as he asks, "What did you just say?" "I bring you flowers, and I have to treat you to a meal." But Lu Shi acts like it's completely natural. "That's right. You still owe me a meal." "Since when?" Lu Shi smiles and drops a bombshell. "Last time I helped Yun Che, he said he'd have you treat me to a meal someday. Did he not tell you?" Jiang Sheng is instantly dumbfounded. "No, he didn't." But Lu Shi just smiles. "Well, it's not too late now." Now Jiang Sheng is completely furious. "You ditch me, fine. But you actually team up with an outsider to scam me out of a meal." On the other end of the phone, Lu Shi suddenly asks, "Is Yun Che not with you?" "No. He went on a date with Miss Yan and left me here all by myself." Just mentioning you fills Jiang Sheng with rage. Who knew that when Lu Shi heard this, he would let out a ruthless laugh. "Haha, you got dumped. Looks like you're not as important to him as that little girl." Jiang Sheng angrily curls his lip. But the next second, a sly gleam flashes in his eyes. "I'm gonna go see exactly what those two are up to. Maybe I'll catch something juicy. I'm going to find them right now and secretly follow them." Lu Shi immediately roasts him. "You stalker, who goes out of their way to eat dog food? You have the nerve to judge me? Aren't those romance novels you read exactly the same?" Jiang Sheng shoots back, getting ready to hang up. However, right at that moment, Lu Shi suddenly yells, "Wait, I don't have anything to do either. Let me go wash my face. Don't hang up the video call. We'll watch them together." Meanwhile, you are sweetly strolling through the mall with Yan Jungsi. You pass by a shop, and a white hat catches your eye immediately. You instantly think it would be perfect for keeping her ears warm in the winter. After putting it on, she looks at you playfully. "Does it look good?" You blurt out, "It looks great." Cute as hell. She rolls her eyes at you, pouting. Soon after, you pass by a bakery, buy some egg tarts and cream puffs, and head to the plaza. You take out a cream puff and bring it to her lips. But as she takes a bite, the cream actually splatters out. She immediately tilts her head up, fluttering her big eyes at you. "Oops, I got cream on my face." Your heart skips a beat. You raise your hand, using your thumb, to gently wipe the cream from the corner of her mouth. The next second, you pinch her cheek and laugh softly. "Quick, tell me who you are." Mike says she couldn't possibly be this cute. Yan Jungsi pouts and stays silent, but reaches out and pinches your face too. Deep down, she's actually loving every second of this sweetness. However, you never could have imagined. Right at this moment, behind the bushes in the plaza's flower bed, Jiang Sheng is wearing a hat and sunglasses, holding up his phone, intensely spying on this exact scene. He roars into his phone. "Damn it, did you see that? They're pinching each other's faces." And Xiao Che started it. "Since when is he so smooth?" Lu Shi's voice simultaneously rings out from the phone. "I'm not blind. Of course I saw it. They're so sweet." Jiang Sheng almost faints from anger. "Hey, you're shipping them already? How are you even more hopeless than me?" But Lu Shi retorts, "Stop yelling. Being a counselor is annoying enough. What's wrong with finding a little entertainment?" Just as Jiang Sheng is about to say something, Lu Shi anxiously shouts, Hey, they're leaving. Hurry up and follow them." Afterward, you and Yan Jungsi go watch a movie. During this time, Jiang Sheng can only wander around holding his phone, showing Lu Shi the sights of Huacheng. Look. From the phone, Lu Shi urges. "Look, they're practically glued together while walking. Can't you get a little closer?" Jiang Sheng wants to cry but has no tears. "My lady, any closer and I'll be spotted." By the time you finish the movie and come out, it's already evening. Walking along the street, Yan Jungshi suddenly stops in her tracks. Her gaze is completely captivated by a small stall. It's candied hawthorn, something that made her drool just looking at it when she was a kid. But because she had no money, she never dared to tell her grandma she wanted it. Later, when she moved to Lianqing, she could make her own money, and even though it was sold just a street away, it felt like she hadn't seen it in years. You follow her gaze, and instantly understand. You smile and say, "I'll go buy you some candied hawthorn. What flavor do you want?" She blinks. "I want the hawthorn one." You immediately reply, "You got it. Wait here for me. I'll be right back." She gives a soft, mim, but her eyes never leave your back. Her clear, autumn water eyes are silently filled with affection. A moment later, holding 2 skewers of candied hawthorn, you walk back toward her, beaming with joy. Watching you approach, she thinks to herself, "You look so handsome like this. You'd probably look even better in a suit later on." You walk up to her, looking delighted. "I bought 2 skewers. 1 strawberry, 1 hawthorn." She's a bit curious. "Do you like strawberry?" You scratch your head, smiling as you explain that you actually can't handle sour food at all. So when buying candied hawthorn as a kid, you usually only ate the strawberry ones. She nods. "I see." You hand her the skewer of candied hawthorn. Then, linking arms once again, you two head toward the moat. Sitting on the steps by the moat, you eat your candied hawthorn. The ground is bathed in moonlight. Just then, having just taken a bite, she smiles, her eyes curving into crescents, and asks you indistinctly, "Do you want to try mine?" You look at the skewer she just ate from, gulp, and nod anyway. "Then I'll give it a try today. Let's see just how sour it is." To your surprise, she actually says, I'll feed you. Immediately after, she reaches out and brings the skewer to your lips. You open your mouth and bite one off. The next second, your brows furrow tightly. Your expression instantly twists, and your whole body even starts to shudder. She freezes for a moment, then covers her mouth and bursts out laughing. Her laughter is so infectious it seems to ripple through the moonlight. You look so funny. Fighting back the sourness, you suddenly ask her, which is more sour, lemon or hawthorn? She instinctively blurts out, probably lemon, right? But you flash a grin and deliver the fatal strike. Ah, isn't it more sour when you get jealous over me? As soon as the words leave your mouth, the atmosphere instantly turns awkward. She stares blankly at your face, expressionless, as if she didn't understand. After a long while, she finally reacts, actually looking a bit flustered and annoyed. She scolds you. If you keep being so smooth-talking, I'm going to ignore you. Afterward, you get up and take a stroll along the moat. Meanwhile, Jiangsheng, holding his phone, sits down in the exact spot you two were just in, continuing his live broadcast for Lu Shi. Just then, you arrive at a boat dock. It looks like it hasn't been operating for a long time, but your eyes suddenly light up brightly. Pointing at the dock, you say, I used to come here all the time when I was a kid. Then you throw out an even bigger temptation, taking a boat from here, and going around the moat, you can take in the entire night view of Huacheng. You talk endlessly, continuing to describe the scene. During the summer, the whole route is covered in flowers. The floral scent is so strong it hits right in the nose. Unfortunately, later on, due to safety reasons, they actually shut it down. Otherwise, you could have taken a boat ride with her tonight. But you change your tone. It's winter right now. In past years, there would be a fireworks festival by the shore. It's definitely no worse than the summer. You promise her that she would definitely love it, but she just turns sideways, leaning on the railing of the moat, resting her head on her hand. She just quietly listens to you speak. The evening breeze blows by, gently combing through her hair. But just as you finish describing that beautiful scene and turn your head, you realize she has actually closed her eyes. With a faint smile on her lips, you instantly feel a little upset, but still softly ask, are you still listening? Surprisingly, she doesn't open her eyes, but her eyelashes flutter slightly. I'm listening, she says softly. While you were talking, she was closing her eyes, imagining that very scene. A wooden boat gliding across the water, flowers along the way, fireworks filling the sky. Then she changes her tone, her voice carrying a hint of mystery. But I see more than just the fireworks and the night view. You instinctively ask, what else? Only then does she gently utter a few words. I also see Xiao Che. You freeze instantly, staring at her in a daze. The next second, as if pulled by some invisible force, completely subconsciously, you lean your head close to her cheek. She lowers her head slightly, her eyes as gentle as water. You bend down slightly and kiss her right then and there. Her whole body jolts violently, and her eyes snap open. But after a couple of soft gasps, her gaze turns hazy, and then she quiets down again. However, kissing really takes a lot of energy. You guys hadn't eaten since the movie ended, and now you're genuinely starving. So you head straight for the snack street. Teppanyaki squid, grilled gluten, boneless chicken feet, grilled cold noodles. You buy a little bit of everything. Finally, you sit down at a clam vermicelli stall. Just as you spread all the food out on the table, the mouth-watering aroma instantly hits your nose. But as soon as you sit down, you notice her hat is crooked again. So you patiently reach out and carefully straighten it for her, even pulling it down a bit to cover her ears. Unexpectedly, when you look up, you find her glaring at you fiercely. You instinctively ask, why are you looking at me like that? To your surprise, Yan Zhengxi furrows her brows and snaps, I specifically pushed it up. And what do? Without a word, you pull it right back down. She complains angrily. This hat looks weird covering my ears. It looks good. But you just smile and pinch her cheek. Whether it looks good or not isn't important. Not freezing your head is what matters. She pouts in protest, but ultimately doesn't move it again. Just then, you finally notice the boss selling clam vermicelli next to you, looking at you two with a bitter expression. You're taking up his table, but it's covered in food from other stalls, and you haven't even ordered yet. You instantly feel a bit embarrassed, and immediately shout to the boss, Boss, 2 portions of tin-foil clam vermicelli, with an extra portion of clams in each. Hearing this, the boss instantly beams with joy. Looking at the lively atmosphere around you, you feel an itch you can't scratch. You tentatively look at Yan Zhengxi, just about to ask if she wants to drink a little, but before you can finish, she actually nods without hesitation. Sure, your eyes instantly widen, completely dumbfounded. Didn't you say I wasn't allowed to drink? But Yan Zhengxi just pokes your forehead, smiling as she says, when I'm by your side, you can drink. However, she immediately lays down a rule. No hard liquor, and you're not allowed to drink too much. I don't want you getting drunk and taking advantage of me again. You immediately put on an innocent face. God is my witness. I'm really not that kind of guy. But Yan Zhengxi just curls her lips, completely ignoring your excuses. So you immediately turn around and shout, Boss, bring us 2 bottles of beer. But the next second, Yan Zhengxi suddenly grabs your hand. Make it 4. I'll drink with you tonight. Hearing this, you're completely stunned. Then, a massive wave of sweetness floods your heart. With a perfect girlfriend like her, what more could you ask for? As soon as the beer is served, you can't wait to fill both of your glasses. You start by chugging a huge mouthful. As a result, your brows instantly knit together. Bleg. This tastes awful. It's not sweet at all. Yan Zhengxi doesn't know whether to laugh or cry at your antics. You idiot. Of course beer isn't sweet. How about I order you some apple cider instead? But you hastily wave your hands in refusal. That's no different from juice. I want to slowly learn how to drink. Who knew that as soon as you said that, Yan Jungxi's face would instantly turn cold. She shoots a death glare straight at you. A chill immediately runs down your spine. You frantically try to explain. I meant learning how to hold my liquor, not falling in love with drinking. As a man, you don't have to drink, but you have to know how. Yan Jungxi tilts her head, looking at you with amusement. And where did that logic come from? You gulp down another big mouthful of beer, and then reply with a deadpan expression. Heh, I read it in a book. Men are supposed to put all their troubles into their alcohol and swallow them down, one sip at a time. Surprisingly, after listening in silence, Yan Jungxi doesn't say a single word. She picks up her glass and downs it in one go. Then she immediately pours another full glass and drains it again. It isn't until the third glass is empty and the fourth is poured. You finally panicked. You hurriedly grabbed his hand. XXI. Are you mad? I won't say it again. But he looked completely unfazed, as if he'd just taken a sip of plain water. He spoke calmly, ignoring your question entirely. Let's make a promise. You froze. What kind of promise? You asked softly. Yan Jungxi looked right at you. Every single word incredibly clear. From now on, no more secrets between us. Whether it's happy, sad, work, or family, everything. When you're upset, don't just drink by yourself. If I'm around, tell it to my face. If I'm not, call me. I might not be the best at comforting people, but I'll share the burden with you, and I'll be by your side for the rest of our lives. The moment the words left his mouth, you couldn't hold back anymore. You lunged forward and pulled him into a tight, desperate hug. Tears instantly welled up in your eyes. Yan Jungxi's face flushed beet red. He shoved you away, flustered and annoyed. What are you doing? People are watching. But you just sat there grinning like an idiot, nodding enthusiastically. Okay, letting him go. You cheekily leaned back in. Hey. Actually, there's no problem in the world that a hug and a kiss can't solve. Say that again? His eyes went dangerously cold. You immediately threw your hands up in surrender. There's no problem I can't share with my sixie. Hearing that, Yan Jungxi finally broke into a brilliant smile. But once you got back to the flower shop, the atmosphere grew a bit subtle. You had just finished your shower, and the second you opened the bathroom door, your heart skipped a beat. Yan Jungxi was standing quietly right outside. His arms were crossed over his chest, wet hair clinging to his cheeks. He was clearly waiting for you. You freeze, instinctively taking 2 steps back, hugging yourself tightly. Sister Shi, what are you trying to do? Seeing your shameless expression, Yan Jungxi gets so annoyed she almost smacks you on the spot. What the hell are you thinking? She tosses out coldly. But her next words make your heart skip a beat. Come to my room later. Bang. The door slams shut. You turn to stone right then and there. Your brain is buzzing. She actually invited you to her room. Could it be that tonight is the night? The more you think about it, the faster your heart races. You rush back to your room to change clothes and even make sure to blow dry your hair. But standing in front of her bedroom door, you chicken out again, taking a deep breath. You keep telling yourself to stay calm. If she gets impulsive, you'll just reason with her. Knock knock. Sister Shi, I'm coming in. Receiving a positive reply, you gently push open the door and poke your head inside. You find Yan Jungxi sitting cross-legged on the bed. Seeing you, she immediately waves. It's cold out there. Hurry up and come in. You close the door, but looking like a thief, you tiptoe and awkwardly shuffle over. Your behavior leaves her feeling both amused and speechless. What are you doing? Why are you acting so reserved all of a sudden? Where's all that shamelessness you had a few days ago? When you were constantly making up excuses to visit my room? You walk up to her, looking incredibly conflicted. But doing this kind of thing today is really embarrassing. What's there to be embarrassed about? Isn't it a bit too soon? To your surprise, she puts a hand to her chin and seriously considers it. Too soon? I actually think it's a bit late. I was actually planning to tell you the night before last. Your heart drops. Looks like she's really made up her mind this time. However, her next words leave you completely dumbfounded. It might hurt a little at first, so you just have to bear with it. It gets much better later on. Huh. Your eyes widen like saucers. You blurted out. Why would I be the one in pain? Shouldn't it be you? To your surprise, he gave you a completely matter-of-fact look. I play all the time, so my fingers already have calluses. They stopped hurting a long time ago. Calluses? Wait. Your brain instantly short-circuited. It finally clicked. Are you talking about teaching me how to play guitar? Yeah, he answered firmly. When you first start playing guitar, your fingers really hurt. So you just have to push through it. Once you build up calluses like mine, it won't hurt anymore. You wanted nothing more than for the ground to swallow you whole. Oh, so that's what you meant. What else would it be? Yan Jungxi narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing you. Xiaoche, you're acting really weird tonight. In that moment, your guilt and embarrassment hit an absolute peak. It turned out the only one with a dirty mind was you. Seeing your conflicted expression, he asked softly, do you not want to learn? I do. I want you to teach me. Of course I do. You immediately nodded like crazy. He finally broke into a smile, his tone gentle. Don't be so nervous. It's not like I'm gonna eat you. Hearing his gentle words, all your embarrassment instantly vanished. Smiling brightly, you said, all right, Teacher Yan. Calling him Teacher Yan made the corner of his lips twitch, but he still scooted over a bit, patted the open spot beside him and said, sit here. Okay, Teacher Yan. You quickly kicked off your shoes and climbed onto the bed, sitting cross-legged. But something still felt off, so you scooted closer to him again, not stopping until you were practically glued to his side. Right after that, he pulled the guitar out of its case. I'll teach you how to read sheet music first. Once you've got that down, I'll show you how to hold chords. Got it, Teacher Yan? You were grinning like a complete idiot. Then he flipped open a guitar music book, pointing to the song Farewell. Look, these 6 lines correspond to the 6 strings. He was explaining everything so seriously, but your eyes were completely glued to his face. Out of nowhere, he suddenly looked up and caught you dead in the act. Look at the sheet music. Why are you looking at me? You just grin playfully and reply, okay, Teacher Yan. Teacher Yan is so gentle when she teaches. She instantly gives you a helpless look, but can't bear to actually hit you. So, she patiently goes back to explaining the C chord. It says C here, and the 3 boxes below correspond to the first 3 frets. She is completely focused, but you seize the opportunity, suddenly leaning in and planting a kiss right on her cheek. The next second, smack. A crisp slap echoes. Ouch. You let out a miserable shriek. Teacher Yan is so fierce. Behave yourself. She blushes bright red with embarrassment and anger. If you keep this up, I'm really going to get mad. But for once, you don't talk back. Instead, feeling as calm as still water, you reach your hands straight toward her beautiful hair. Just as she thinks you're trying to pull something, you merely pluck a tiny, pure white petal from her strands. You say softly, there was a flower in your hair. Those few words alone make her heart tremble. She slowly turns her head, sees the bellflower on the table, and her cheeks instantly turn crimson. She freezes, completely dazed. Right after, you notice that her hair is still damp, so you speak gently once again. Let me blow dry your hair for you. With that, she completely melts. Her lips tremble slightly, unable to find the right words. She can only instinctively nod. Okay. You keep your face calm, nodding slightly, and pretending to be completely serious. But the very next second, you can't hold it in. A smug smile breaks across your lips, completely giving you away, and she catches you red-handed. She instantly snaps out of it, furrowing her brows. Oh, I see. I almost fell for your little trick. The next second, both her hands grab your cheeks, pinching and squishing them back and forth. Trying to trick me into letting you blow dry my hair, huh? Fine, but first you have to learn how to read the sheet music. You can dry it once you've learned, but this time, for a rare change, you don't put on a goofy smile. Your eyes suddenly soften. You raise your hand and gently pluck a tiny white flake from his hair, holding it right up in front of him. He instantly catches on, his brows furrowing. You instinctively try to run for it, but his hands are already pinching your cheeks, squishing them back and forth. Oh, you. I almost fell for that. Trying to trick me into blow drying your hair, huh? Learn this first. Once you get it down, then I'll dry it. He huffs at you in exasperation. Save the useless flattery. If it were anyone else, I bet they would have learned it in 10 minutes. But during the time you promised to focus and learn, your eyes couldn't help but wander back to his face. You simply couldn't control yourself. To give you a brutally honest evaluation, you're just a total sucker for his looks, yet completely unfazed. You shout that you want to give it a try, claiming, I feel like I'm terrifyingly good right now. Fine, here. He hands the guitar over to you. You eagerly hug it to your chest and excitedly strum the strings. To you, it sounds absolutely melodic, but to him, it's nothing but pure noise. He immediately steps into teacher mode. Press this chord with your left hand first. With your right, pluck 5, 3, 2, 3 like I taught you. You hurriedly do as you're told, but your fingers are impossibly stiff. It feels like one tiny movement will mess everything up. Keep your finger joints perpendicular to the fretboard. Noticing your awkward hand placement, he quickly adds, otherwise you'll touch the other strings, and they won't ring out. You quickly adjust your grip, and your right hand starts plucking. BZ. The very next second, the guitar lets out a weird, muted buzz. Huh? What's wrong with it? You glance down at the sheet music again, completely sure you pressed the right strings, but it still sounds completely off. You look up at him, totally confused. She just says, you're not pressing hard enough. Use a little more force. Hearing this, you suddenly press down harder. A sharp pain shoots from your fingertips, but then your right hand strums again, and a beautiful chord instantly rings out. Whoa, that sounds amazing. You can't help but look completely thrilled. Did I really just play that? She doesn't know whether to laugh or cry, but she praises you anyway. Yes, you're the best. Keep playing. Who would have thought that for the next 5 minutes, you just keep repeating that exact same rhythm, looking completely intoxicated by it. Meanwhile, her brows furrow tighter and tighter, but she still forces a smile as she looks at you. All right, stop playing that. She finally can't take it anymore. Try a different chord. Hearing this, you let go of the strings. You look down at your left hand. The 3 fingers you used to press the strings are now bright red. Each finger has a deep red groove left by the strings. Right then, you suddenly grab one of her hands and pull it close. Looking closely, you realize her fingertips are covered in thick calluses. Your heart instantly aches for her. You mutter to yourself, to get calluses this thick. It must have hurt so much back then, right? She freezes. She instinctively wants to say it didn't hurt, but suddenly, she changes her mind. She says softly, yeah. It hurt a lot when I first started playing. Hearing this, your heart aches beyond measure. Without a word, you lower your head and gently kiss her hand. Seeing your heartbroken expression, she actually starts to regret saying it. The truth is, She only said it because she remembered what you once told her, that in front of you, she doesn't ever have to pretend to be strong. When a girl falls for you so willingly, taking all your words to heart, the sweet, the silly, and the most honest thoughts you share, remembering every single one of them, is there anything in the world more heartwarming than that? You immediately make her a solemn promise. Don't worry, I will definitely help you achieve your dream. On this path, you're going to make the greatest music and have the biggest audience in the world. She is momentarily stunned, but then she smiles and shakes her head. The next second, you suddenly press her hand against your chest. I'm serious, Sister She. I want you to always be a carefree kid. I'll pave the way for your future. But she suddenly interrupts you, saying something that leaves you completely shocked. That's not important. None of that matters as much as. She then gently cups your face, whispering, all right. Why are you overthinking things? You swallow hard and finally nod. You bring a hand up and gently press it against hers. Everything is understood without a single word. Next, she teaches you the M and G chords. The G chord is the hardest. Pressing your pinky on the thinnest string is painful and awkward. But surprisingly, in just over an hour, you're actually able to hold down every chord. Even though your chord transitions are still clumsy, you're already beyond excited. Haha. Sister She, I've completely mastered these 3 chords. Once I learn how to switch between them, will I be able to play a whole song? She smiles and nods. Yep, in that case, I need to learn faster, so I can play accompaniment for you as soon as possible. But she shakes her head. Let's stop here for today. If you practice too much, your hand will hurt a lot tomorrow. Hearing this, you feel a little disappointed, but you still obediently listen to her. Just as she is about to put the guitar away, you suddenly speak up. I want to hear you sing tonight. She pauses for a second. Her hands instantly freeze, and then her gaze becomes incredibly soft. She whispers, okay, what do you want to hear? You flash a bright smile. Anything is fine, preferably something a bit longer. She chuckles at your response. After thinking for a moment, she starts to play. As soon as the intro starts, you instantly feel a deep sense of familiarity, yet you are absolutely certain you've never heard it before. The next second, her melodic voice drifts through the air. That laughter reminded me of all the flowers that quietly bloomed in every corner of my life. He sang softly, his body swaying gently, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. His eyes lowered. The mist seemed to paint a picture of its own. You gaze at her in a daze, your heart completely melting for your favorite girl. Under the moonlight, her brows were slightly furrowed. The way she sang that love song was breathtakingly beautiful. The next morning, you were having breakfast with her on the first floor of the flower shop, but suddenly, the flower shop door swung open. Sorry, we're not open yet. Before you could finish speaking, you saw Jiang Sheng walk over with a resentful look on his face. Old Jiang, you didn't expect him to ignore you first thing in the morning. He walked straight over and sat down in front of you too. Then he grabbed a steamed bun and stuffed it into his mouth. He demanded through a mouthful of food. You still have the nerve to say that? We agreed I'd come find you yesterday. Where the hell did you go? You suddenly realized what had happened. You'd felt like you'd forgotten something last night. Turns out, you'd completely forgotten about your buddy. Sorry, you quickly said, as you handed him another steamed bun. But Jiang Sheng waved it off. Then he suddenly leaned towards you. Oh, right, Xiao Che. Let me ask you something. How are the bellflowers? You froze for a moment. Looking confused, you asked, bellflowers. Why are you asking about those? He hesitated for a moment. Chen Shengdao said, well, it's like this. I have a friend. Here we go again with the I have a friend routine. My friend wants to grow bellflowers, but he's worried he'll kill them. So I told him my buddy's family owns a flower shop. You laughed when you heard that. Why not just look it up online? Jiang Sheng immediately grinned. The stuff online can't be trusted. I'd rather trust you. You purse your lips. Fine then. All right, put it in your phone. If you forget, just ask me again. No problem. He looked excited. You slowly began. First, good ventilation and lighting. Second, avoid direct sun exposure. Third, when the flowers wither, pinch them off at the stem. Make room for the other vines. As long as you don't completely neglect them, they'll be fine. Jiang Sheng nodded as he listened. Then, he immediately made a new request. Oh, right. When school starts, help me pick out a few of the best-looking bouquets. I want to give them to my friends. You agreed readily? No problem. I'll even pot them for you. You can just gift them, pot and all. Jiang Sheng clapped his hands in excitement. I knew I could count on you. But a second later, he suddenly froze. Wait, how often did you say I need to water them? Right at that moment, Yan Zhengxi, who had been quiet all this time, suddenly spoke up. Every 2 to 4 days. Don't water it if the soil isn't dry, and water it from the bottom using the soaking method. You and Jiang Sheng were instantly stunned. The next second, you both exclaimed in unison. Sister C, you're amazing. Sister-in-law, you have a great memory. Yan Zhengxi just looked at you both, completely speechless. She shook her head and went back to eating her breakfast. Just then, your parents suddenly walked in from outside. Seeing Jiang Sheng, your mom looked delighted. Oh, little Jiang is here. I'm back again. And Yao. Your mom smiled brightly. She and her dad quickly packed up a few things, getting ready to head out. Before leaving, she said to you, your dad and I have some things to take care of today. We won't be back until evening. You and Sixie help watch the shop this morning. Okay? Your mom added with a smile. You can close up and rest in the afternoon. You agreed immediately. No problem, Mom. Don't worry, just go do your thing. I'll have Jiang Sheng stay and help out this morning. Hearing that he was going to be used as free labor, Jiang Sheng instantly jumped up, ready to slip away. But you remained perfectly calm and casually muttered, "Bellflowers." As soon as the words left your mouth, Jiang Sheng plopped right back down on his seat. He grumbled unwillingly, "Fine, I'll do it." And just like that, time skipped to the afternoon of the second day of the Lunar New Year. Your parents went visiting relatives. Only the three of you were left in the flower shop. After lunch, the warm winter sun felt just right. Yan Zhengxi stayed in her room alone, sitting in the sunlight, reading the copy of Pride and Prejudice you gave her. Meanwhile, Jiang Sheng was sprawled out on your bed, fast asleep. His snoring was loud enough to shake the heavens. You had your headphones on, listening to the song she sang last night, while your fingers tapped away at the keyboard, typing a new chapter for your novel. The entire afternoon was incredibly peaceful. Sunlight streamed through the windowsill, illuminating the blooming flowers filling the room. It felt as if time itself had slowed down. It wasn't until the sunset bathed the windowsill in golden light that you finally took off your headphones and stretched. You gently patted the guy next to you. Old Jiang. But the only response you got was his thunderous snoring and the sound of the wind outside. You simply leaned back in your chair and closed your eyes, wanting to memorize the feeling in your heart right at this moment. This kind of quiet brought such peace of mind. After a long while, you suddenly realized you hadn't checked the feedback in your readers group chat for a while. So, you unlocked your phone, only to find hundreds of unread messages in the group. Change name when I hit 100 pounds. The author's new book is so good. The male lead gives such a strong sense of security. I can't even imagine if the female lead hadn't met him. How lonely she would be after her grandma passed away. Calm and collected. Damn, who's cutting onions in here? Ah, woo, eating boba today. The male lead's parents are so sweet too. You continued scrolling down the chat history. Change name. When I hit 100 pounds. Only a loving family could raise a little sunshine like him. His ray of light. Where does the author live? I want to send you some local specialties. Then, one comment made your heart skip a beat. Paper umbrella in the smog. I'm so jealous of the male lead. I have the male lead's dedication, but I just can't seem to meet my female lead. But the next second, other readers chimed in to comfort him. Joy of one man, one dog. Don't lose hope, bro. You just haven't met her yet. Change name. When I hit 100 pounds. Exactly. Hope everyone finds their true love this new year. Right at that moment, someone noticed your alt account. Journey far. A wild author appeared. Change name when I hit 100 pounds. Hurry up and update. It's not enough. I'm getting withdrawal symptoms here. Then they dug up a message you had sent earlier. Happy New Year, everyone. I might take a day off from updating tomorrow. The group instantly exploded. Dream wife Jiang Qing. Not giving us extra chapters is one thing, but skipping an update. Fellow Taoists, step aside. I'm gonna smite him with lightning. Jiang and Misty Mountains. The author works hard. Just drop a few extra chapters when you get back. No need to spend time with a partner. Silent Rain. Bro, you don't have a partner, do you? Jiang and Misty Mountains. Why else do you think I'm here reading web novels? Looking at these comments, you couldn't help but laugh out loud. Another reader left a heartfelt message. The male lead protects the female lead so well. Please, just let them have a peaceful, happy life together. This book perfectly captures my ideal image of a female lead. Please don't drop this. And your alt account reassured them. Don't worry, there won't be any cheap melodrama. I'll definitely give everyone a perfect ending. Seeing this, you locked your phone, feeling a warm glow in your heart. You were so lucky to have such an adorable group of readers. You stood up, walked over to the bed, and suddenly raised your voice. Old Jiang. Old Jiang. What's wrong? Is dinner ready? Jiang Sheng jolted awake instantly, sitting bolt upright, with drool still hanging from the corner of his mouth. His very first word was asking about food. You frowned at him. It's almost 6 p.m. Get up and wash your face. You pointed at the messy bed sheets with a look of disgust. Look at what you did to my sheets. We've got things to do after dinner. Jiang Sheng immediately looked like he had lost the will to live. Bro, what are you doing to me? He just flopped right back down, wrapping himself tightly in the blanket, mumbling, I'm begging you. Don't wake me up until the food is ready. Your bed is way too soft. Let me snooze a little longer. You felt a wave of helplessness and could only shake your head and sigh. But remembering how much he helped out at the flower shop this morning, your heart softened, and you let him keep sleeping. However, the moment you stepped out of the room, you bumped right into Yan Jungxi, who was also coming out of her room. Your eyes met. The next second, I'll cook today. You both spoke in perfect unison, then both shyly lowered your heads. You scratched your ear in embarrassment, while she pursed her lips and tugged at her collar. Then, with a slight blush on her cheeks, she smiled and said softly, then let's cook together. You were taken aback for a moment, then immediately nodded happily. Just then, as if remembering something, you smiled and told her, after dinner tonight, I'm taking you somewhere. In the kitchen, you bent down slightly, as Yan Zhengxi carefully tied your apron for you. She gently pressed her forehead against yours. And so, one of you chopped and stir-fried the vegetables, while the other cooked the porridge. The clinking of the spatula against the wok sounded like a cheerful melody. The aroma of the food quickly filled the entire hallway. And right on cue for mealtime, Jiang Sheng woke up perfectly on time without anyone needing to call him. He stretched, letting out a sound like a braying donkey, before finally getting out of bed, completely satisfied. But as he followed the delicious smell, skipping his way up to the second floor, and was just about to rush into the kitchen, his footsteps suddenly came to a halt. He instantly realized just how heart-wrenching of a scene he'd be walking into. Damn it. If I can't beat him, I can at least hide from him. He cursed a couple of times in his head, then headed straight down to the first floor, turned on the TV, and started watching a show to go with his meal. At the dining table, Yan Jungsi suddenly spoke up. "You said you were taking me somewhere. What did you mean by that?" Hearing this, Jiang Shang immediately chimed in. "Yeah, I think I heard you say in my sleep that we had plans tonight." You raised an eyebrow, acting all mysterious. But before you could even finish your sentence, Yan Jungsi poked you in the waist. It tickled so much you immediately dodged away. You cried out, "Sister Shi, stop messing around. Be serious. Get to the point." You cleared your throat, looked at their expectant eyes, and solemnly announced, "Tonight's destination, Times Square. We're going busking." In the center of Times Square, the crowd flowed like a river. You brought the guitar, the microphone, and the amp. Looking at the bustling crowd, Yan Jungsi's expression, however, showed a hint of worry. She looked at the surging sea of people and asked anxiously, "Are we really going to sing here?" You nodded firmly, your eyes resolute. "That's right. I'll be right here in your line of sight. Just do what you did on the sports field. Just enjoy yourself to the fullest." And so, you set up the stage by the flower beds in the square. Yan Jungsi sat on the high stool, holding the guitar. She just casually strummed a few chords to test the sound, yet it already attracted quite a few people to stop and watch. A little girl in the crowd blinked her big eyes. "That big sister is so pretty. She looks like a celebrity." Yan Jungsi was taken aback for a moment, then smiled warmly and played a rendition of Bugs Fly for the little girl. Meanwhile, you and Jiang Sheng weren't idle either. You quickly set up your phone on a tripod and started a live stream using her account. You also took the opportunity to upload the video you had secretly recorded of her a few days ago. Jiang Sheng was even more ruthless. He went straight to the campus forum and made a post to drive traffic. The next second, bored college students flooded into the live stream. Before it even officially started, the viewer count was already soaring. But just as everything was ready, your phone suddenly rang. The caller was actually your mom, Yao Mania. You quickly answered. "Mom, Jiang Sheng, Sister Shi, and I made her at Times Square right now." You told her about the busking and promised you'd be home early. At that moment, outside the flower shop, your mom hung up the phone and suddenly stopped in her tracks. She stood completely still. Your dad, Yun Sintang, asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Your mom looked thoughtful for a moment, then her eyes suddenly filled with absolute determination. "Let's go to Times Square." Your dad was even more baffled. "Huh? For what? We just got back. We haven't even gone inside yet. I'll explain on the way. Get in the car." However, just as your dad was about to open the car door, your mom suddenly stopped him again. "Wait a minute. We're missing something." Meanwhile, at Times Square, as the song Bugs Fly came to an end, quite a large crowd had already gathered around Yan Jungsi. Just as she was about to officially start singing, you suddenly noticed a commercial van pulling up by the side of the road. Then, to your surprise, your parents stepped out of the vehicle. You and Jiang Shang were shocked. You hurried over. "Mom, Dad, what are you guys doing here?" But your mom, Yao Mania, just smiled brightly. Without answering, your dad, however, spoke up leisurely. "You young folks, 8 are still too green. How can you have a performance without flowers?" As soon as he said that, your dad popped the trunk. The next second, you were completely stunned. The entire trunk was packed full of roses. "We're here to support XIIC today. Free roses for everyone." You were taken aback for a moment, then overjoyed. You shouted at Jiang Sheng, "Old Jiang, get over here and help hand out flowers." On it. And just like that, the four of you split up. You and Jiang Sheng frantically handed out flowers in the crowd, shouting thanks for the support. Free roses. Your parents each held a massive bouquet of roses, handing them out to anyone they saw. "Hello. That's our daughter singing over there. Please show her some support." Surprisingly, the passersby were incredibly enthusiastic. The crowd of onlookers grew larger and larger. Some even took out their phones, turned on their flashlights, and cheered and clapped for her. Watching this scene unfold before her, Yan Jungsi was completely stunned. Her eyes instantly turned red. Joy, gratitude, happiness, every emotion flowed in her eyes. Right then, she slowly began to sing. "The bicycle wheels keep turning forward. Time never expected us in our school uniforms. My dreams only you know how to appreciate. Those were the most beautiful times." Her voice instantly echoed across the entire square. Everyone held their flowers, raised their lights high, and listened quietly. Flowers, an audience, lights, applause tonight. She had it all. And all of this was a unique gift from her family. She smiled radiantly, her voice brimming with happiness. But as she kept singing, the world before her eyes gradually blurred. You had been staring intently at her the whole time. The moment your eyes met, you clearly saw that she was smiling, but also crying. After singing over a dozen songs, it was getting late. Even the streetlights in the square had gone out, yet the crowd's enthusiasm hadn't faded in the slightest. They held up their flowers and lights, shouting, "One more song." Yan Jungsi just smiled helplessly. You instantly understood, walked up to her, took the microphone, and said, "Thank you everyone, It's getting too late. We're going to wrap it up for today. You can follow her video account. She'll be streaming randomly from now on. Luckily, Times Square was very close to the flower shop, and only a 5-minute walk from Jiang Sheng's house. Because it was so late, you and Jiang Sheng parted ways there. Xiaoche, don't forget my bellflowers. No problem. Be careful on your way back. However, just as you walked up to the commercial van, a sudden idea popped into your head. You and Yan Zhengxi suddenly locked eyes. With just one look, she instantly understood what you meant. She pouted slightly, but still nodded obediently. So, you immediately grinned at your mom and said, "Mom, you and Dad head back first. Sister Shi and I will walk back." Your mom was stunned. "It's freezing out here. You've been working hard all night. Why walk when you have a car?" But right then, your dad suddenly coughed twice and stepped in. "Oh, come on. He's walked this road since he was a kid. What's there to be afraid of? The kids are all grown up now." After saying that, he even shot your mom a meaningful look. Your mom instantly caught on. "All right then." And just like that, the two elders drove off. Once again, it was just the two of you left on the road. Under the moonlight, you wished so badly that this road could be just a little longer, preferably dozens of miles long, so you'd never reach the end. Yan Zhengxi held tightly onto your arm. Neither of you said a word, but your footsteps slowed down in perfect sync. Suddenly, she stopped walking and stood completely still. You immediately turned around. "What's wrong?" She replied with a calm face. "I'm tired. My legs hurt." Even a ghost wouldn't believe that. She had literally been sitting the whole time, but she still pretended to look completely unfazed. You were taken aback for a moment, then broke into a wide grin. The next second, you crouched down right in front of her and patted your back. "Hop on." Yan Zhengxi pursed her lips, trying hard to hold back a smile as she climbed onto your back. You hoisted her up steadily, your footsteps becoming even slower. You couldn't help but chuckle. If you wanted a piggyback ride, you could have just said so. No need to beat around the bush. Surprisingly, she wasn't annoyed at all. Instead, she tugged at a stray strand of your hair and shot back with a smile. "I was afraid if I didn't do this, we'd reach the end of the road too soon. You were the one who gave me the look first, and now you're turning it around on me. Xiaoche, can you have a little shame?" Your scheme was exposed on the spot, but without blushing or skipping a beat, you immediately surrendered. "Haha, just kidding. I was wrong. I was wrong." Only then did Yan Zhengxi completely relax, resting her entire body against your back. But after walking a little further, she suddenly leaned in close to your ear and asked a question that caught you completely off guard. "Xiaoche, can I ask you something?" "What is it?" The next second, she spoke softly. "What kind of love are you looking for?" You stumbled, almost tripping over your own feet. It was this exact question that made you instantly certain she had fallen for you. When someone earnestly asks you what kind of love you want, it means they want to give it to you without any reservations. Right now, that was exactly what Yan Zhengxi was doing. She held her breath, looking at your back with expectant eyes. Finally, you spoke. Someone with the same values, gentle, considerate, and understanding. But before she could even feel happy, you suddenly changed your tune. You curled your lips and muttered to yourself, "But honestly, I probably won't ever meet someone like that in this lifetime." As soon as those words left your mouth, Yan Zhengxi froze on the spot. What did that mean? Did you think she wasn't gentle or considerate? Not understanding? A wave of grievance instantly welled up in her heart. She subconsciously pouted, getting angrier the more she thought about it. It was true that she often hit you, and she didn't know how to act cute. She wasn't adorable at all. Just then, a man rode by on a beat-up electric scooter, squeaking and rattling as he passed. That sound felt like it was mocking her for not being gentle, not cute, and not considerate. She wasn't willing to accept this. It was her first time testing the waters like this. She suddenly leaned close to your ear, blinked, and asked softly, "Why?" You feigned a look of shock, then softened, as if you had suddenly thought of something happy. You smiled brightly. "A certain someone said I'm a bit slow in the head, so if I marry a wife in the future, she'll definitely have to be a bit slow in the head too." "Huh?" Yan Jingxi was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized that everything you just said was just to tease her. Her face instantly flushed red. Tears uncontrollably began to fall. She leaned forward, pressing her entire body weight onto you with all her might to show her grievance and dissatisfaction. She grabbed your cheeks with both hands and pulled hard, saying angrily and shyly, "I am not you." A sharp pain shot through your cheeks, and you finally realized she was actually using force. She was genuinely angry. You were just about to explain, but she suddenly raised her arm and quickly wiped away her tears. In that brief moment of losing her composure, she instantly figured everything out. You had been so incredibly good to her lately. She already loved you so much that even if she walked through her entire life, she would love you until the very day her life ended. Because of this, she felt this unprecedented sense of insecurity for the very first time in her life. Meanwhile, you were completely panicking. You couldn't fathom how a simple joke could trigger such a massive reaction from her. But you had no idea that her love for you had already seeped into her bones, loving you enough to want to spend the rest of her life with you. You also didn't know that your joke had terrified her. She was terrified that she couldn't give you the kind of love you wanted. You couldn't see her face clearly, so you could only ask tentatively, "Sister Shi, what's wrong?" "I'll never say anything to upset you again." But before you could finish, Yan Jungxi, who was resting on your back, suddenly went limp, like a deflated balloon. Blushing, she stammered, "Nothing. Let's just hurry home." I'm a little cold. You're even more worried now, and immediately pressed. Are you sure you're okay? She suddenly raised her voice. I'm really fine. Who told you to say those things to tease me? I thought you. Her words came to an abrupt halt. She never said the rest of the sentence. It turned out she thought you felt she wasn't cute or considerate, and wasn't the love you were looking for. And just like that, you returned to the flower shop. Like usual, you both took turns taking a shower. Back in the room, you had her sit on a small stool, while you sat on the edge of the bed. You absent-mindedly blow-dried his hair. Your mind was full of his unusual behavior tonight. Finally, you couldn't hold back anymore. You carefully asked, what exactly is wrong with you tonight? To save your own life. You specifically added, let's agree first, no hitting. Before you could even finish, he suddenly lifted his foot and stomped hard on yours. You immediately let out an ouch. Right after that, he pouted, staring at the floor, hesitating for a long time. Only then did he pour out all the fear in his heart. Actually, I'm just scared. Your heart tightened, but then you heard him continue. Not of that. With you in my life, I stopped being afraid a long time ago. I'm just scared. Scared that you won't like me anymore. I know it's impossible, but I'm still terrified of the next second. His words struck your heart like a heavy hammer. Because I like you too much. We're supposed to spend the rest of our lives together. You instantly fell silent. This was actually pretty close to what you had guessed. Finally, he softly said something that made your heart ache. My love might be immature, but I'm truly serious about it. You immediately responded with a firm gaze. Meeting you, liking you, falling in love with you. I don't regret any of it. However, his expression darkened. He suddenly asked about an impossible scenario. But, what if I wasn't the one who got beaten up that night? What if I wasn't the one you met? What if that person was better than me? Gentler than me? More considerate than me? He used all his strength to struggle out that one question. Would you have fallen for that person instead? Your heart instantly settled. Using the most reassuring tone, you answered, in my heart, sister, she is the absolute best. After saying that, you paused for a moment, then reached out and rubbed his head. Changing the subject, you added, of course. If you weren't the one I saved that night, I wouldn't have fallen for them. But even if we hadn't met then, you would have still met someone else. Every good girl deserves to be loved by an even better guy. You looked deep into her eyes, enunciating every word. But luckily, I met you. You think she's let it go? But she just lowers her eyes, muttering in a voice only she can hear. But in this lifetime, I don't want to meet anyone else but you. After that heart-to-heart talk that night, you simply drag Jiang Sheng along, and the three of you start busking right in Times Square. Of course, you can't give away roses every single day. The cost is just too high. But you realize that giving them out occasionally not only draws a massive crowd, but also serves as free advertising for your flower shop. It's killing two birds with one stone. Over the past few days, the results have been surprisingly good. Not only is your video account gaining followers rapidly, but you've also gathered a group of hardcore fans. And the most hardcore of them all is actually a little girl named Shang Wan. She's the same kid, Yan Jungxi, played Bugs Fly 4. She shows up right on the dot every single night, waiting for you by the flower bed right on time. The moment she sees you appear, she immediately skips over, grabs Yan Jungxi's hand, and clamors in her sweet, milky voice to hear the big sister sing. But gradually, you notice a problem. Sometimes, this kid actually comes all by herself. It's so dangerous late at night. Today, you finally catch her father, and can't help but go up and ask, Sir, why does Shang Wan sometimes come here all by herself? Aren't you worried? To your surprise, her father just waves his hand, smiling brightly. Young man, I recognize you. Your family runs a flower shop, right? UI Flower Shop. I'm a regular customer of yours. You freeze for a second. Then he continues, Shangwen throws a fit every day, insisting on coming here before going home. She even says you guys treat her incredibly well. As parents, we feel completely at ease. We're just worried she's bothering you. It finally dawns on you. You quickly wave your hands. No trouble at all, no trouble at all. Little Shangwen is so well behaved. She even helps us draw in customers. From then on, you all grow even closer. Sometimes when it gets late, you just take little Shangwen out for barbecue. 3 adults and 1 kid sitting at a street stall, talking and laughing. Jiang Sheng even fights her for the last skewer of meat. You honestly can't tell who the real kid is. After finishing the barbecue, you all walk little Shangwan home together. Even though Yan Jungxi won't let you drink alcohol, doesn't matter. You can still have a great time toasting with Fanta. Shangwan becomes completely attached to Yan Jungxi, clinging to her constantly, declaring that when she grows up, she wants to be a singer just like her. But Yan Jungxi just rubs her head, smiling as she says, Big sister isn't a singer, you know. I just like to sing. But later on, when little Shangwan grows up, if you still love it in your heart and you're set on doing it, then don't be afraid. Just go for it. Make your dreams come true. Don't leave yourself with any regrets. Of course, that's all in the future. Right now, you're still little. You need to focus on school. Even though little Shangwan only half understands, she still nods vigorously. A seed of a dream is quietly planted just like that. As soon as the busking ends and you return to the flower shop, you dive straight into your computer. Yan Jungxi doesn't understand short video operations, so the editing, recording, and posting are all handled by you alone. Right then, Yan Jungxi walks over carrying a plate of fruit. She spears a piece of cantaloupe and brings it right to your lips. Naturally, you open your mouth and swallow it in one bite. She leans in and asks softly, How's it going? You stretch, naturally taking her hand, looking into her eyes as you say gently, Building an account can't be rushed. We have to take it slow. But Sister Shi, with your amazing talent, it's definitely going to work out. To your surprise, Yan Jungsi just pouts. I don't care about the account. I'm only worried about you. You stay up so late every single night. It makes me anxious just watching you. Hearing this, you actually smile. It is a little tiring, but when you feed me fruit and rub my shoulders, I don't feel so tired anymore. However, Yan Jungsi suddenly frowns and stays silent. The next second, she slowly stands up and sits on the edge of the bed. She pats the spot next to her, softly uttering 2 words. Come here. What for? You sit over with a confused look on your face. Unexpectedly, Yan Jungsi's cheeks instantly flush red, but she still turns her head to look you straight in the eyes, saying gently, lie down. You're completely stunned. This is a lap pillow, right? She explains in a low voice. I saw it online. If you're tired, you can rest your head on my lap for a bit. You freeze for a moment, but the corners of your mouth can't help but curl up wildly. You quietly confirm. Are you sure? Yan Jungsi smiles and nods. Of course. If I don't let you rest on it, who else would I let? No way, I'm doing it. She immediately brings her legs together, smiling as she says, please go ahead. Your face instantly turns beet red. You sit there dazed for a good while before slowly lying down on your side. So soft, so comfortable. Your nose is instantly enveloped by the jasmine scent of her shampoo. Yan Jungsi lowers her head slightly, her gentle eyes looking at you with deep affection. She wears a doting smile on her face, occasionally pinching your cheek. Looking at her, you feel like you're going to pass out from sheer happiness. Then, you slowly close your eyes. As for whether you actually fell asleep that night, you can't even remember anymore. And it was also that very night, while you were sleeping soundly, you had no idea that a heavy snow had quietly begun to fall outside the window. A faint rustling sound wakes Yan Jungsi. Through the curtains, she sees a bright shimmer outside, thinking it's just another snowfall for the new year. But when she quietly gets out of bed and opens the window, a blast of cold wind mixed with snowflakes violently hits her face. It startles the whole room, sending a floral fragrance swirling through the air and blowing quite a few petals off the bellflowers on the windowsill. She hurriedly shuts the window, looking down and gently stroking the bare branches, an apologetic smile on her face. Then, she pulls up a chair and just sits there alone by the window, resting her head on her hand, with a serene smile and gentle eyes. She looks up at the moon in the sky, while her heart longs for someone else. This snow also means the New Year festivities are officially over. Once the 15th day of the first lunar month passes, those who need to go to school, and those who need to leave home. And it's time for you and Yan Jungsi to head back, too. Before leaving, you and your mother carefully pick out a basket of bellflowers to bring back for Jiang Sheng. Your mom specifically reminds you to take it easy on the road, so you don't ruin the flowers, but your mind is entirely on something else. Next time you come back for summer vacation, you'll finally get to see Yan Jungsi in a swimsuit. Just as you're happily daydreaming about it, a taxi pulls up to the curb. Right then, Yan Jungsi softly bids farewell to your parents. Uncle, auntie, we're heading out. To your surprise, your mom suddenly steps forward, grabs her hand, and adjusts her scarf. Then she murmurs, 60. Next time you come back, don't call me auntie anymore. If you don't mind, just call me mom. The moment those words are spoken, Yan Jungshi's whole body stiffens, and tears instantly well up in her eyes. But your mom just pulls her into a tight hug, perfectly comforting her emotions. You stand to the side watching, smiling without saying a word. It isn't until you're on the high-speed rail back to Liangqing, sitting side by side, that you suddenly remember something. Turning your head to meet her gaze, you suggest going back to her apartment first to clean up. She nods. No problem. But then you hesitate, stammering out, do you want to move to a different place? Yan Jungsi pauses for a second. The next second, she actually nods in agreement without a second thought. Sure, let's find one closer to your school. Your eyes instantly widen, your face full of disbelief. Seeing your goofy expression, she explains, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The old apartment is too far from your school. You running back and forth, it's too cold in the winter and too hot in the summer. Plus, the place is too small. Even if you wanted to stay over, there's no room. Even if you hadn't brought it up, I was planning to talk to you about moving anyway. You're stunned hearing this. It turns out she had already thought of everything for you. Now your eyes are filled with absolute ecstasy, and you just stare at her foolishly, until she blushes under your gaze. Blushing from your intense stare, she simply punches you lightly in the chest. Are you done staring? Hurry up and write. You chuckle, then finally lower your head and continue typing away. But the next second, she leans in and gently places an earbud in your right ear. You're both listening to the same song. She just leans against your shoulder, her bright smile full of peace and comfort. After getting off the high-speed rail, you head straight for the apartment. It really is true when a guy and a girl work together. The work doesn't feel tiring at all. In less than an hour, the tiny apartment looks brand new. You just wipe the sweat off your brow and sit on the couch. When Yan Jungshi brings over a cup of hot tea, right after, she asks softly, do you want to stay here for dinner tonight? But without even thinking, you uncharacteristically shake your head. Not tonight. I have to go look at apartments. I need to work hard for our grand goal of moving in together. To your surprise, Yan Jungsi pouts, smiling as she says, who said anything about moving in with you? You panic. I heard you loud and clear. You said the place was too small. and there was no room for me to stay. But she just gives a sly smile. Then I must have misspoken. No way, I protest. Protest denied. Well, in that case, you lunge at her like a starving tiger, pinning her down on the couch. But before you can even gloat, she reaches out and starts tickling you mercilessly. But right at that exact moment, your phone suddenly rings. You have no choice but to let her go. You grab your phone and look. It's actually Jiangsheng calling. As soon as you answer, he drops some news from the other end. All 5 cafeterias at school today are completely closed. Even worse, he follows up with, "Did you bring my bellflowers back?" You hang up the phone, letting out a bitter laugh. "Looks like I'm definitely eating here tonight." Yan Jungsi instantly beams with a bright smile, saying she'll go to the supermarket to buy groceries, and you can have hot pot for dinner. So, you decide to head back to school first to give Jiangsheng his flowers, and then come right back. Meanwhile, at the supermarket, Zhou Chuyue, who has already returned to school, is planning to grab a cup of instant noodles to make do, because the cafeterias are closed. But her favorite tomato beef brisket flavor happens to be on the very top shelf. She stands on her tiptoes, stretching her arm as far as it goes, but she's just a tiny bit short. Just a little bit more. Right then, a figure suddenly appears beside her. Immediately after, a long, pale arm reaches out, brushing right past her hair. A shadow instantly falls over her face. That hand steadily grabs the instant noodles, and then, a soft voice rings in her ear. "Here you go." Zhou Chuyu turns around in confusion, but the moment she sees who it is, she sharply gasps. Her whole body tenses up, freezing on the spot. Standing right in front of her, carrying bags of groceries, with a smile on her face, is none other than Yan Jungsi, Yun Che's girlfriend. Why is she here? And she even helped her. Seeing her frozen and not taking it, Yan Jungsi tilts her head slightly and smiles. "Do you not want it?" Zhou Chuyu finally snaps out of it, hurriedly taking the noodles, her cheeks instantly flushing red. "Thank you." Yan Jungsi gives a gentle smile, her gaze falling on her, as she asks softly, "Do you remember me?" In that moment, Zhou Chuyu feels her heart racing out of control, her mind going completely blank. She can't utter a single word, only able to stare blankly and give a stiff nod. Right then, Yan Jungsi glances at the instant noodles in her hand. Suddenly she asks softly, "Have you eaten yet?" This question completely throws Zhou Chuyu off. She's so flustered she nods and shakes her head at the same time. No, I haven't eaten." Yan Jungsi raises an eyebrow, pointing at the noodles. "Is this all you're having?" Zhou Chuyu blushes, her eyes darting around, not daring to look at her at all. To her surprise, the next second, Yan Jungsi says directly, "You're Yun Che's classmate, right? I heard him say your school's cafeterias are closed today. If you don't mind, do you want to come over and have hot pot with us?" Hot pot? Zhou Chuyu jerks her head up in shock, shaking her head like a rattle drum. "No, it's fine. I'll just eat this." But Yan Jungsi doesn't give her a chance to refuse. How can you just eat instant noodles in the dead of winter? Yun Che is there too. Besides, I bought a lot of food. The two of us can't finish it all. Now Zhou Chuyue is completely incoherent, but before she can figure out how to say no, Yan Jungsi suddenly grabs her hand. "Oh, come on. Let's go. Don't be shy." Zhou Chuyue stiffens all over, her cheeks instantly turning bright red. She feels her whole body go weak, her legs turning to jelly, as if she's being helplessly dragged along by this woman with a radiant smile. She feels like she's about to pass out, but after taking just 2 steps, Yan Jungsi suddenly pulls her back around, takes the instant noodles right out of her hands, and puts them back on the shelf. Then Yan Jungsi looks at Zhou Chuyu, smiling as she asks, "Could you help me carry some things? It's a bit much." Zhou Chuyu finally snaps out of it a little, nodding blankly. "Okay." Walking out of the supermarket, Yan Jungsi leads the way, with Zhou Chuyu trailing behind carrying the bags. She's been a good girl her whole life, never causing trouble, and definitely never dating. But now, somehow, she's foolishly agreed to go eat hot pot with Yun Che's girlfriend. Zhou Chuyu silently stares at Yan Jungsi's back, then looks down at the hand that was just held, a blush creeping up her face once again. What in the world is wrong with her? But she was seriously so cool just now. Meanwhile, Yan Jungsi, walking ahead, is actually sneaking glances at her from the corner of her eye. She just thought this little girl, eating nothing but instant noodles in the dead of winter, was a bit pitiful, and figured it'd be a good chance to get to know Yun Che's friends. Right then, Zhou Chuyu finally can't hold back anymore. She hurries her steps and asks quietly, "Sister, are you and Yun Che living together?" Yan Jungsi turns her head and smiles. "Just call me Sister Shi." She was about to say no, but the words change right as they leave her mouth. Almost at the same time, you just ride your electric scooter back to the dorm. Jiangsheng immediately jumps up from his chair, looking thrilled. "You're finally back, damn it. Where am I?" You just hand him a delicate flower basket. "Your bellflowers are right here." Jiangsheng takes it and looks, his eyes lighting up. "Beautiful. You always come through." But you ignore him, grab the Fanta off the desk, take a sip, and turn around to leave again. Jiangsheng hurriedly asks, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to eat at Sister Shi's place." You pause for a second. "We're having hot pot tonight. Do you want to come?" Who could say no to hot pot in the middle of winter? But Jiangsheng hesitates, and for the first time ever, he actually shakes his head. "Nah, I'll pass. I've got stuff to do." You raise an eyebrow. What stuff? Can't say yet. Jiang Sheng starts acting evasive, saying he needs to hurry up and give the bellflowers to a friend before they wilt and look ugly. You frown. They don't wilt that easily, but you don't think much of it and just hop back on your scooter and leave. The sky is getting dark, but you're feeling on top of the world. The thought of moving in with Sister Shi soon, plus getting to eat hot pot tonight, makes you twist the throttle all the way down. But the next second, when you push the door open, you're completely dumbfounded. Zhou Chuyu, what are you doing here? As soon as you walk in, you're met with a sight that makes you question reality. Zhou Chuyu is sitting on the couch, pursing her lips, looking both wronged and incredibly awkward. Hi, let me explain. Actually, Right then, Yan Jungxi walks over carrying a dish and sits right down. I ran into Chuyu at the supermarket and invited her over. Hearing this, you finally understand what's going on and have no choice but to force some politeness toward Zhou Chuyu. Oh, so that's what happened. Well, guests are always welcome. But hearing this, Zhou Chuyu's heart skips a beat. Didn't they say they weren't living together yet? Why is he acting like this is his own house? She suddenly gets a bad feeling about this. Meanwhile, you're screaming internally. Damn it. My romantic hot pot date for two is ruined. The two of you both have your own hidden thoughts, your eyes darting everywhere. But Yan Jungxi just looks at you both with a smile. Alright, let's eat. During the meal, Zhou Chuyu is predictably very reserved, too embarrassed to grab any food. Seeing this, Yan Jungxi takes the initiative to put food in her bowl, telling her to eat more. Zhou Chuyu just keeps nodding and thanking her profusely, but his face grew redder and redder. Watching the privilege that should have been yours get taken away, you felt incredibly bitter. So, you fiercely grabbed a beef meatball with your chopsticks and stuffed it into your mouth. What the why is it so juicy? It's burning my mouth. Seeing this, Yan Jungxi hurriedly grabbed a tissue to wipe your mouth, his tone full of pampering. Geez, slow down. You're like a little kid. Now it was Zhou Chuyu's turn to stare blankly from the side. He thought to himself, what's meant to come can't be avoided. After the meal, Zhou Chuyu insisted on taking a cab by himself, refusing to let you see him off no matter what. You had no choice but to compromise. You've got to be kidding. There was no way he'd ride on your little pink electric scooter. Zhou Chuyu got into the car, rolled down the window, and waved goodbye. But he couldn't help himself. His gaze drifted toward Yan Jungxi. Their eyes instantly met. He violently jerked his head away, his heart pounding like crazy. As the car drove away, he looked at the retreating street view outside the window, his feelings incredibly complicated. He wasn't just shocked by your relationship with Sister Shi. He was even more annoyed at his own reaction just now. So he quickly pulled out his phone and stared intently at a photo of his own brother in the gallery. Yeah, handsome. Handsome as always. Only then did he let out a long breath, though his heart was still a complete mess. Meanwhile, after sending off Zhou Chuyu, Yan Jungxi blinked his big eyes at you. When are you leaving? Hearing this, your face instantly fell. You're kicking me out? I'm hurt. But Yan Jungxi just smiled and took your hand, walking slowly along the roadside. I'm just worried it's not safe for you to go back alone. And it's cold. You immediately seized the opportunity, laughing. That's fine. I'll just stay here. Yan Jungxi froze, then looked at you with a beaming smile. So that was your goal all along. Huh. Are you in that much of a rush to move in together? You scratched your head in embarrassment, nodding frantically in your mind. But suddenly you stopped in your tracks, your expression turning incredibly serious. Just now, why did you want me to take a girl home alone? As my girlfriend, shouldn't you try to avoid situations like that? You looked into his watery eyes, your voice a bit dejected. I feel like you never get jealous. When I get close to other girls, you don't seem to care at all. Yan Jungxi was slightly startled. He immediately stepped in front of you and cupped your face. When two people are together, they should be loyal to each other, but also shine in their own ways. Loving too much isn't happiness, it's a burden. After saying that, he suddenly changed his tone, adding with a smile, of course, that's just what I say out loud. Deep down, I mind it, like crazy. Forget getting close to them. Even if you just look at them one extra time, I'd be upset. But liking someone doesn't mean restricting them, and it definitely doesn't mean turning them into what you want them to be. You were completely stunned by his words. The next second, you pulled him fiercely into your arms, looking pleasantly surprised. Sister Shi, since when did you become so good with words? This doesn't sound like you at all. Yan Jungxi's face inexplicably flushed bright red. I read it in a book. Don't laugh at me. It's all because of you, spending so much time with you. I was bound to pick up a thing or two. Who told me to like you? He said the last few words as quietly as a mosquito, inexplicably shy, but you smiled radiantly. I know you like me, then I'm definitely staying over today. He instantly bristled like an angry cat. Who said that? I've decided I don't like you today. You immediately fired back. Well, then I don't like you today either. Whatever. I'll just go back to not liking you tomorrow. After saying that, Yan Jungxi pushed you away. He let out an annoyed HMPH. I don't care about you anymore. Go sleep on the street. Then, with his hands behind his back, he turned and walked away, leaving you standing there stunned. Under the streetlight, you stared blankly at his back, gently puffing out your cheeks. Just then, a soft voice came from a short distance away. If you want to stay, then keep up. If you walk too slow, I'm locking the door. As soon as he said that, Yan Jungxi started to jog. A row of streetlights in the distance suddenly went out, as if on cue. You suppressed the wild joy in your heart. your foolish grin written all over your face, and took off running after him. I knew you couldn't bear to leave me out here. Whether I can bear it or not depends on if I lock the door. But of course, he couldn't bear to lock it. You went back to the apartment together. After showering, you helped him blow dry his hair as usual. This had already become a habit for you too, after practicing for the entire winter break. Your technique was flawless. Yan Jungxi closed his eyes, looking completely relaxed, feeling warm and cozy all over. At one point, he even couldn't help but let out a soft whimper of pleasure. You instantly blushed, asking with a smile, "Feels good? What do you mean feels good? Why does that sound so dirty?" Yan Jungxi's eyes snapped open, and he looked down and kicked you. You gasped in pain, but didn't dare cry out. He scolded, "Pervert." Not only were you unrepentant, but you even chuckled and started to say, "Hey, hey." Before you could finish, another foot stomped down hard. You gritted your teeth and endured it, muttering softly with a bitter face, "Hee hee." After finishing his hair, Yan Jungxi started his singing live stream, while you sat to the side, writing. The lights in the room were a warm yellow, but a sudden rustling sound came from outside the window. You looked up. The wind was picking up. It would probably rain tomorrow. You suddenly remembered that night you carried him on your back when he asked you what your ideal love looked like. Back then, you gave an answer out loud, but you didn't really have an answer in your heart. You pulled your gaze back and looked at Yan Jungxi, who was singing. His body swayed gently, his eyelashes fluttering slightly. Your heart beat in time with his movements. In this moment, you finally had your answer. The love you wanted was exactly this. As soon as the live stream ended, you immediately went up behind him, handed him a cup of warm tea, and massaged his shoulders with both hands. How was it? Pretty good? The viewer count broke 100. Not like before when it was just single digits. But you paused for a second and laughed. I was asking if you were tired. Yan Jungxi straightened up, suddenly tilting his head back. His hair cascaded down. He looked at you upside down in his vision, gave a silly smile, and dragged out his words, "Not tired." You stared blankly into his eyes, instantly captivated. It was these very eyes that had captured your heart time and time again. You freed one hand to rub his head, asking softly, "So are you tired or not?" Yan Jungxi immediately narrowed his eyes with a smile, mimicking your tone. "I was pretty tired just now, but as soon as you massaged my shoulders, I wasn't tired anymore." You finally couldn't help it. "How are you so cute, so cheesy? Get away from me." He said that, but his body leaned even closer to you, rocking back and forth in the chair. Then, the lights went out. You slept on a floor mattress, and he lay on the bed. You rested your head on your arms, staring at the ceiling. This scene was so familiar. From the heart-pounding excitement of your first meeting, to the peaceful stability of now, it all felt like a dream. But now, this dream had come true. Just then, a soft voice rang out in the dark. "Xiao Che, are you asleep?" "No." "Why aren't you sleeping? Are you not?" Halfway through your sentence, you suddenly realized something was off, and immediately corrected yourself. "Are you missing me so much you can't sleep?" The next second, Yan Jungxi was already at the edge of the bed. He lay on his side, propping his head up with his hand, looking at you with a smile. "Well then I definitely don't dare to sleep. I'm not that kind of person." Yan Jungxi blinked, smiling lazily. Isn't that sentence missing something? Not swearing an oath anymore? You understood what he meant, so he remembered too. You thought for a moment, then said leisurely, "Well, our statuses are different now, aren't they? I can't guarantee I won't do anything to you." You paused, then changed your tone. "But I can guarantee that on this musical journey, I will definitely stay by your side and help you achieve your dreams. Definitely, definitely." In the darkness, there was only the sound of each other's breathing. After a long time, Yan Jungxi finally spoke softly. "As long as you make that first definitely come true, that's enough. The rest isn't important." You two went back and forth, your tones slow but incredibly touching. The goal he had frantically chased for years was brewed to perfection by the moonlight this very night. Having someone by your side, telling you they will definitely stay with you. It was just too romantic. Right then, Yan Jungxi suddenly felt a little dizzy. It didn't matter. The moon was in the sky, and Xiao Che was his moon too. He was the cinnabar mole on his heart, not just some distant moonlight. He looked out the window, while you quietly looked at him in the dark. The two of you faced different directions, looking at different kinds of moonlight. That night, you had an unprecedentedly sweet dream. In the dream, you were sleeping with Yan Jungxi in your arms, and he kept whimpering softly against your chest. As a result, you kept letting out goofy laughs in your sleep. The laughter was so loud that it actually woke Yan Jungxi up. He immediately leaned over the edge of the bed, popping his little head out, shining a small light. He frowned, looking at you with a complicated expression. This little idiot. What kind of sweet dream is he having now? He hesitated for a moment, then reached out a finger and gently poked your cheek. Tickled. You rolled over, muttering in your sleep. "Sister Shi, stop messing around. Go to sleep." Hearing this, Yan Jungxi instantly guessed what you were dreaming about. His frown deepened. He wanted to just pinch you awake, but he couldn't bear to do it. This perfectly fit Xiao Che's personality. In front of him, he was always like a child. Even though they had only known each other for a little over 5 months, not even half a year, Yan Jungxi felt like his impression of this boy was as deep as if it had been 10 years or even 100 years. Even though from the very beginning, he thought they were incompatible in every way, they still ended up together. It turns out love never plays by the rules. Love at first sight is love, and spending day and night together is also love. It was this little brat who gave him unreserved honesty and protection. Thinking about it, He smiled, but as he smiled, his eyes grew moist. He reached out a finger and poked your cheek again. Tickled once more, you tossed and turned. The spring warmth in his heart instantly rippled with sunlight, so he just lay there by the edge of the bed, his eyes gentle, his two little legs unconsciously kicking up and down. Resting his chin on his arms, he softly hummed a song, walking all the way from the mud to the beautiful scenery, used to finding courage in each other's eyes. However, the next day, accompanied by the morning light, Yan Zhengxi woke up with sleepy eyes. His head groggy, he called out twice, Xiao Che, but no one answered. He sat there blankly for a moment. Then he crawled to the edge of the bed, only to find the floor mattress empty. You were gone. He hurriedly changed his clothes, rushed to the window, and pulled open the curtains. There was no glaring sunlight. He leaned forward and looked down. The ground was slightly wet. It really did rain last night. He finished getting dressed and walked out of the bedroom. Just then, the front door opened. You walked in carrying breakfast. As soon as you saw Yan Zhengxi, you smiled brightly. Sister Shi, you're awake. Hurry up and eat breakfast. As you spoke, you were also sniffing your runny nose. Yan Zhengxi froze. He walked up, didn't say a word, and directly reached out to cover your freezing red ears. Then he closed his eyes, stood on his tiptoes, and pressed his forehead against yours. After a good while, he finally looked at you and nagged. Going out on such a cold day, and you don't even know to wear a scarf. Hearing these caring words, you instantly didn't feel cold anymore. You teased him with a grin. Caring about me that much, huh? Didn't you say yesterday that you wouldn't like me today? Yan Zhengxi pouted, casually replying, I only like you a tiny bit. Just a tiny bit. Yan Zhengxi knew you were at it again. He smiled, holding up his thumb and index finger, showing a very small gap. Probably just this much, maybe even less than this. Whoa! The next second, you suddenly bent down and scooped him up into a princess carry. Yan Zhengxi let out a startled cry, his cheeks flushing red. He stared at you blankly, pretending to be calm, but his heart was pounding. What about now? Yan Zhengxi snapped back to reality, reaching out to pinch your cheek. Now I don't even like you a tiny bit. Come on, don't be like that. You instantly deflated. Today's round ended in your total defeat once again. You had no choice but to put him down. But Yan Zhengxi laughed. Time to eat? Little kid, don't be sad. You finally got serious. There's a lot to do for the start of the semester today. I'll go sort out the housing stuff the day after tomorrow at the latest. Yan Zhengxi nodded. You go do your thing. I'll go check out the area around your school by myself today, and we can discuss it together later. Yes, teacher Yan. Yan Zhengxi poked your forehead. Stop being so glib, and hurry up and eat. You responded with a smile, turned around, picked up a steamed bun, and handed it to him. Yan Zhengxi opened his mouth, looking at you. He hesitated for a moment, then, catching you off guard, suddenly leaned in and kissed you on the cheek. Right then, he spoke softly. Actually, when I said I like you a tiny bit, I meant, today, it's a tiny bit more than yesterday. And tomorrow, it'll be a tiny bit more than today. That's how it is now, and that's how it will be in the future. What? This little burst of happiness came way too suddenly. You were instantly stunned, staring blankly at his smiling face. You touched her cheek, a unique fragrance still lingering at the tip of your nose. Wait, the scent was a bit different this time. It was wrapped in a hint of floral fragrance. Could it be that because he slept surrounded by flowers all day, his body had taken on their scent? This was just too amazing, wasn't it? While you were spacing out, Yan Zhengxi waved his hand in front of your eyes. What's wrong? You snapped back to reality, thought for a moment, and said slowly, Sister Shi, you smell so good. Smack! The next second, a long overdue knuckle flick landed on your head. After breakfast, you rode your little pink scooter to take him back to school. The February weather was damp and freezing, so cold you could barely keep your eyes open. Fortunately, before leaving, Yan Zhengxi insisted on wrapping his scarf around your neck. Yan Zhengxi sat on the back seat, wrapping his arms around your waist, and shouted, Are you cold? You turned your head slightly. If you hug me a little tighter, I won't be cold. So he hugged you even tighter, pressing his cheek hard against your back. Later, I'll buy a windbreaker quilt for Little Pink. That way you won't be cold anymore. It's good for Little Pink to experience some hardship. Yan Zhengxi rolled his eyes at you and stopped talking, just pressing his little head even harder against your back. When you arrived at the school gate, Yan Zhengxi got off. You go do your thing first. I'll look at apartments by myself and take a cab back tonight. You nodded. Call me if you need anything. I'll be there in a flash. He stepped forward and pulled your scarf up a bit higher, nodding with a smile. The two of you fell silent for a moment, but hugged each other tightly. People were coming and going at the school gate. Students bundled up like puffballs, completely ignoring you. In this freezing winter, you drew warmth from each other. It took a long time before you reluctantly pulled apart. You rode Little Pink into the campus, while Yan Zhengxi walked toward the commercial street. But it was strange. You were a college student now, so why did you still have back-to-school anxiety? You remembered that this was something only middle schoolers were supposed to have, right? Back then, right before every new semester, you would be anxious all night long. You realized you weren't the only one. The whole campus felt dead and gloomy. The usual laughter and chatter were now replaced by a bleak atmosphere. After all, even the most passionate romance couldn't beat Mom's home cooking. However, right at that moment, a familiar figure appeared by Crescent Lake. It was Wang Ziren. He was dragging his suitcase and playing on his phone. You were in a great mood, so you shouted from afar, Yo, if it isn't Brother Ran. Who knew that this shout would scare Wang Ziren so much that his phone almost flew out of his hand. But when he turned his head and saw you, and saw that little pink electric scooter, his face instantly changed drastically. Holy crap, not again. The next second, dead memories began to violently attack him. He instantly remembered how last time, you were also riding this little scooter. He had just wanted to share the joy of Healy or Ryan, but you told him to get lost. One moment of initiative had bought him a lifetime of introversion. So the next moment, Wang Ziren grabbed his suitcase and bolted. What's wrong with this kid? You were completely baffled. You twisted the throttle and chased after him. Brother Ran, I'll give you a ride. Wang Ziren didn't even glance at you. Furious. What kind of trick are you trying to pull now? I won't be scared by you again. You instantly remembered, and quickly offered an awkward smile. Sorry about last time. I really had an emergency. My bad. Only then did Wang Ziren stop, resting his hands on his knees, panting heavily. Damn it. If I had known, I wouldn't have just laid around all break. A moment later, he scoffed coldly. Good that you know. I forgive you. You raised an eyebrow, holding back a laugh, and gestured toward the back with your chin. Wang Ziren looked at your little pink electric scooter with a complicated expression. But in the end, he still got on your pirate ship. You drove him toward the dorms. Suddenly remembering something, you asked, oh, right. How are things between you and Lu Ruyan? As soon as the words left your mouth, it was like Wang Ziren's sore spot had been poked. He instantly deflated, looking completely dispirited. Don't even bring it up. Over the entire winter break, we barely said a few words to each other. We're back to square one. You listened quietly, your sympathy overflowing. But the next second, you spoke slowly, every word piercing his heart. I suggest you find someone else to like. As soon as you said that, Wang Ziren froze, turning sideways to look at you. You? What do you mean by that? Your expression was calm, as if stating a simple fact. Just a suggestion. She's too arrogant. I realized it too late myself. Blame me for being stupid back then. You continued to rub salt in the wound. Anyway, she's not someone you can win over anytime soon. Your meaning was crystal clear. She's been spoiled since childhood, always thinking the next one will be better. Trying to move her with material things. Impossible. Unless she takes a massive fall in a relationship herself. She'll never wake up and realize it. However, after hearing this, Wang Ziren felt his heart sink even further. That's even harder than getting her to like me. You stiffened, completely baffled. You had spelled it out so clearly. How could he still be so stubbornly blind? No. Did you not understand what I meant? To your surprise, Wang Ziren just sighed. I know, but I just like her. She hurt you before, but trust me, she's not a bad girl at heart. He looked at your back. You were even a bit incoherent. You fell silent instantly. The word simp that was about to blurt out of your mouth was swallowed hard right back down. After a long while, you figured it out. Being deeply in love and being a simp are two completely different things. So you changed your phrasing. It's fine. I was just saying, if you like her, just go ahead and like her. Even if nothing comes of it in the end. As long as you have a clear conscience, that's enough. As a result, Wang Ziren looked at you in disbelief. He thought you'd take the chance to ruthlessly mock him for being a simp. He didn't expect you to pull this. Guilt instantly overwhelmed him. The next moment, he punched you hard in the back. You son of a B times TH, I'm really not human. If I had known, I wouldn't have messed with you back then. You're actually a pretty good guy. You just raised an eyebrow and said with a cheeky grin. That being said, but it seems like you were the one getting wrecked back then, right? Hearing this, Wang Ziren instantly broke down. Who knew he wouldn't actually blow his top this time? Instead, he looked open-minded. He asked casually, what about you? How are things with my goddess? You replied lightly, but every word was a critical hit. Nothing much. Just took her home for the winter break to celebrate the new year. Met my parents. Had New Year's Eve dinner together. Oh, right. We're moving in together in a few days. When we move into the new place, I'll treat you to a housewarming meal. Wang Ziren's defenses instantly shattered. All the melancholy vanished from his face, leaving only pure rage. He pointed at you and cursed. You're F times king dog. You two are practically engaged. I F times king regret getting on your pirate ship. Let me off. However, he paused for a second and added, remember to buy crawfish when the time comes. Back at the dorm, you noticed something was off. The homebody Jiang Sheng was actually not around. You had just finished writing your chapter when a notification popped up in the class group chat. Safety meeting tonight at 6 p.m. in Teaching Building 3. Right then, Jiang Sheng returned, his face beaming with joy. Old Jiang, what were you up to? I went to deliver flowers. At 5 p.m., on the way to Teaching Building 3, you guys bumped into Lu Ruyan. Zhou Chul, who was beside her, waved politely. Hello, we meet again. You replied indifferently. Yeah, we're in the same class after all. But Lu Ruyan frowned, staring daggers at you. Back then, you only deleted her QQ account, but her WeChat was still there. Naturally, she saw your post about taking Yan Zhengxi home on her WeChat moments, but she never expected you two to progress so fast. She finally couldn't hold back and asked hesitantly, Yun Che, did you take that woman home for the new year? You didn't want to pay attention to her, but thinking of Wang Ziren, you replied, that's right. Liu Ruyan instantly clenched her jaw, her emotions incredibly complicated. It wasn't exactly love, just pure frustration. You used to like her, and she looked down on you, but now, you were with a girl far better than her. It made her feel like a total failure. She kept saying she wanted to find someone better, but it turned out she was the one who couldn't recognize a good thing. You glanced at her and turned to leave. There was no point in saying more about this. After the meeting ended, Jiang Sheng sprinted back to the dorm. But right at that moment, Lu Shi suddenly called out to you, Yan Che. Wait a second. What's up, Sister Lu? Lu Shi looked around and waited until everyone left before speaking. Nothing much. Just wanted to ask, how are things going with that little lady of yours? Before you could even open your mouth, she interrupted you faintly. Don't tell me. Let me guess first. Is everything going smoothly? And you took her home for the new year? You were shocked on the spot. Amazing. Sister Lu, you guessed it perfectly. You didn't know she had also seen that WeChat moment. Then Lu Shi suddenly changed the subject. Oh, right. I heard your family runs a flower shop, right? Yeah. Who knew? Lu Shi would suddenly ask. Then do you know how to take care of a hummingbird mint? You were instantly stunned. Why did this question sound so familiar? Seeing your confused face, Lu Shi smiled and explained, it's like this. Actually, I have a friend. You don't have a friend. You subconsciously retorted. Lu Shi froze on the spot. Huh? What's wrong? You immediately shook your head, but your eyes looked thoughtful. Nothing. Sister Lu, please continue. I'm listening. You had already vaguely guessed something in your heart. Lu Shi took a deep breath and continued. That friend of mine gave me a pot of campanula, but I don't know how to take care of it. The info online is too messy, so I wanted to ask you. You smiled after hearing this. I see. Campanula loves light but shouldn't be exposed to direct scorching sun. The best temperature for it is 15 to 20 degrees Celsius. You directly took the words you taught Jiang Sheng last time and repeated them word for word to Lu Shi. After Lu Shi heard this, she frowned and muttered softly, why is it exactly the same as what that guy told me? Does he actually know his stuff? Right then, you added with a smile. If you get it in autumn or winter, the blooming period will be a bit longer. So that friend of yours must be a pretty thoughtful person. Lu Shi curled her lips, clearly disagreeing. All right then, thanks Yun Che. Next time that guy Jiang Sheng treats me to a meal, you should come along too. You scratched your head and laughed. Sure, if I'm free. But just as you walked out of the teaching building, you suddenly remembered something. Oh right, Sister Lu. I remember you live in the staff housing, right? Lu Shi nodded. Yeah? Why? You then explained, the place my girlfriend is renting right now is old and small. We're thinking about moving to a new place recently, so I wanted to ask if the staff housing has any vacant rooms for rent. After hearing this, Lu Shi immediately put on a gossipy expression. She let out a long ooh. My. Already planning to move in together? You smiled shyly and said frankly, actually, it's not that fast. After all, you were too embarrassed to say the rest. But Lu Shi caught on instantly and immediately agreed. No problem. I'll ask around for you today. I'll give you an answer by tomorrow at the latest. You were instantly overjoyed. That would be awesome. Sister Lu, if this works out, I'll definitely treat you to a housewarming meal. Lu Shi smiled brightly. Sure thing. Just remember to buy beer when the time comes. After saying goodbye to Lu Shi, you took out your phone and texted Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng, have you eaten yet? Not yet. I'm watching a live stream right now. Bring me a spicy hot pot. The usual. Got it. You want a Fanta? The next second, he replied. Please don't ask such stupid questions next time, okay? You smacked your lips and headed straight to the supermarket freezer to grab a can of Fanta. But just as you were about to grab a second can, you suddenly pulled your hand back. You froze for a moment. Miss Yan's words suddenly echoed in your ears. Drink less soda. It's bad for your health. Forget it. I'll listen to her. So you headed straight up to the second floor. After getting the spicy hot pot, you went to buy a big plate chicken rice bowl. Auntie, can you give me a bit more meat? However, the cafeteria auntie, tossing the ladle with one hand and holding the pot with the other, completely ignored you. You were instantly left speechless. Indeed, cafeteria aunties are the true definition of cold and aloof. Back at the dorm, you tossed the food container and Fanta to Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng looked confused. Little Che, where's your Fanta? You replied calmly, I'm not drinking it. It's the middle of winter. I'll just have some hot water. Jiang Sheng was shocked on the spot. Whoa, did ivory just come out of a dog's mouth? You explained lightly. Miss Yan said the sugar content is too high. It's bad for my health. Jiang Sheng's defenses instantly shattered. CK, I shouldn't have even asked. You ignored him, and while scarfing down your food, you quickly texted Yan Jungsi. Little Shishi, are you home yet? In less than a minute, a message came back. Already home, don't worry. Also, you're not allowed to call me Little Shishi. The corners of your mouth curled up. Okay, Little Shishi, have you eaten? Not yet. I've been out all day, looked at 7 or 8 apartments. I'm a bit tired, but I'll just grab a quick bite. You frowned. It's the middle of winter. Don't eat leftovers. Boil some noodles. Eat something hot to warm up your body. Okay. Who knew the next second, Yan Jungsi actually sent a cat sticker saying immune. Seeing this sticker, you silently put down your chopsticks, raised a hand to your forehead, and covered your eyes. But the corners of your mouth couldn't stop curling up wildly. Beside you, Jiang Sheng had a complicated expression. He felt like this kid had completely lost his original shape. The little airplane of love had hit him way too hard. Right then, your phone buzzed again. I looked at a lot of apartments, but none of them were satisfactory. They were either too expensive or too noisy. You immediately replied, price isn't an issue. If you like it, we'll rent it. Over at the staff housing, Lu Shi is asking around for me. There should be news by tomorrow. Okay. Then I'll go check out another street tomorrow. But she immediately sent another message. I bought you a scarf today. You tapped on the picture. It was a long, coffee-colored scarf. Exactly the color you liked. I'll find some time to bring it to you tomorrow. Seeing this message, you quickly replied, it's too cold outside. I'll come find you. However, Yan Jungxi refused. It's fine. I was planning to go to your school anyway. She even turned the tables on you. Or are you saying that if you wear it, I won't be cold? What kind of logic was that? You had no choice but to compromise. All right then. I'll wait for you tomorrow morning. Get some rest early. Don't live stream. Who knew? Yan Jungxi suddenly thought of something and sent a message with a smile. Okay, you get some rest early too. And don't stay up late reading those indecent little comics of yours. Who knows what kind of dreams you'll have at night. The next second, seeing this message, your eyes widened instantly. You thought you read it wrong and read it back and forth several times. Then your vision went dark and you almost passed out. Sister Shi, how did you know about the details? Seeing the message, Yan Jungxi burst out laughing. What? Feeling ashamed that your little secret was discovered? Holding your phone, you were already starting to question your life. Your innocence was completely gone. At this point, any explanation seemed so pale. But just as you were spacing out, your eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light. Sister Shi, actually, you were in my dreams too. Seeing this message, Yan Jungxi was stunned at first. Then, thinking of your sleep talking from last night, she instantly understood. She bit her lip, her cheeks turning peach pink. Pervert. Blocked. Early the next morning, you were woken up by a ringing phone. You fumbled for your phone and mumbled with your eyes closed. Hello? Sister Shi, why are you here so early? I'm not even up yet. The other end of the line was silent for a moment. Then a sharp voice came through. You brat. Did you say Sister Shi or Sister Shi? I've asked around about the apartment for you. Do you still want it or not? But the moment you heard the word apartment, you instantly sobered up. You snapped your eyes open, sat up straight, and looked at the screen. It was Liu Shi. Sister Liu, I was wondering who it was, haha. Morning. But Liu Shi guessed it right away. You kid. Still dreaming about your girlfriend, huh? The first thing you say when you open your eyes is Sister Shi. Your heart skipped a beat. How did she know? But you immediately changed the subject. Sister Liu, is the apartment sorted out? Consider yourself lucky, kid. There happens to be a vacant room right upstairs from me. 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, and a kitchen. Just like a normal residential apartment. But the price might be a bit high. Do you want it? Hearing this, you instantly perked up. Yes. Price is not an issue. I'll rent it no matter how much it is. Sister Liu, where are you right now? I'll come find you. Liu Shi told you to wait for her at the entrance of the staff housing. You leaped out of bed and slid right into the bathroom. After quickly washing up, you threw on your clothes and dashed out the door. A moment later, a voice full of resentment came from the bed. F times CK, why didn't you close the door? But you couldn't care less about that. You ran like the wind all the way. Your mood as refreshing as the first sip of ice-cold Fanta in summer. As long as you rented this apartment, Sister Shi would be able to freely enter and exit the school. As a family member from now on, she had never been to college, and that was her biggest regret. And you were going to make up for all of it. So your mind was filled with the hopeful future of you and Yan Jungxi. Approaching the staff housing, you saw Liu Shi from afar, standing there with her arms crossed, waiting for you. You immediately waved, quickened your pace, and rushed over to her. Liu Shi looked surprised. It's only been 10 minutes. How did you get here so fast? You panted. Sister Liu, I'm not late, am I? Liu Shi curled her lips. Relax. It's not like the apartment is going to run away. I've already secured it for you. No one is going to snatch it from you. You immediately asked the question in your heart. Sister Liu, isn't this apartment rented by students? How is it vacant right now? Liu Shi explained. This apartment was originally rented by a senior named Tong, who had been renting it since her freshman year. She graduated this year and is going on a cross-country trip with her boyfriend. So she returned the apartment a week ago. You listened in awe. Liu Shi teased with a smile. How about it? Isn't it romantic? This apartment is blessed by the god of love. Good thing you know how efficient I am. Otherwise, it would have been rented by someone else long ago. You asked eagerly. Can I rent it right now? Liu Shi shook her head. Not right now. The landlord isn't at work yet. But I've already asked for you, and they agreed to hold the apartment for you first. I'll give you a number. You can contact them yourself later. Your eyes instantly filled with gratitude. Thank you, Sister Liu. I'll definitely thank you properly another day. Liu Shi waved her hand, indicating it was no big deal. Then, you said goodbye to Liu Shi, and went to the south gate as agreed to wait for Yan Jungxi. The winter morning wind was biting cold, but your heart was burning hot. You stood by the road, looking up from time to time, hoping she would appear soon. Right then, a taxi suddenly pulled over. The door opened, and Yan Jungxi stepped out, but she looked a bit angry, and jogged towards you with hurried steps. It turned out, she had seen you standing by the road from the car window long ago, waiting like an idiot. She scolded you right away. Are you stupid? Standing by the road on such a cold day, without even wearing a hat. However, you didn't care at all. You rushed straight to her and pulled her into a tight hug. With a huge smile on your face, you murmured in her ear, We have a home now. Feeling your strong embrace, and seeing how excited and happy you were, Yan Jung-si instantly understood everything. She bit her lip and hugged you back even tighter. To others, this might just be renting an apartment, but to the two of you, it was the beautiful longing for all your future together. You still remembered, she once said the apartment she rented couldn't be called a home, but now, this place could truly be called a home. Because, to this girl who had suffered so much since childhood, just when she was about to despair at the world, you appeared. With the words, "We have a home," you declared to her that you would make up for her regret of never going to college. You were going to take her to watch the sunset on campus, sneak into the auditorium on summer nights to watch singing competitions together, and just like the most ordinary couples, hold hands and take walks on the sports field. You were going to use your unregretful love and courage to give her a home and make her happy for the rest of her life. The next second, you gently let go of her and took a step back. Smiling, you cupped her face in your hands. This scene instantly reminded you of when you reunited after a long time apart, right in front of that old house in her hometown. It was also a deep winter back then, with light snow falling, but her eyes looked like they held the dew of a summer evening. Right now, you looked at her bright smile, but as you smiled, your face began to scrunch up. You grinned, your throat trembling slightly, looking like you were both laughing and crying. Then, you suddenly bent down and scooped her right up into your arms, spinning her around wildly a few times. Yan Jung-si didn't resist at all. Instead, she wrapped her arms tightly around your neck, letting you carry her. The happiness in her eyes was so full it was about to overflow. She felt as if time itself had melted away. Suddenly, she thought of the bouquet of lisianthus you gave her. She wondered if the flowers had withered yet, but she knew new flowers would definitely bloom next spring. Afterwards, you two went to sit on a bench by the road, sitting across from each other shyly. Yan Jung-si buried her flushed little face into her scarf, not knowing if it was from the cold or from shyness. Who knew? She turned sideways and actually took out from her bag that coffee-colored scarf she bought for you. She tilted her head up slightly and put it on you with utmost care. Right then, her eyes began to turn red. Circles of blurriness and moisture spread across her happy, smiling face. As she adjusted it for you, she muttered to herself, "Your little head is going to freeze. You'd really become a little fool, but that's okay. I'd still like you just the same." In the blink of an eye, it was noon. You immediately dialed the number Lu Shi gave you. On the other end of the line, the landlord told you straight up that you could see the apartment today. If everything looks good, you could sign the lease anytime. So, that afternoon, you two headed straight for the new place. It turned out the apartment was in the complex right next to the school, separated only by a facial recognition gate. Since a lot of teachers lived here, as long as you said you were family, the security guards usually wouldn't stop you. The moment you pushed the door open, you were both extremely satisfied. 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, spacious and clean. Out on the balcony, you turned to ask Yan Jung-si what she thought. She smiled and said it was great and very quiet, just a little expensive. You took her hand and replied confidently, "It's fine. It's not like we can't afford it. We're going to live here for a very, very long time." Yan Jung-si nodded heavily and didn't say another word. Then, the landlord brought over the lease. You were completely clueless about this stuff. At the crucial moment, it had to be Yan Jung-si. She carefully read through every single clause and asked about all the details regarding utilities and property management. After making sure everything was foolproof, the two of you finally signed the contract. But unexpectedly, right after signing, Lu Shi called. She asked you how the apartment hunting was going. You proudly reported that everything was settled and the lease was signed. Liu Shi was shocked, praising you guys for being so efficient. Just then, you remembered something and quickly asked, "Oh right, Sister Lu, about the facial recognition for the gate." Before you could finish, Lu Shi cut in. She told you that the newly rented apartment hadn't been entered into the system yet, so the school gate access wouldn't work for now. But you just needed to talk to the security guards to let you through. In a few days, once it's in the system, you could come and go as you please. You finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly thanked her. You even boldly declared that once you moved in, you'd definitely invite her over. You and Yan Jung-si sat down at the snack street. She rested her head on her hand, her eyes a bit hazy. The next second, she suddenly turned and asked you, "Are you not going to live in the dorms anymore?" That question made your heart skip a beat. You nodded. She mentioned the new place was closer to the teaching buildings, but worried that your roommate Jiang Shang would be lonely. Who knew Yan Jung-si would then mutter to herself, "It feels a bit unreal. We're really moving in together." Hearing that, you immediately leaned in with a grin. "Are you looking forward to it? It's my first time too." Before you could finish, she suddenly spun around, getting right in your face. Squinting and pouting, she reached out and pinched the tip of your nose. "Spit it out. Did you plan this all along?" She interrogated you like a rapid-fire cannon. "I knew something was off. How did we end up living together out of nowhere? Next time, are you going to trick me into sleeping in the same bed?" This sudden, adorable contrast instantly made your face flush bright red. You stared at her blankly, then smiled and reached out to rub her head. "How are you so cute?" She finally curled her lips, lightly punched you, and asked softly, "So when are we moving?" Your eyes instantly turned determined. "Tomorrow afternoon." She immediately nodded, thinking it would just be the two of you, and started calculating how many trips it would take. But you suddenly flashed a meaningful smile and said leisurely, "Why would it just be us? We can't let them eat our housewarming dinner for free, right?" So, the next afternoon, as soon as class ended, you went straight to Jiang Sheng. "Old Jiang, got any plans this afternoon? Unexpectedly, he got super excited and started rambling. Yeah, I do. I found this super good show. The female lead is a fairy, but she escapes her wedding and turns into a dirt chicken. You immediately frowned. Why do you always watch this girly stuff? That really kicked the hornet's nest. Jiang Sheng instantly fired back indignantly. You have the nerve to talk. Weren't you the one watching My Little Pony when we were kids? Before he could finish, you lunged forward and covered his mouth. Looking guilty, you quickly begged for mercy. Okay. I won't say anything. And you don't either. Let's leave each other some dignity. Jiang Sheng finally nodded in satisfaction. You let go and laid your cards on the table. Stop watching that. Come help me move this afternoon. What the heck? Move? You dropped a casual sentence that hit like a bomb. Forgot to tell you. I'm not living in the dorms anymore. Jiang Sheng instantly petrified. At 2:30 p.m., you arrived on time at Yan Zhengxi's place. She had already packed everything up, waiting for you. She looked around the small room she had lived in for years, her eyes a bit complicated. But in the end, she smiled at you and said, "That's everything. Let's go." But as soon as you two got downstairs, you saw Jiang Sheng and Wang Ziren already waiting there. The moment Jiang Sheng saw you two, he excitedly rushed up. "Hello, sister-in-law. You guys are moving and didn't even say a word. That's so uncool." Before you could speak, Wang Ziren, standing to the side, shrank his neck and nervously stammered, "Hello, Sister Yan." Yan Zhengxi instantly bloomed into a smile, generously inviting them, "Hi guys, don't leave tonight. Have dinner at our new place." So, the four of you made 3 trips back and forth, working hard all afternoon until everything was finally moved. By evening, the new place finally looked like a home. You and Yan Zhengxi were cooking in the kitchen, while Jiang Sheng interrogated Wang Ziren in the living room. "Old Wang, you're acting weird today. What are you so nervous about?" "Easy for you to freaking say. It's my first time meeting her. How could I not be nervous?" Jiang Sheng was just about to mock him, when suddenly the doorbell rang. He got up to open the door, but the next second, he was completely stunned, blurting out, "Who is this? Crashing the party uninvited?" Lu Shi stood outside the door, arms crossed. She glared coldly at Jiang Sheng, smirked, and stepped right up. Slap. A crisp slap landed squarely on his face. Then she shoved his head aside. Jiang Sheng stumbled and almost fell. "What the? Why are you so violent?" Jiang Sheng covered his face, his extended full of grievance and anger, but Lu Shi didn't even blink. She followed up with a swift kick and casually flicked him hard on the forehead. This smooth, flowing combo knocked Jiang Sheng half-seated onto the floor, seeing stars. Yet the very next second, Lu Shi suddenly put on a surprised face. "Oh my, why is our little Jiang sitting on the floor? It's so cold down there." Jiang Sheng's face darkened, and he squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. "I accidentally tripped myself." Right at that moment, the kitchen door opened. Yan Zhengxi heard the commotion and walked out. As soon as Yan Zhengxi came out, she saw a woman she didn't recognize standing at the door, while Jiang Sheng was awkwardly squatting on the floor. She hesitated for just a second, then her eyes lit up, and she asked tentatively, "Are you Sister Lu Shi?" Hearing this, Lu Shi turned her head. Seeing Yan Zhengxi, she was momentarily stunned, but she immediately smiled and said, "You must be Zhengxi, right?" Then, she introduced herself. "I'm Yunche's counselor, Lu Shi." She specifically added, "I've heard him talk about you for a long time. Seeing you now, Yunche really has great taste." Yan Zhengxi smiled back. "Sister Lu Shi, Xiaoche talks about you a lot too. Thank you for helping him so much. Hurry, come in and have a seat." Lu Shi teased with a smile. "You two really give off that old married couple vibe." After saying that, she glanced at Jiang Sheng on the floor, completely ignored him, and walked right in. Then, Yan Zhengxi looked at Jiang Sheng on the floor, looking confused. "Jiang Sheng, what happened to you?" The next second, she actually said the exact same thing as Lu Shi. "It's so cold on the floor." Jiang Sheng was dumbfounded on the spot, thinking to himself, "Do you women all go through the same national training program?" However, what Lu Shi didn't expect was that there was another person sitting in the living room, Wang Ziren. Seeing Lu Shi, he also looked surprised. But Lu Shi warmly told him not to be nervous and to just treat her like a friend. Soon, the food was served. Home-cooked dishes, crawfish, and crates of beer. Tonight, with Yan Zhengxi's permission, you bought a massive amount of alcohol. Now things were getting interesting. The heaviest drinkers in the room turned out to be the two girls, Yan Zhengxi and Lu Shi. Wang Ziren was a lightweight, while you and Jiang Sheng were absolute trash at drinking. Sure enough, after a few rounds of drinks, as the moon rose high, Yan Zhengxi and Lu Shi hadn't even caught a buzz yet, but you 3 grown men were completely wasted, slinging arms around each other and talking nonsense. Jiang Sheng was the first to break, hugging you, snot and tears streaming down his face. "Xiaoche, how am I supposed to live without you? A lonely young man guarding an empty dorm room. I'm gonna die of loneliness." Yan Zhengxi felt a bit guilty hearing this, while Lu Shi just looked disgusted. Right after, Wang Ziren started wailing to the heavens. "Why is my life so hard?" He started complaining. "I liked a girl in high school for a whole year, and she didn't even know my name. In college I liked another one, and ended up getting called a simp. Is it easy being me?" You listened, frustrated by his weakness, pointed at him, and roared, "Old Wang, I told you ages ago to find someone else," but the next second, you completely changed your tune emphasizing with messy logic. But you have to keep liking her, otherwise I'll look down on you. Wang Ziren's face instantly flushed red. He suddenly stood up and shouted back, "Who said I don't like her anymore?" Wang Ziren roared, his face beat red. "Can't I just complain a little? You think they call me the #1 romantic of the lit department for nothing?" But you just let out a loud ha and gave him a big thumbs up. You shouted with glowing enthusiasm, "If you're looking for a wife, you gotta find someone like my Miss Yan." Yan Jungxi looked at you helplessly, a smile rippling at the corners of her mouth, her eyes incredibly gentle. Hearing this, Jiang Sheng suddenly sat up straight on the couch. With a flushed, drunken face, his gaze actually locked straight onto Lu Shi. Lu Shi instantly noticed him. She raised an eyebrow and snapped aggressively, "What are you looking at? Don't act like a crazy drunk at me." But Jiang Sheng nodded vigorously, threw his arm around Wang Ziren's neck, and pointed a finger fiercely at Lu Shi. He stuttered as he yelled, "That's right. You gotta find someone gentle and considerate. You can't find someone who beats people up the moment they meet. Too violent." Blurred. Yan Jungxi quickly handed him the trash can. Fortunately, he was just dry heaving. However, Lu Shi's face turned livid. Furious, she yelled, "Who are you calling violent, you punk? Believe it or not, I'll throw you out the window." Right at that moment, you suddenly grabbed Yan Jungxi's hands and held them to your chest. Clang. Crash. You knocked over the empty beer bottles on the floor. Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn to you. Yan Jungxi's cheeks were flushed. She looked at you shyly and asked softly, "What are you doing?" You gulped and slurred out a few words. "Sister Shi, you're really pretty." As soon as those words came out, the whole room went dead silent. Lu Shi covered her mouth, chuckling with amusement. Wang Ziren's heart instantly tightened. No one noticed that Jiang Sheng was staring blankly at Lu Shi, a glimmer of light flickering in his eyes. The next second, Wang Ziren slapped his thigh hard and let out a tragic wail, "Oh, come on." Soon, everyone left. You were lying alone on the couch, groaning and mumbling drunken nonsense. Afraid you'd catch a cold, Yan Jungxi brought a blanket and covered you up. Then she started cleaning the whole house by herself, picking up the bottles, sweeping and mopping the floor, wiping the tables, and taking out the trash until everything was spotless again. Only then did she come sit beside you. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she called you softly, "Xiao Che, Xiao Che." You slowly sat up, your eyes still hazy from the alcohol. But when you saw clearly that it was Yan Jungxi, you suddenly smiled, bright and relaxed. The next second, you pulled her into a tight hug. Ignoring her protests, you held her tightly, refusing to let go. You closed your eyes and just said one thing, "I'm so happy." Resting on your shoulder, Yan Jungxi's eyes grew slightly red. She silently thought to herself, "Actually, my happiness isn't one bit less than yours." You gently let her go. With hazy eyes and a hoarse voice, you asked, "Jungxi, tell me, can we be together forever?" Yan Jungxi blinked and replied softly, "Why wouldn't we be together forever?" But your eyes instantly welled up with tears. You leaned in close to her. But I'm scared. What if you become a huge star? Will we not be able to see each other often? Or will you just stop coming to see me?" As soon as you said that, Yan Jungxi instantly heard the hesitation in your voice. She immediately understood what those two unspoken words were. The next second, tears spilled from her eyes. She suddenly cupped your face, her voice trembling. "Don't say that, and please, never think that way. That will absolutely never happen." But, you cried out in pain, "I've thought about it 100 times, 1,000 times, when you weren't looking. Other than destroying your dream, I can't think of any other way for us to always be together. But that's exactly the outcome I want to see the least." Yan Jungxi's gaze drifted over your shoulder, looking out the window. She captured the bright moonlight in her eyes and reflected it back into yours. She asked softly, "So, do you support me, or not? Or rather, do you want me to stay by your side forever?" That question pierced your heart like a knife. You immediately waved your hands frantically in front of your chest. Without a shred of hesitation, you shouted with all your might, "Of course I support you. I've said it so many times. I swore to myself that I would help you achieve your dream. That is my dream. If you made me choose 10,000 times, I would choose to support you 10,000 times." Hearing this, Yan Jungxi felt as calm as still water, but she couldn't feel happy at all. She stayed silent for a moment and finally asked softly, "Even if it's like you said and we can't see each other often, is that really okay?" You wiped your tears and forced a bright smile. "It's okay. Even if it's a little hard. As long as I see you happy. When I miss you, I'll just think of you in my heart. That will be enough." The next second, Yan Jungxi pulled you into a tight embrace. She gently patted your back with a blank stare. Looking at the moonlight outside the window, she murmured to herself, "Then Xiao Che, you have to remember. No matter what, you have to always think of me." In the blink of an eye, the peach blossoms at Xiu Lake were in full bloom. In the peach grove by the lake, petals drifted down with the wind, a colorful shower of falling blossoms. Just then, a girl with flowing long hair slowly walked over. She wore only light makeup, yet she made all the students admiring the flowers stop and turn their heads. It was as if she were the most beautiful blossom in the entire grove. Then, the girl walked over to a bench and sat down. Her expression was serene, her eyes gentle. A moment later, a guy with a camera hanging around his neck walked up to her. He introduced himself as a member of the school's literature club and wanted to invite her to model for the spring literary magazine's photo shoot. Before she could answer, suddenly, before she could even open her mouth to reply, her gaze shot right past the guy in front of her, staring intently behind him. Because you were walking toward her step by step, looking clean and sharp. She froze instantly, her eyes fixed on you without blinking. Subconsciously, she shook her head at the guy. Seeing her refuse, the guy could only sigh, turn around, and leave. And just like that, you walked right up to her, stretched your arms wide, and sighed. The peach blossoms bloomed really early this year, but they feel even prettier than previous years. Yan Zhengxi just nodded slightly and asked in a soft voice, "How did you know I was here?" You chuckled lightly and slowly revealed the answer. You probably don't know this, but the whole school is talking about a super gorgeous senior girl in the peach grove. I knew it was you the second I heard it, so I came looking for you. Funny thing is, when I walked in, I didn't even look at the flowers. Instead, I spotted you right away. Hearing this, Yan Zhengxi just smiled, her eyes full of tender affection, without saying a word. You suddenly felt a bit awkward standing there, so you gently brushed a few peach petals off the bench and sat down right next to her. You shifted closer, closing the gap between you. Looking at the sea of flowers in front of you, you suddenly asked her softly, "Do you like the dark red ones, or the light red peach blossoms?" Yan Zhengxi turned sideways, tilted her head, and asked with a smile, "What do you mean? Or are you just asking about the color?" You scratched your head and laughed. "Actually, I suddenly thought of a poem." Hearing this, Yan Zhengxi bent down and picked up a few petals, examining them in her palm. She muttered to herself, "Seems there really is a difference between dark red and light red." But she looked for a long time and couldn't decide which was prettier, until she suddenly looked up. The moment her eyes met yours, she suddenly had her answer. She smiled warmly and said, "I like the light red ones." "Why?" Just as you asked the question, you instantly figured it out yourself, because right in front of you, a light red peach tree was in full, glorious bloom. The two of you just chatted like that, back and forth, making everyone around you envious. On the sunlit bench, the floral scent seeped into your hearts, like a breathtakingly beautiful dream. You leaned lazily against the bench, and asked, "I saw a guy talking to you earlier. What did he say?" Yan Zhengxi answered with a smile, "He's working on the literary magazine, and wanted to take pictures of me. Actually, I wasn't going to refuse, but when I saw you, my mind just went blank for a second, and I subconsciously shook my head." You beamed with a smile, immediately turning to ask her, "The flowers are blooming so beautifully. Should we take a picture too?" Yan Zhengxi replied softly, "Okay." The next second, you leaned in close together, completely devoid of the awkwardness and shyness from before. Yan Zhengxi gently rested her head against your cheek. You held the phone up high, and both of you threw up a cheesy peace sign. But together, it looked incredibly romantic. Thousands of peach trees were in full bloom, but the most beautiful scenery wasn't the flowers. It was the person right in front of you. It was always the person in front of you. Just as the photo was taken, Yan Zhengxi suddenly leaned against you. Gazing off into the distance, she slowly spoke up, saying she had been thinking about singing lately, figuring it out on her own, searching online, practicing hard every day, never slacking off. But she knew that, in the end, she had never received formal training. So she secretly sneaked into music classes to audit them. Who knew that after being discovered, the teachers and classmates didn't mind at all. Instead, they enthusiastically invited her on stage. She marveled that college life was so much better than she had imagined. So, she decided to find a professional music academy to study systematically. She said that only by doing this, when the opportunity truly comes, will she have the skills to seize it. After hearing this, you thought about it seriously and nodded firmly. You told her, "No problem, I'll go with you this weekend. We'll also ask the teachers at the music conservatory to find you the most reliable and professional one." You paused for a moment, your eyes sparkling, and made a promise. "From now on, when your classes are over, I'll come pick you up and take you home." As soon as you said that, Yan Zhengxi gently bumped your shoulder with hers, swaying her whole body along with it. She laughed softly. "Why does it feel like a husband picking up his wife from work?" But without blushing or skipping a beat, you shot right back. "Picking you up to take you home now is just so I can properly marry you and bring you home later." Hearing this, Yan Zhengxi's face lit up with happiness. "You can skip the first one, but you absolutely have to do the second one." You immediately sealed the deal. "Then it's a promise. I'm marrying you." But she looked up at you, pouting playfully. "Are we making this promise so casually?" You were just about to explain, because... But before the words could leave your mouth, a sudden spring breeze swept past, instantly blowing down countless petals. A grand rain of peach blossoms enveloped the two of you just like that. You froze for a second. Then, with a radiant expression, you mated. You delivered that legendary romantic line to her. "Because there is a promise in the wind. The flowers bloom without delay, and year after year, we will never let each other down." Just like that, you walked out of the peach blossom grove arm in arm. But in Yan Zhengxi's mind, only 3 words remained, looping endlessly. "Marry you. Marry you." Walking down the street, she suddenly looked at you, blinked, and asked, "Do you have any classes tonight?"